Uh, hel- Hello, it gives me great. Hello, it gives me great.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning, everyone. So good to see you, bright and early. I know it's raining outside, but I'm sure today everyone's a bit prepared with cardigan and all. I am. Okay, morning. Let's go straight into our event for this morning. I'm now pleased to invite Yang Berbahagia, Datin Sri Sunita Rajakumar, the chairperson, Climate Malaysia, to warm up our workshop with a welcome note. But I was told she would like us to go straight into inviting Rizal bin Nainy, the CEO of SME Corp Malaysia, to say a few words perhaps. Yes, boleh? Silakan.
Thank you to our MC. Yang Berhormat Senator Saraswathy Kandasami, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Entrepreneur and Cooperatives Development, the Right Honourable Anne-Marie Trevelyan, Minister of State, United Kingdom, Her Excellency Elsa Terry, British High Commissioner to Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia Datin Sri Sunita Rajakumar, Chairperson, Climate Governance Malaysia, Yang Berusaha Encik Rizal, Il-Ehzan Fadil Azim, Chief Executive Officer, Alliance Islamic Bank, Berhad. Distinguished speakers, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani. A very good morning and thank you for attending the Climate Governance Workshop for SMEs, organized in conjunction with the National Climate Governance Summit 2023. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome all of you. My heartfelt appreciation to Yang Berhormat Senator Saraswathy Kandasami for joining us today. YB, this is indeed a testimony of your commitment and passion towards the discussed subject. The event today aims at providing a platform for MSMEs to enhance their knowledge and understanding on climate action and best practices to build resilient businesses. It is a befitting initiative that complements Malaysia's efforts in promoting the transition of MSMEs towards a sustainable future. As we know, Malaysian MSMEs form the backbone of Malaysia's economy at 1.17 million and accounting for 97.4% of total businesses establishments in 2022. However, the recent global shocks such as the COVID-19 pandemic, Russia-Ukraine war, energy crisis, and earthquake in Turkey, as well as a range of further local shocks, including natural disasters, have had significant impacts on MSMEs and tested the limits of their adaptability. Therefore, it comes as no surprise that high cost of doing business and insufficient cash flows remain the top challenges of MSMEs. Findings based on the MSME Survey 2023 conducted by SME Corp Malaysia showed that almost 2/3 of MSMEs were concerned about the high cost and 58.1% were concerned about cash flow. The cash flow issue was owing to the increase in price of raw materials as well as rising costs of labor, rental, and utilities. The good news is MSMEs have bounced back on a positive note in 2022 due to the economy reopening. A total of 54.1% respondents reported increased sales in 2022 compared to 33.9% in year 2021. This trend of upbeat sales is anticipated to spill over in 2023, with a total of 62.9% are expecting that their businesses to improve this year. Moreover, findings also showed a decline in share of respondents citing worsened outlook from 17.6% recorded in 2019 to only 8.9% this year. With MSMEs in the total recovery mode, many are still focused on profitability while putting climate action on the back burner. In addition, lack of guidance on implementation as well as lack of resources in terms of money and people have pushed climate action and ESG at the almost end or maybe even the last in MSMEs to-do list. Ladies and gentlemen, while mostly MSMEs are still exempted from direct regulatory climate and ESG requirements, MSMEs are increasingly affected via their participation in global supply chains led by larger companies. These buyers must report on the sustainability performances of their entire value chain and through the tightening of criteria that banks and financial institutions establish to supply sustainable finance. Consequently, this demands MSMEs to strengthen their ESG performance and reporting capacity. Nevertheless, we can see that there is an increased trend over the years whereby, based on our survey in 2023, 40% out of the 1,489 respondents are aware of the ESG practices and its importance. This is relatively higher compared to year 2021, whereby only 26% MSMEs are aware about green practices, according to the Business Economic Conditions Survey 2022 conducted by the Associated Chinese Chambers of Commerce and Industry of Malaysia. MSME have also indicated that the survey that they are aware of the benefits of adopting ESG practices, as it improves their image as well as reputation, enables them to stay competitive in the market, further optimize cost efficiency and reduce operating costs. Ladies and gentlemen, involvement by the industry players alone will not be sufficient. Thus, Corp Malaysia, as the central coordinating agency for MSME development, is committed in playing a key role in spearheading the sustainability agenda for MSMEs. To effectively drive this agenda, it is crucial to create a holistic ESG ecosystem for MSMEs. Corp Malaysia has taken a step forward in the right direction by initiating the PKS Lestari program, an initiative to encourage and accelerate the adoption of ESG among MSME by developing a holistic MSME sustainability ecosystem. The ecosystem which we are spearheading consists of 6 critical areas, namely, number 1, awareness and education; 2nd, SME ESG assessment; 3rd, policy support; 4th, SME market access; 5th, standards and compliance; and last but not least, financing and other incentives. We are proactively undertaking various endeavors encompassing engagements and collaborations with ministries, agencies, financial institutions, universities, multinational companies, government-linked companies, large firms, and industry associations to develop this comprehensive, multifaceted sustainability ecosystem. I'm pleased to share that we have designed an SME ESG assessment, a self-assessment tool for MSMEs to gauge their ESG adoption level. Businesses can map their way forward by identifying gaps in their management system and highlighting their strengths and weaknesses for improvement. This assessment is available for all MSMEs at our Corp Malaysia website. You can get more details of this assessment at our booth outside the hall as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it is most important to start small and think big. Take a small but sure steps approach towards incorporating ESG practices into your business operations. Adopting sustainability principles, not only about business being good, but also about good businesses. Most importantly, sustainability should be woven into the mission statement and purpose of the company. It should grow the business, develops and evolves along with the company. And allow me to end with a tagline: sustainability is here to stay and grow. Leaders win, laggards lose. With that hope and spirit, I wish everyone a fruitful workshop ahead. I again would like to take this opportunity to thank YB Senator Saraswathy Kandasami and the Right Honourable Anne Mary Trevelyan on your presence, and Yang Berbahagia Datin Sri Sunita Rajkumar for making this important event happen. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Encik Rizal. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now honoured this morning to have the Deputy Minister of Entrepreneur and Cooperatives Development, YB Senator Saraswathy Kandasami, to present us with her official address.
It's quite cold in the morning, so we need to adjust our throat. The Right Honourable Anne Mary Trevelyan, Minister of State, Indo-Pacific, United Kingdom. Her Excellency Elsa Terry, British High Commissioner to Malaysia. Yang Berusaha Encik Rizal bin Nainy, Chief Executive Officer, SME Corp Malaysia. Yang Bahagia Datin Sri Sunita Rajkumar, Chairperson for Climate Governance Malaysia, whom I've known for many years now, as a person who's very passionate about doing charity work. I've worked with her on many events, and she has continued her passion to serve the people and the country. And I have to take this opportunity to thank her for her perseverance and also for giving me this opportunity to be here today. Yang Berusaha Encik Rizal, Il-Ehzan, Fadil Azim, Chief Executive Officer of Alliance Islamic Bank, distinguished speakers, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Salam Perpaduan, Salam Malaysia Madani. First and foremost, allow me to express my sincere appreciation to the organizers, Climate Governance Malaysia, CGM, for organizing the inaugural National Climate Governance Summit 2023 and for inviting me to deliver the official address at the Climate Governance Workshop for SMEs today. I'm happy to note that this important event is supported by SME Corporation Malaysia, an agency under my ministry. Governance is a topic close to my heart, as personally I have done many works in this space. In the early decades, governance is synonym with good practice of a business, and now it has expanded to taking a greater role of managing the risks posed by climate change. Actually, in the late 90s or early 2020, when I was doing my master's in the field of law, corporate governance was the key theme then. So there used to be so much of emphasis in corporate governance. So it was my expectation that corporate governance, the notion of corporate governance was going to shape the entire world in terms of administering and managing businesses, especially big organizations. But after 20 years, I still did not see the change that I thought when I was a student did not happen. And now, from corporate governance, we have climate governance. I hope now, from being a student, I'm advocating climate governance in my position as a Deputy Minister, and I'm having very good cooperation from SME, Corp Malaysia. We hope that the aspiration will become the aspirations of the whole world to address this issue of corporate governance will be achieved in the near future. And for that, we need participations like this, the involvement of each and every one, irrespective of whether they are doing business or whether they are at home doing business or taking care of the family. Each and every one individual can play a role in the achievement of our ESG aspirations, especially in the area of climate governance. So, every one of us in this room has a role to play in the climate governance, whether individually or collectively. As a result, will eventually impact the one and the only earth we are living in, unless if we can find shelter in the moon. One of the important players in this space are the businesses. This is one of the segments that generates greenhouse gas, GHG emissions, and action taken by firms to reduce these emissions is an important component of climate action. Businesses have started changing production process, modifying energy solutions, and developing more sustainable production cycles throughout the value chain, such as in marketing and distribution. These changes and its potential to create mitigation and adaptation technologies make the private sector an essential actor in the climate action. Ladies and gentlemen, MSMEs and cooperatives are backbone of the business ecosystem in the country. Malaysia has a total of 1.17 million active MSMEs and 15,315 cooperatives in operation. Individually, they may be small, but their collective action will bring in multiple benefits, ranging from environmental conservation to economic growth. This is evident when the MSME segment contributed a total of 580.4 billion ringgit to GDP and 144.5 billion ringgit to exports in the year 2022. The sector also employs a whopping number of 7.59 million workers. Meanwhile, the cooperatives have contributed a revenue of 45.5 billion ringgit Malaysia, with 7.3 million members nationwide. MSMEs and cooperatives have proven to be the catalyst in spurring Malaysia's post-pandemic economic recovery. The economic crisis triggered by the pandemic has pushed sustainability issues into the spotlight and hence, in driving to build back better, MSMEs need to focus on their sustainability agenda. It cannot be stressed enough that MSMEs' commitment to climate governance and adaptation of ESG practices is crucial in helping them strengthen their global competitiveness and ultimately enhance their contribution to the rebuilding of the nation. In reinforcing Malaysia's commitment towards United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, as well as net zero carbon emission by 2050, the government, with strong support from the corporate and private sectors, is committed to continuously providing the assistance to encourage MSMEs towards embracing ESG practices, enabling them to participate in global markets and securing financing in the future. ESG revolution is here and has begun to progressively transform our business landscape. Societal needs and business opportunities are converging to transform the way companies design the strategies, drive performance, differentiate capital investment market, and secure talent. ESG can help reshape uncertainties into opportunities, complexity into clarity, problems into potential. With climate governance embedded in ESG practices, I believe we can move forward with measurable success and create sustained outcomes that fuel responsible growth. Ladies and gentlemen, MSMEs are indeed the building blocks to achieve the sustainability aspirations of the nation. We are aware that ESG practices have yet to become a central focus for MSMEs due to their lack of understanding on the ESG growth opportunities and benefits to their organizations. Therefore, it is absolutely essential for us to do the above and beyond in our efforts to get our MSMEs on board the sustainability bandwagon. On that note, I'm pleased to inform that the Ministry of Entrepreneur and Cooperatives Development through SME Corporation Malaysia has been entrusted by the government to take the lead in driving the sustainability agenda of MSMEs in Malaysia. SME Corporation Malaysia is currently developing the MSME Sustainability Framework, encompassing a holistic ecosystem, including government support and structured approaches for firm-level implementation. This framework will have 3 levels of implementation. First, in building MSME's sustainability ecosystem, encompassing education, SME ESG assessment, policy support, market access, standard and compliance, as well as sustainable financing and incentives. Second, delivery of holistic ESG support by the government to facilitate MSME's sustainability journey. The sustainability journey will consist of 4 main stages, namely awareness, interest, initiation, and adoption. Each of these stages will require specific assistance from MSMEs to adopt ESG practices in their business. As each business is unique, we are looking into offering targeted packages to the different segments of MSMEs. And third level is structured implementation at firm level. The onus of this level is on the businesses. Measures include formation of sustainable development strategy, operational planning and implementation support, and publication of sustainability report. My ministry has started to work on the initiatives under the framework through the agencies. Under the SME Corp Malaysia, we introduced the PKS Lestari program to encourage and accelerate adoption of ESG among the SMEs. Mr. Rizal has mentioned this earlier in his speech. In 2023 alone, more than 400 SMEs have participated in this program. SME Corporation Malaysia has also developed SME ESG assessment that can be assessed online with no charges. Meanwhile, SME Bank has initiated the social enterprise financing, Juara Lestari, and sustainability initiatives, schemes to develop social enterprises and sustainable businesses. SME Bank is another agency under our ministry. Bank Rakyat has also specific funding such as personal financing, for the purchase and installation of solar panel systems, vehicle financing for purchases of hybrid electric vehicle, and housing financing for green buildings. Bank Rakyat is yet again another agency under our ministry. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Entrepreneur Development Cooperative is committed to empower MSMEs to remain competitive through sustainable business conduct. This goal is in line with the aspiration of Malaysia Madani Economic Framework announced by the Honorable Prime Minister recently to create regional MSME champions. Government policies and initiatives will be structured towards this agenda. I fervently hope that this workshop would prove to be beneficial to all participants in inspiring and galvanizing your journey towards sustainability. With the lineup of esteemed speakers and experts who will be sharing their invaluable knowledge, expertise, and insights, I'm sure that this two-day workshop will be most invaluable in guiding us forward. On a last note, MSMEs are now at an important crossroad to support our nation's aspiration for sustainable economic growth with more equitable distribution of opportunities to all. Hence, the government will stay true on its course in providing strong policy support to develop a holistic ecosystem that nurtures sustainability. Sustainability is not a nice to have, but prerequisite for future business success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, YB Senator. My fellow colleague in the upper house, so happy to see her speaking. And I have to say, YB, it's not easy to pronounce MSMEs many, many times. You winged it. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored this morning to have the Deputy Minister share with us just now her aspirations for all of us. So moving on, we have a special guest speaker in retired Honorable Anne-Marie Trevelyan, the MP, Minister of State, Indo-Pacific in the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. Please, thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Senator Saraswathy Kandasami, Mr. Rizal, Nainy, Datin Sunita Rajakumar, and many distinguished guests. Thank you for your warm welcome and for this chance to speak to you all here today. It's such a pleasure to be here. I just landed last night and I was welcomed with a very spectacular rainstorm. Reliably informed that that is not how rain normally falls, and the climate change is definitely having an impact here too. So thank you for the demonstration as I landed. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I'm just here to share a few thoughts about how the UK is looking at this incredibly important part of our journey in this space. The UK government, through our High Commission here in Kuala Lumpur, is delighted to be sponsoring this summit because we believe that small and medium-sized businesses are at the forefront of the battle against climate change, which is why supporting SMEs and indeed MSMEs to transition to net zero was a key objective of the COP26 climate conference, which we hosted in Glasgow in 2021. I had the privilege to be the global champion on adaptation and resilience. And that isn't only about building more resilient buildings and schools or planting more resilient crops. It's also about every part of business thinking through, from SMEs to multinational businesses, how they adapt, both to tackle in their own businesses and in support of their customers what is required to help us become resilient to climate change. We, of course, are continuing that work, but before I set out a little more how we are doing that, at this summit and beyond, I really want to stress the point that I'm making day in, day out to our UK businesses. Net zero is not just a challenge for business, it is, of course, a huge opportunity. In the short term, reducing emissions will immediately make your firm more attractive to businesses on their own net zero journey. Understanding your supply chain has become a reality for many. Building on that point, in the medium term, I believe that businesses who are not committed to net zero will increasingly be excluded from those global supply chains. Consumers are becoming more committed to sustainability, and their choices are driving those decisions. And in the long term, reducing emissions, of course, can reduce operating costs as we see renewable energy becoming the cheaper option. As countries increasingly legislate to achieve ambitious net zero targets, SMEs that lead that transition are effectively insuring themselves against falling foul of future regulations. So whichever way you look at it, I believe that investing in net zero is an investment in the future success of your business. At COP26, over 2,000 UK SMEs joined the UN's Race to Zero campaign and made their particular net zero commitments. Some Malaysian SMEs have also signed up to the Race to Zero, but there is scope for many more of you to do so. So today I invite you to take the next step on your business's decarbonisation journey. And I know that you'll find practical support here at the summit. The Carbon Trust, which was founded by the UK government over 20 years ago, is now one of the world's leading carbon consultancies, and they will be delivering a workshop on decarbonisation tools and financial incentives. And I would also recommend the UK-Malaysia Clean Growth Handbook, which was launched this year by Minister Rafizi Ramli and is available online. It sets out some of those clean growth opportunities that arise from the trading relationship between our two countries. The UK-Malaysia trade relationship is already very strong, and by making net zero commitments and taking practical steps to decarbonise those operations, SMEs in both our countries will be equipped to survive and to prosper in the imminent net zero age. So please do make the most of this summit, take on the challenges, but most importantly, the opportunities that making your businesses much more committed to sustainability for the long term affords you. Good luck and thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Anne-Marie. Ladies and gentlemen, next we will be having a conversation with Rizal, Il-Ehzan, Fadil, Azim, the CEO of Alliance Islamic Bank, ESG Insights from Malaysian SMEs, Building a Better Future Together. Let's invite him up on stage, and we'll be talking of competitiveness of SMEs in the global market.
Very good morning. YB Senator Saraswathy Kandasami, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Entrepreneur and Cooperatives Development. I guess I should still address the Minister, the Right Honourable Minister Anne-Marie Trevelyan, Minister of State for Indo-Pacific as well as United Kingdom. She was here as well, Her Excellency Il-Ehzan Terry, British High Commissioner to Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia Datin Sri Sunita Rajkumar, Chairperson of Climate Governance Malaysia, Yang Berusaha Encik Rizal Nainy, CEO of SME Corp as well. It gives me great honour to be given this opportunity to share with the room today some insights on the state of ESG adoption in the SME space. And I thank very much the organizers for according us this space to do so. We're very, very happy to have had UNGC from Malaysia as well as Brunei, as well as SME Corporation, as well as the Malaysian Green Technology Corporation, to be key collaborators in this research endeavor. It's been clearly an amazing experience working with these fine folks from these agencies who share a like-minded fervor for ESG advocacy in the SME space. But perhaps to preface this presentation appropriately, I need to state that the findings that will be shared here are based on a sample of respondents that are Malaysia-focused. As much as this would be useful to gain insights into Malaysian SMEs' readiness for ESG adoption, I have little doubt, if we have foreign audiences as well here, that much of the Malaysian experience would also be familiar to those markets which are at a similar stage of ESG adoption life cycle as Malaysia's. Also, given the time, I'll be focusing on salient highlights of the survey report that we've published, just to provide a flavor of the study's narrative. We'll nonetheless be providing a link via a QR code image to the report so that you'll have access to the finer details of the study done, should you wish to do so. So with that, let us begin. If you can move to the next slide, please. So I'll be setting the context for the study that was done before going into some highlights of the study proper, and thereafter we'll be touching on key challenges faced by SMEs on ESG adoption. The presentation will culminate on some thoughts on the way forward with examples of how our organization, or the organization I represent, which is the Alliance Bank Group, has sought to translate some of these insights from the study into actionable programs to promote ESG adoption in the SME space. Next slide, please. And next one. So first off, big question, why the focus on SMEs? Now, in a nutshell, if I could encapsulate the thought around this, is that SMEs perhaps are the most vulnerable to climate change and the transition risks that relate to ESG. And yet, these are the folks, so this is a segment that's the least prepared, right? Now, SMEs are crucial to solving the climate crisis. I think we've heard from the speeches this morning that SMEs form the backbone of the Malaysian economy, comprising more than 97% of the total business establishments and constituting close to 40% of the nation's GDP. We've also heard earlier that while SMEs may individually contribute minimally to the climate crisis, but their aggregate impact is notable. An IFAC report states that the empirical evidence point to a lion's share of industrial emissions being attributable to the SMEs. And this is not even including other aspects of environmental degradation, such as waste. Further, given the scale and pace of emissions reduction required to meet global climate commitments, it's crucial that SMEs address the climate crisis and ESG issues more broadly to ensure that they can continue to participate in the global supply chains that are trending towards greener, more sustainable practices. Next slide, please. SMEs are at risk due to physical climate risks, as the Malaysian and also as the Malaysian economy trends towards greater participation in the greening global supply chain. From a physical risk perspective, climate change threatens phenomena like rising sea levels, heat waves, floods, droughts, and increasingly extreme and unpredictable weather events, and SMEs are presently unprepared. According to AIG, the insurance group, about 80% of SMEs have no coverage against flood peril, which is Malaysia's most immediate physical risk, denoting the lack of comprehension on the urgency of the risk and consequences on the operations of the SME's business. We did a simulation recently with regard to the incidence of sea level rises, for example, and sought to understand how this was going to impact upon SME's assets valuation. And it's quite alarming to see how, for example, in some of the simulations, we've seen how the sea levels would rise from Klang, where we know it currently, rising all the way up to Subang Jaya, basically eradicating that whole swath of land between Subang Jaya and Klang. And if you think about it, if you have SMEs within that space or assets which are collateralized to financing to banks, these would need to be impaired in the next 30 years or so if they are still tied to financing. And these are immediate risks that still need to be thought of, which aren't being addressed just yet. So these risks include loss in asset value, as I mentioned, crippling disruptions to the businesses, at least in the immediate term due to the floods, which in some instances, and we've heard these stories before anecdotally, may push the business to the point of non-viability. From a transition risk standpoint, SMEs in Malaysia, although may be presently underrepresented in international trade, but SME exports growth data suggests a growing appetite to participate in global supply chains. This is further supported by a recent study by FedEx Express on the internationalization of SMEs in Asia, in the Asia-Pacific space. Exports accounted for about 77% of total revenues of Malaysian SMEs, and this would rank Malaysian SMEs among the top 4 SME exporter markets in the Asia-Pacific region in terms of revenue, behind, surprise, surprise, Singapore, Hong Kong, as well as Philippines. Right? The study also showed that 43% of Malaysian SMEs source for goods and services such as raw materials, components, finished products, professional services, and designs from countries from various offshore markets. On a broader scale, as the Malaysian economy continues to trend towards greater internationalization following the pandemic, you see Malaysia's export performance in 2022, for example, continues to trend upwards towards greater internationalization. Malaysia's export performance in 2022 has surpassed the country's projection for 2025 under the 12th Malaysia Plan. While the recovery of SMEs itself was at a muted pace in 2022, amidst challenges to sustain businesses post-COVID, there has been an increasing growth potential for SMEs with higher demand from European countries to purchase goods from ASEAN. In 2022, Malaysia entered into free trade agreements, namely RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, as well as the CPTPP, which is the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. The increasing demand for ASEAN goods and ratification of trade agreements, on the one hand, opens more potential regional trade opportunities for our SMEs. But on the flip side, you'll find that environmental, social, and governance issues are increasingly finding their way into trade policy. As such, human rights and environmental violations are no longer only an internal company matter. Companies are expected to monitor their end-to-end inbound supply chains. Now, end-to-end here means that this monitoring extends beyond a company's immediate suppliers to include a supplier's supplier, and that supplier's supplier as well, and all the way up through the supply chain. Procurement managers are now asked to address ESG issues in their sourcing and foreign manufacturing operations. Meanwhile, trade compliance managers are tasked with ensuring that the procurement department is following these rules. The EU, which leads the way in terms of ESG regulations on trade, have introduced the EUDR, the EU Deforestation-Free Regulation, on palm oil, wood, cattle, rubber, and cocoa, and these are commodities which are familiar to the Malaysian economy. The Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which was introduced to prevent carbon leakage via emissions-intensive production outside of the EU jurisdiction, will force EU buyers to look harder into the carbon profile of their non-EU suppliers. Closer to home, the introduction of emissions regulations and disclosures would raise the cost of doing business, particularly affecting those with lack of scale advantages. Again, if these risks, if uncomprehended and unattended to, would mean marginalization from supply chains, cash flow and profitability strains for SMEs, and risk a non-viability endgame to their business. Next slide, please. So setting that stage, next slide. So setting that burning platform, why did we commission this report? So SMEs form a core part of the Alliance Bank strategy. We have predominantly been focused on the SME space. A large proportion of our book is in the SME segment, and if comparatively amongst peers, we have one of the larger proportion of SME lending of total book. So SME is a space that we've already been focused on. as part of our own sustainability journey, so it becomes apparent or clear that we will need to focus on this group of customers as well. So, as I mentioned, we focus on helping SMEs grow as part of our core strategy. The coined Accelerate strategy, a 4-year plan that leads up to FY 2027, was introduced by our bank earlier this year, which sees us continuing not just the velocity in the growth of our SME business, but also it introduces plans for our SMEs to adopt ESG practices. And as part of that effort, we needed to understand what we're dealing with, so we undertook a survey and published this survey report, ESG Insights from Malaysian SMEs, to provide insight on SMEs' understanding, readiness, and challenges in transitioning to ESG practices. Next slide, please. So the report basically explores current ESG trends amongst SMEs, issues and challenges faced by SMEs to become sustainable trade ready through adoption of ESG practices. And it also explores the readiness of SMEs to adopt ESG practices in Malaysia, and also opportunities. We looked into opportunities to improve the current banking ecosystem to facilitate ESG adoption by SMEs. Now, SMEs across various industries were surveyed to gather insights for our inaugural ESG survey. Through in-depth interviews, we spoke to SME ESG champions to understand the journey of ESG adoption for some of those champions. We spoke to SME industry reps for industry-level views on SME ESG adoption, drivers, barriers, and interventions that are deemed effective. We spoke to ESG subject matter experts on current ecosystems supporting SMEs on ESG adoption. And we also spoke to banks and financial institutions. Of the 610 survey respondents, the representation by sector is services, manufacturing, construction, and others, the lion's share being in services. And it predominantly kind of reflects the current makeup and profile of our entire economy as well, SME economy. Moving on. So what we found that SMEs have a distinct perspective in relation to ESG, and we feel that the insights from the survey actually give us an insight that SMEs should start viewing ESG as a way to differentiate themselves, to see it as a source of competitive advantage, as a way to brand themselves differently from their peers, as opposed to seeing it as one of those other things that raises the cost of compliance. Secondly, in addition to that, we should start looking at it as a way to unlock new opportunities, both in terms of supply chains that require ESG as a hygiene factor for participation, but also in looking at emerging new sectors that are coming up in renewable energy, energy efficiency, carbon capture and storage, so on and so forth. And thirdly, it's an opportunity to generate profits while ensuring that we're doing the right thing for the planet as well. Next slide. So, and this slide basically encapsulates the key aspects or key findings from the survey itself. All right. Now, what we found is that the key narrative here is that SMEs do recognize the benefits of ESG generally, but awareness and adoption, as expected, would be presently low. SMEs recognize the long-term benefits of ESG adoption and are eager to begin adopting ESG practices. So 3 out of 5 SMEs believe practicing ESG will ultimately create long-term value, a strong workforce, and increased business opportunities. Among those who have already adopted ESG into their business, 3 out of 4 started their journey within the last 5 years, with about 80% recognizing the value and plan to continue to pursue it. And amongst those who have not adopted ESG practices, about 60% are open to adopting ESG in the near future, with close to half likely to do so within the next 1 to 2 years. However, the present reality reflects a nascent level of understanding and adoption of ESG practices amongst SMEs. Only 28% of businesses surveyed has implemented some form of ESG practice in their operations, and most SMEs are not familiar with the term ESG even as perhaps they are practicing some aspects of ESG in their business and operations. Essentially, while many SMEs are keen to begin their ESG journey, there are distinct concerns regarding their understanding, readiness, and challenges in transitioning to a low-carbon business model, as well as to adopting ESG practices in their organization. And these challenges can be encapsulated in three aspects. One is lack of resources, whether in terms of financial resources or expertise within their organization. Number two is lack of guidance and directives for SMEs. And thirdly is lack of competencies on ESG. Next slide, please. Yeah. So going into, sorry, can we go to the previous slide, please? Previous one. Yeah. So some of the distinct challenges in adopting ESG by SMEs is number one, lack of resources. Due to their size, SMEs face certain challenges in terms of their capacity to address ESG issues within their operations, with lack of financial resources being cited as one of those issues. Therefore, ESG practices are often not considered a top priority amongst SMEs, which is reflected also in our survey results. The survey found that many of the SMEs prioritize ensuring survivability in the next 6 to 12 months with income stability and growth measures. The top three concerns of SMEs are profit growth, cash flow management, and sales planning, while only 5% responded that the implementation of ESG practices is a priority. So it's a very small number. Financial constraint appears to be the common challenge faced by all SMEs, as 60% cited adoption of ESG practices being costly. In terms of lack of guidance and directive for SMEs, now despite the many ESG guidelines and frameworks publicly available, both in terms of practice and adoption as well as disclosure requirements, it is felt that these are designed for larger organizations with capacity to actually address them. And many SMEs feel that it may not be relevant or is not customized or tuned for the realities of SMEs. Locally, perhaps there's a lack of policy directive for SMEs and SME-centric frameworks and information to help small businesses on their ESG journey. Again, this is the perspective on that. I think we've heard, for example, from the various speeches this morning, there are certain things that are already in place, and I'll cover that in a bit as well. Essentially, SMEs don't know where to start, even with the overwhelming amount of information that is available. Thirdly, in terms of competencies, the lack of competencies on ESG, SMEs surveyed have indicated lack of technical and operational know-how with limited experience in ESG. Next slide, please. Next one. Now, however, SMEs have an opportunity to benefit from adopting ESG. The benefits here, as we've surveyed, despite the challenges, our study shows that those who have already embedded ESG into their business have reaped very tangible benefits, such as 39% of ESG adopters reported improved profits and cost savings from ESG practices. 41% gained more branding awareness among consumers and customers. 34% had better risk management practices around the ESG dimensions. And 33% saw an increase in revenue. From an opportunity standpoint, through ESG adoption, SMEs have the potential to capture growing market opportunities generated through national policies like the recently announced NETA, National Energy Transition Roadmap. The implementation of NETA is expected to uplift GDP value from 25 billion in 2023 to 222 billion and generate about 310,000 jobs by 2050. The roadmap is also underpinned by one of 4 principles focused on creating high-value employment and high-impact economic opportunities for SMEs. SMEs, which are connected to the 6 identified economic opportunities, 6 identified energy transition levers, and 10 catalyst projects, can expect to benefit greatly from the energy transition roadmap. For example, one of the catalyst projects include a development by Tenaga Nasional in partnership with SMEs, cooperatives and state economic development corporations on large-scale power parks across 5 sites in several states with 100 megawatt deployments per site. The National Industrial Master Plan, which was released last week as well, the plan aims to revitalize the country's manufacturing sector and increase its value-added turnaround to 587.5 million by 2030. Embedded in the plan is a clear linkage to sustainability under Mission 4, which includes the following a commitment to foster climate resilient development through the following actions: development of a sectoral adaptation pathway to guide the transition, foster an adaptation industry to provide adaptation products and services, instill climate resilience measures for critical economic infrastructure. There's efforts to develop resilient supply chains through the following actions: identify specific supply chain resilience strategies, establish supply chain cooperation and collaboration through G2G and G2B programs, and introduce national mineral policy for downstream processing of critical minerals. You see this also in the Madani economy framework. What it sets is basically a framework that provides an opportunity to participate in new green emerging economies. And this is an area which is rife of value for SMEs to tap on. Moving on. Given the challenges and potential benefits of embedding ESG practice into business, there are certain solutions to ponder. One, the things that we can do is, number one, there needs to be more active engagement with SMEs, clearly. We need to have more conversations with regard to the risks and opportunities that ESG affords. Number two, I think the issue around the alphabet soup when it comes to ESG standards and disclosures, this needs to be simplified, made much more targeted, made much more practical for application in the SME segment. And thirdly, to do this, we will need parties, stakeholders from different segments to collaborate to provide these assistances and solutions for the SME space. Next slide, please. So the way we kind of approach this as a bank, for example, and this just to give an indication of what's happening within the financial services at the very least, because banks are moving away from just being a pure intermediary of capital and funds, and moving towards providing more holistic business support to customers, including the SME space. So what we do is we continue to actively engage SMEs and build knowledge around their needs with regard to ESG adoption. As one of the advocates that drives the adoption of ESG in Malaysia, Alliance Bank is committed to creating a sustainable community by promoting environmentally responsible actions. We use a 3A approach. It's about providing advocacy, providing advice, and providing answers. Advocacy means we're continuously talking to SMEs and speaking to them about those risks and opportunities which I mentioned earlier. Secondly, is to provide advice in cases where there are SMEs who want to embark on their sustainability or low carbon journey. We are there to provide a gap analysis as well as a transition plan template for them. And then thirdly is to provide the specific transition solutions for them, whether it's in the form of business solutions or financing solutions. Next slide. So in order to create practical solutions to address the needs of SMEs, we need to understand where SMEs can develop in relation to ESG. As an intermediary to SMEs, be it as a financial provider such as a financial institution or an investor, and as a corporate whom engages SMEs to respective supply value chains, engagement with our SME stakeholders are key to understand their capabilities and to provide clear expectations of what will be required of them. Banks currently are starting to classify our customers according to how climate friendly they are. And as we move forward and we understand how this relates to things like credit risk and so on and so forth, there may be future impact in terms of how we price our loans to also to SMEs. And so it's very important at this point in time for SMEs to prepare for that eventuality where if they are much more climate friendly or ESG prepared, they will be in a position to actually have much more facilitative cost-wise funding from banks. So at Alliance Bank, what we did, we did the survey. We also worked with academia to understand more sectoral-based or ESG-themed sectoral thought leadership content. We work in partnership with like-minded allies to pool knowledge on sectoral and segmental ESG issues, to develop tools and offer enabling propositions for ESG adoption and disclosure. We're happy to be working with UNGC as well as SME Corp and MGTC on this survey. We're working closely with UNGC to also work on a sort of a gap, self-assessment gap analysis that SMEs can do to compare themselves against standards and benchmarks on ESG, and then translate that into an action plan. We're working with Bursa on sustainability disclosures for SMEs, and we're working with various clients, including state energy companies and corporate partners on supply chain programs, which will include the SMEs segment invariably. These are in addition to the various conversations we still continue to have through discourses, forums, conferences, roundtables, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. So some of the other solutions that we provide, clearly, there's a whole bunch of digitalization solutions which help promote efficiency within the organization from a cost perspective, but also from an energy consumption perspective as well. We introduced a sustainability assistance program where we create an ecosystem of sustainability solution providers to assist our customers in first understanding what they need in order to embark on that sustainability journey, but also at the same time provide them the solutions they need, both in terms of business as well as financing solutions. In our case, we provide about 170 million in financing through this sustainability assistance program. And it contributes to the larger sustainability finance book that we've built to the tune of about 10 billion that we have currently. Next slide, please. So the other thing we need to do is to promote multi-stakeholder collaboration to advance a coherent ESG agenda and provide relevant incentives amongst SMEs. Examples of some of these initiatives might include the following: public and private partnerships and collaboration between businesses, NGOs, and other public stakeholders. This will help propel the advancement of the ESG agenda amongst SMEs. This could include supporting the development of ESG standards and frameworks tailored towards SMEs, as well as providing a platform for SMEs to share their experiences and best practices. We've seen positive traction in driving common and simplified ESG disclosures for SMEs through the recent publication of the Simplified ESG Disclosure Guide for SMEs by Capital Markets Malaysia, which is currently in public consultation. Further policy directives to guide SMEs will also be helpful to provide SMEs the visionary and leadership directive, which in SMEs' views is currently lacking. Fiscal policy benefits from government will also provide further support for SMEs to alleviate the financial resource constraint expressed by SMEs. So in conclusion, given the momentum globally to reach our climate commitments and increasing pressure amongst businesses to adopt more sustainable practices overall, it's important to recognize the unique challenges faced by SMEs, including in particular the lack of resources, financial as well as expertise, guidance and confidence to begin embedding ESG practices within their businesses. As action is imperative to prevent long-term consequences for SMEs and thus the national economy, it's vital that we continue efforts to engage SMEs, and thankfully we have this session here today to actually do that, to understand your perspectives, to understand SMEs' perspectives, and build solutions that are practical and tailored towards SMEs' distinct needs. Within this context, banks clearly are playing an important role to play beyond the mere intermediary function. Rather, banks must be much more judicious with regard to the allocation of capital towards greener, more climate-safe activities within the economy, and to connect with the right experts in the real economy to understand the pain points in facilitating a low-carbon transition, and to develop solutions that are nuanced and tailored towards specific sectors. Ultimately, banks and businesses at large must now have a purpose beyond profit. And that's pretty much it. And just for the next slide, if there's any interest, here's the QR code to our SME survey report. There's much more details and finer information on ESG adoption amongst SMEs. I hope you find it useful. And with that, I thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, YB Senator will now take leave. Let's give a big hand. Terima kasih, YB Senator. Thank you very much as well to Encik Rizal. He highlighted on so many things this morning, some things which many of us don't really give much thought. He highlighted on green financing, how to provide solutions, sustainability finance, public-private partnerships, support SMEs, to recognize challenges that SMEs are going through, and that banks must be greener and climate safe, and banks and businesses must now have a purpose in the current ambience in which we are going through right now. Thank you very much again, Encik Rizal. Thank you. Baiklah, seterusnya, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will be moving on where we will be talking about the competitiveness of SMEs in the global market. I'd now like to invite on stage Siobhan Das, the America-Malaysia Chamber of Commerce, Sven Schneider, the CEO EUROCHAM Malaysia, Professor Dr. Geoffrey Alan Williams, Professor and Dean of the Institute of Postgraduate Studies Malaysia, University of Science and Technology. And our session this morning will be moderated by Jenifer Thien herself, the Council Member of Climate Governance Malaysia. Dipersilakan. Hello. Right. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for carving out time from your very busy schedule to be with us this morning. And some of you have been with us since yesterday's. We have had an excellent day yesterday, and we already heard some very critical messages this morning from some distinguished guests. And my name is Jenifer Thien, and as mentioned earlier, I'm a council member with the Climate Governance Malaysia, and it's really my pleasure to facilitate this next session, which is a panel discussion on the topic of SME competitiveness in the global market. So in the time that we've got today, we're going to delve right into this very critical intersection between SMEs, carbon emission, carbon regulation, as well as the aspiration to be sustainable and to have sustainable competitiveness. So it's a really important conversation. And it is really without question that the business landscape that we are in today is undergoing profound transformation. It's driven by a lot of factors, and one of them is the existential threat posed by climate change. And with that, we can expect regulations in various nations and various regions to continue to evolve, and surely that will bring a paradigm shift in the way that we do business. I think it's also important to recognize that as our trading partners elevate their climate ambition, what that means is that for all Malaysian SMEs, it's really critical for us to understand our role as well as our impact in the supply chain. And this could be in the context, in a local context, in a regional context, or in a global context. So a very critical conversation for us to have, and we're very lucky to have with us here a very distinguished set of panels. So I'll do the quick intro once again, if I may. And we have with us Professor Dr. Geoffrey Williams. Professor Dr. Geoffrey is currently a professor at the Malaysian University of Science and Technology. He's also a member of the advisory board at iPortal Islamic Business Specialist, supported by MDEC. We also have with us Ms. Siobhan Das, so a very fascinating name. I've been I've been coached by Siobhan that you can pronounce her name
it rhymes with Yvonne, right? So she is the executive director of the MCHAM Malaysia, and she leads MCHAM's efforts in promoting the interests of members and providing critical business insights. And we also have with us Mr. Sven Schneider. He is the CEO of EUROCHAM Malaysia and leads the largest European business organization in the country, representing more than 1,500 members across various sectors and industries. So we have about 40 minutes for this session. And I would like to ask us, if possible, to be interactive. You know, we would love to hear from the audience in terms of your questions or even your comments. You know, so we will of course get the panelists to share their views on this very important topic. You know, but we will certainly be pausing to receive your questions and comments. Yeah. And for that, you can use the microphones which you have with you, and some of you have used that very well yesterday, so please continue to, we'll love to hear from you. Jeff, I would like to start with you first. So we've already heard this morning the overview of the overall SME ecosystem and how SMEs can and should adopt sustainable practices to be relevant and competitive. You have certainly done a huge amount of work in this space, so perhaps you can share your perspective and insights on the realities of the SME landscape in Malaysia today.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for inviting me. I'm going to provoke some ideas, not to offend anybody, but simply to provoke some ideas so that we understand the SME landscape in Malaysia. Many people say that SMEs are the backbone of the economy. They're not. It's just not true in Malaysia. It isn't. 98% of companies, for sure, are SMEs, for sure. But the contribution that SMEs make is less than 40%. In any European country, it would be 50 or 60%, much more. Of the 98% of companies that are listed which are SMEs, 78% of these companies are micro enterprises, which means 5 or fewer people. Most of them are not paying taxes because they're not profitable. Most of them are unproductive. They're hand-to-mouth, small enterprises with very few people, often family enterprises, barely making a living. This is the reality and the truth of the SME landscape in Malaysia. And in many other countries as well, by the way. I've just come back from Vietnam and I could have said exactly the same thing about Vietnam. This is the nature of it. Based on that reality, it is inconceivable that you could have the SMEs take on a heavy burden of ESG. And certainly if you start to force these heavy burdens of ESG on SMEs, you are going to make life so difficult for them that many of them will simply close down. And as a consequence of that closure, you will see very high levels of unemployment, low and continuing low incomes, and then you will have a very heavy social burden as a consequence, for example, of pushing too hard on an environmental agenda for SMEs, because actually the SMEs are not the main producers of the environmental damage. It's not true. They are no more producers of environmental damage than you and I might be. The scale might be a little bit different, but most of these guys are very small. And so they are not really producing very much more than we are producing in this conference hall. We just mentioned how cold it was, or in the car park. Just to be here, we are producing very much more in terms of carbon footprint and carbon impact than a typical SME. So we need to understand it in that context, that we cannot overburden SMEs with this responsibility of ESG. It's simply economically incorrect in terms of environmental, social, and governance infrastructure. It's also incorrect. For example, there was a comment just now about the claim that we are seeing more rain, which is causing more flooding, which causes harm and damage to SMEs, and therefore SMEs need to be concerned about climate change. That analysis, with the greatest of respect, is simply wrong. We may be seeing more rain, which may be leading to more flooding, but it isn't the climate change that is causing the flooding or causing the harm to the SMEs. It's the fact that there isn't a proper flood mitigation infrastructure to deal with the flooding. And the first thing that the Prime Minister did, even before he had a government in place, was to stop the corruption in the flood mitigation allocations. This is an ESG issue, but it's not an environmental issue, it's a governance issue. And so where is the harm and damage coming for SMEs in terms of ESG? It's not in terms of the environment, it's in terms of the governance. And if the governance were improved, the conditions for SMEs would improve, their overall business environment would improve, then their profitability, their productivity, their revenues would improve, then they would have the money and the incentive to invest in new technologies. And new technologies are almost by definition greener, cleaner, better technologies. And that's the big issue for many SMEs. They don't have the money to invest in the new technologies. Why? Because their overall business environment is being crushed down. Why? Because of governance issues, not because of environmental issues. So we need to change the narrative in that respect and to try to understand the impact of ESG on SMEs and the consequences of pushing too hard on the wrong element of the E, the S, or the G.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jeff. You know, in terms of what role do we expect to the SMEs to play? You know, do they carry the entire burden? So in that sense, I do agree with you that they may not carry the huge burden, but SMEs, I guess, has a role to play in terms of trying to understand how the world is going to change, how their customers are going to change, and therefore how they will adapt, right? So I think there's a huge balance there, which is very delicate. And I think this brings my next question to Siobhan. You know, in terms of the whole point about the supply chain and how SME fits in, right? So it's all very much interconnected today. And not only locally, but you know, what goes on around the world, around the region impacts us, impacts everyone, including all the SMEs. So maybe you can give us a view, Siobhan, in terms of what it takes to participate in this global or regional supply chain today, and how do you see this impacting all of us going forward?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for having AmCham here at this program today. Jeff, I totally agree with a lot of the things that you just said. And I think one of the things that we need to understand, and for an American chamber, we represent the opposite end of what you've just been talking about, which is mostly MNCs. And I think that's where the point of difference is. And it's how are the MNCs influencing, and also how are the MNCs supporting SMEs in their growth in this space. But I just to go back and touch on what Jeff was talking about, it's the MSMEs, which you're referring to. They sit at the bottom pyramid, at the bottom of the pyramid of Maslow's triangle. And we do need to find ways for them to get into the pyramid so that they can actually start addressing some of these areas. I think the thing that we need to do is how do we get them to grow in the right way with the ESG principles as they come off that pure sustainable, the poor kind of I need to be able to survive, the survivability piece. I think that's something we need to keep in mind as we get companies engaged in ESG, is how do I, as a MSME, move it up the triangle? Am I moving with ESG principles or not? But now I go from the perspective of MNCs and what we're doing here. I mean, the need for SMEs here to be part of that ecosystem, the MNCs are here because there is a solid and very robust ecosystem of SMEs. And that is the other reality for Malaysia. It is a trading nation. It has a tremendous amount of reliability and has grown over the last 50 years in its industrialization. The question now is, can it be reliable in the context of ESG? And I think that's what we are looking for in the ecosystem, is how reliable, how resilient can the SME ecosystem become for MNCs to look at Malaysia as part of their global supply chain, as part of the global value chain. And I think what SMEs need to also look at is, can they look at their own risks and then assess their risks as they want to plug into those value chains. You will see a slightly bifurcation in the market, because it's the SMEs that are feeding into the global system and the SMEs that are operating at the local level. But there's a bridge to it, because if you're only feeding into the local space, ultimately you need to check whether your value chain is feeding into that global value chain. You may be only dealing at a local level, but does that client that you have feed into a larger supply chain that will be looking back at you in their scope 3 to see whether or not you're actually complying to the emission standards, and that becomes your scope 1 and 2. And I think that's what Malaysian SMEs need to look at. And I think that going forward, what does it take to be part of this economic value chain? You need to check to see whether your energy supply coming into is going to be green. Do we have access to green energy? Is it reliable? Is it cost effective? Are we putting the right pressures in the space to make sure that we have access to that? Because if you don't have access to it, no matter what you do on the E and the S, you're not going to have access to be part of that conversation. And I think also this is where the government and the governance piece comes in, where it's really a role of the government to make sure the infrastructure for SMEs to be able to participate in this economy, in this rising economy, to be present. And is it easy to access? Is it operationally easy to implement? The measures that I think that were talked about in the previous speaker, and also what we're hearing from MITI, where they're trying to help local SMEs begin their journey. Are they measuring correctly? Do they have access to understanding what they need to do? If we can adopt some of these, it'll help SMEs move into that value chain, and when they're ready, plug into the global value chains. But we've got to find ways at the top to help, and I think a lot of companies that are here, MNCs, have very active vendor development programs. If you're already in their system, you are compliant to a global standard. So the question is, how do we get more SMEs looking to join that value chain, whether locally to a local client, whether they're MNC or an SME, another MSME, or directly into the global chain. So it's, what are we doing in that space? And can we give them the infrastructure to grow with green energy, the digital space? Is our data centers that we're putting in here, there's a lot of news of data centers coming in here, are they going to be funded or supported by green energy? Or do we still have a reliance on fossil fuels? How are we doing business? Can we do more that is actually greener in all our activities? And I absolutely agree. It's all on the G. If we can sort the G out, S and E will fall into place.
So Siobhan, thank you for raising the point about the fact that this is going to take a village, right? So it's not only about policies, so it's not only about governance, I think, but everybody has a role to play. You raised the point about MNCs playing a big role, and that I can really testify to the fact that if you want to continue to, for example, supply to MNCs, be an SME that supply to MNCs, you would have to get on this. You would have, your business will really need to embrace, what it means to be sustainable, what it means to be able to comply with some of the regulations to come. So in my previous life, I worked for Mars Incorporated, and we have the vendor program that you just talked about. And it's on us, it's on Mars to bring the suppliers along, some of them very, very small, And by doing that, that whole ecosystem, then will then create a much, much bigger impact. So MNCs does have a big role to play. And maybe the message here to some of the SMEs is that, if you haven't done so already, how do you hook up with a large MNC or someone who's already part of that journey? How can you be part of their ecosystem? And how can they then support you in that whole process? So thanks for that, Siobhan. Very good thoughts. And I want to turn to Sven. So Sven, the EU is very much leading the way with a whole wave of regulations, and that includes the CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. You have the deforestation regulations as well coming. So maybe you can give us a broader and deeper context in terms of what does all this regulation means? What is the impact, and how is it going to be implemented, Sven?
Yeah, thank you, Jenifer. Thank you for having me, and maybe also pointing back at what we have heard just now. It's very true what Jeff said, that when you look at our micro SMEs here in Malaysia, that it will be a huge challenge, and that we cannot overburden them. Yep. I think we acknowledge that. But then Siobhan came in and said, well, look, we need to also consider how they fit into supply chains locally and then globally. And I think that's where the challenge comes in, because for us in the European Union, and please take the caveat, I'm not representing the government side, I'm representing the industry side, because people always ask me, why are you doing this in Europe? And I'm like, I'm not doing it. Not necessarily all companies are also happy with how fast certain legislation is implemented, so please also take that into consideration. But yes, I think that's the word here. We are quite speedy in Europe when it comes to that, and we even have quite a volume. Jenifer, you mentioned CBAM, you mentioned EUDR, which are of immediate relevance because they are being implemented as we speak. CBAM, for example, will require companies to report their emissions if they don't, or their carbon footprint. If they are not able to report it, they will, from the beginning of next year, already be being penalized. So we are already at that stage. We are not at the consultation anymore. We are now in implementation, and obviously even the deforestation free directive has similar impact. When you look at Malaysia, palm oil comes to mind, but there's more. I mean, don't forget cocoa. There's a lot of agricultural product which will be affected, even products such as paper, because the raw material that goes in there. So, and that's just the beginning. So I guess I'm a bit the voice of urgency, understanding very well how difficult it is for the SMEs to do this. I fully understand. I can assure you a lot of European companies are also struggling, but they also understand the competitive edge that they are gaining, because frankly speaking, the European standards are the highest. So if you're trying to aspire to that, you're automatically ahead of anybody else. And with CBAM and EUDR, you have only two. You have to look at how sustainability reporting will be in the future being, how shall I say, defined for companies. And then certainly the next element will be sustainability due diligence, which is another component of the reporting side. And that goes deep into the supply chain. I think some of the speakers earlier actually mentioned it. You will have to look not only how you are actually acting in the context of your carbon footprint, your social efforts, your governance efforts. No, you have to look at your suppliers as well. HOS and MNC will look into the whole supply chain and will want to see documentation, certification, proof. So your sustainability reporting will become very, very important very fast. And as Siobhan pointed out, fortunately, we see a lot of MNCs, be it American, be it European, it doesn't matter, who have those vendor training programs, development programs. They're bringing them on board. And I think that's an enormously important effort, which is done by a lot of our companies as well. And frankly speaking, as I said, I'm a bit the voice of urgency here, because for us, a lot of legislation is already in place or will be in place very soon. We have also things on forced labor, which is, as you all know, a very unpopular topic as well. So we're going into the social component here. But that pressure is on as well. So don't feel if your local standard in Malaysia may be a bit lower, don't feel that saves you as an SME. Because if you have business relations with a European or an American company, these companies will start knocking your door and asking questions. And people always ask me, forced labor, how do I visualize that? How do I visualize the social component? You could even go as far as, imagine you're buying land from someone and you didn't know this was an Orang Asli land before, and the gentleman who took the land, whoever it might have been, maybe did it in not such a socially appropriate way. You buying that land for factory purposes could be in hot water. So your due diligence really goes deep. You have to look at it, and not only, because we're talking a lot about climate and environment, but you have to look at all the other components as well. We spoke about governance is super important, but don't forget social labor components. Don't forget even those elements on how you obtain your land and what was behind that buying of land. So there is a lot more work to be done. And when I look at it personally, I can see how hard it will be for an SME, because us keeping up at the chamber is hard. It's hard work. We are struggling often enough. Even preparing for today, I have a very short outline, but I could have brought you a book. I could have brought a book and would be flipping pages for you here to find all the information. It's really tough, and I understand that the SMEs are struggling. So that's why we are also engaging with our MNCs, because they have huge legal departments and public affairs teams who are all engaging with the government, be it here in Europe or in Malaysia, and they are able actually to develop those training programs. And obviously we are looking more into that as well. How can we facilitate it? How can we bring people together? And how can we help SMEs in that particular context? And I think what's also different for the European side compared to AmCham here in Malaysia, we do have quite a number of European SMEs as well. And as I mentioned, don't think that they are not struggling. They are struggling too. It is a lot of work. You have to look into it, and you have to invest. You have to get in new resources, manpower, skilled manpower for this, and that's not a simple effort, even for a European SME, even though they're already international, even though they're already operating here. It's also stretching them. So I think the effort has to be, we work together towards this, and certainly we are also giving a lot of feedback to Brussels and to the EU Commission. We have just done recently so, and they understand very well that Malaysian suppliers to European companies cannot from tomorrow onwards be fully compliant. That's impossible. So we are also trying to get some leeway, some leniency when it comes to the penalization, for example, for CBAM and so on. So we're working on that. But I can assure you it's not an easy effort. And I think I closed there. I could say a lot more, but the pressure is on. That's what I want to say.
All right, thank you, Sven. I think there's a broader message around the point that don't try to do this by yourself, right? So you, as an SME, there are various resources that you can tap into, and certainly, some of the larger businesses, they are on the hook as well. So they will want to make sure that those of you who are supplying to the larger businesses are able to get on the journey. So please make sure that you are part of some ecosystem and able to tap into the resources. I want to remind everyone again that we want to hear from you. We want to hear your comments. So I already see a hand raised there. Sir.
Okay, my name is Anthony Wong. I represent the Hotel Owners Association of Malaysia. I'm the secretary. My hotel is French Penny in Langkawi.
Okay,
now,
nice.
In terms of sustainable hotel, how does EView recognize, are there rules set up that people should go to certified green hotel, green sustainable hotel, so that that we have to push them, because we need consumer, we need rules so that we can push them. I mean, ASEAN has got the ASEAN Green Hotels, some sort of framework that was started in 2009, so that if there is some pressure, then it will pressure the hotels to move it for, much more on the sustainable side.
Great question, great questions. I think Sven, there's a mention about EU. Did you mention EU? So I'll push that to you first, and I'll invite Jeff and Siobhan to chip in, yeah? Go ahead.
It's a slightly more difficult question because we're dealing a lot with manufacturing. Looking at the overall reporting requirements, obviously they will affect the service sector as well, hospitality as well. And you would have started to look into where you get your energy supply, your food supplies, and certainly how energy efficient is your hotel, etc. There are many components to it, as you know. And yes, there is a certain pressure to that, but if you look at things like CBAM, for example, they're looking at trading across borders, right? So that doesn't affect you as a service provider. EODR, I also don't see an immediate impact there. I would say the consumer becomes, in Europe in particular, extremely conscious. So that's definitely a pressure point for you, because they may start questioning and how sustainable the hotel is. And for you, it's probably thereby more a marketing tool to secure more customers in that sense, but you would probably not be under immediate pressure to comply to something. As I said, there are reporting requirements, but they usually affect the manufacturing sector and the trading sector much more than it would immediately affect you. But for now, I would see in particular, and I'm happy to come back to you with more after I relooked at hospitality, because as I said, it's a lot of legislation there. But I would not see an immediate pressure point. Like I said, CBAM actually does penalize you from the beginning of next year. So this kind of threat you don't have as of now. It might come, but not for now. But from a marketing side, yeah, definitely there is a completely new awareness of people looking into how conscious or how green is your hotel, how socially conscious is your hotel, and certainly the governance aspect to some extent as well. So that would be my preliminary response, because as I said, I would have to check for more details.
Thank you, Sven. Siobhan.
I love this question because my husband is a hotelier, or a retired hotelier, and working on it all the time. But it's going to affect you. Okay, first of all, the difference between, I think what we're talking about is the requirements that impel manufacturers to do this. That's promoting. The reality is that ESG is a change of ethos. It's how you're doing business. And that's where we need to work to get to. We need to all change the way we want to do business. We want to make sure that the people that we hire are treated well. We want to make sure that we're not doing any damage to the environment where we're in. We want to make sure that, that we are operating on certain standards. And that should be in any business and every business, and especially the hotel business, which is a service industry. You want to make sure that your employees are treated well, and that's the S, right? And then your environmental, are you doing damage to your environment? Are you supporting your environment? You have a carbon footprint. Say if you're in the middle of a mangrove area, what is your impact on that mangrove? Are you dispelling water into the environment that has been treated and not treated? So I think that there is a lot more urgency actually in the services as there is in the manufacturing world. So I really think it's about, your choices are going to come from your consumer. When your consumer looks you up and they rate the hotel and they rate the service that they're buying, they are going to be looking to see whether you are taking on these practices, whether or not there is a metric towards it. And I think that's where we as a country, we're already doing a lot of stuff. We just don't measure it. I think there was a recent Grant Thornton survey that actually said that Malaysian SMEs actually have adopted a lot of ESG practices, but they have not reported it because they aren't measuring it. And I think that's one of the things we do need to help SMEs do, which is how do they measure what they are actually doing and where they are, and allows you to express that to the consumer on the services side, which provides the consumer a choice. And ultimately, that's a choice that Malaysian SMEs also will have to make. Do I want to operate at a local level, or do I want to operate at a regional and global level? And this is for both services and manufacturing. And in making that choice, you have to decide whether you want to be or can be compliant to the regulations that allow you to operate in the global value chains, whether you're a service or a manufacturer.
Thank you. Jeff, you want to
Okay,
have a go?
you want me to talk about the hotels? Okay,
you look like you have an opinion.
we have been talking about hotels for 20 years. Anyway, at the Chamber of Commerce, when I was the deputy chairman, we had a lot of discussion about these issues. There is a small market segment of tourists who care about these issues of ESG, a very small, very, 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 very small group of people. Everybody else doesn't care. Chinese tourists do not care about the sustainability of your hotel. They don't. The tourists from the Middle East care, is your hotel halal or not? That's it. And just about everybody else, including the Chinese and the people from the Middle East, care about the availability of your rooms and the price of your rooms relative to your competitors. When they go to Agoda or Booking.com, they don't care about the sustainability footprint of your hotel. They care about how much is it going to cost me. That's what they care about. And European tourists, for example, where there are a lot of these standards and a lot of, this fantasy story that Europeans somehow care about this is not, it's just not true. They will come here to Malaysia 1 year, they will go to Thailand the next year, Vietnam the next year, Indonesia the next year, and what they care about is, can they have an Asian holiday experience at the lowest possible price, and how is the exchange rate doing at the moment? That's what they care about. It's as simple as that. And it's been like that for 20 years. We've been talking about hotel standards for 20 years, and it will continue to be like that into the future. Yeah, so that's just the reality of it. So if you are being, like I mentioned at the beginning, encouraged or forced or penalized for not having these ESG issues, unless you're aiming at a particular market segment, it's not going to help your business to do that. Can I just say something, sorry, a little bit about the supply chain preferred vendor schemes? In principle, yes. The large companies, whether they're GLCs or multinational corporations, in principle, yes. They could help to push this agenda through to the SME, through the supply chain, for sure. And many of them, of course, they all have preferred vendor schemes. My company is on a preferred vendor scheme for multiple places. Even the finance ministry has preferred vendor schemes. And you can use these types of criteria to be an eligibility criteria for the preferred vendor schemes, as well as the new progressive wage. I've suggested that you want to have adoption of the progressive wage, you make it eligibility criteria to be a vendor, and that would help with the social part of things. However, I don't think that we can over-rely upon that, because now multinational corporations are changing from what used to be called a risk statement into now what is called a resilience statement. What is the difference between a risk statement and a resilience statement? A risk statement is you identify your risks, you change your business model so that you're not facing those risks, you mitigate and reduce the risk. A resilience statement simply says, I face these risks, but I have a good set of lawyers to deal with the complaints so that my company is resilient to the complaints and the fines and the NGO attention, and my company survives even if we face this hostility. And unfortunately, for many, certainly of the biggest multinational corporations, they are more concerned about resilience to pressure on ESG, not reducing the risk of the ESG elements of their companies, unfortunately. So one would hope that they would be a catalyst and a leader for helping the SMEs. I just don't see the reality. In the reality of it, it doesn't make business sense for them to do it.
There's just one thing I wanted to add in the factor of, especially for services and hotels, is there pressure that you're getting from your bankers to demonstrate ESG compliance?
Okay, under tourism hospitality, we do have World Green Building Council started by architects and engineers So hotels could be certified globally. This is only one council in each country. So there are certification for it. So people can recognize. And also the government does give incentive for hotels or buildings to be greener. With lower interest rate, there are encouragement for that. Yeah, so like our resort, we are certified gold, but they only know how to certify building outside where we have got 10 acres of greenery and water. They do not know how to certify. So it's an evolving issue. Yeah, even with climate change certification. Yeah, criteria is not yet there. So these are something we have to adopt. But you're correct. The Asian market couldn't be bothered. But there's a small market who understand, and 80% of my market are international, and the majority are European market. They appreciate a green, sustainable hotel actually. But it's a very small market.
And just remember, these guys are flying over and increasing their carbon footprint to come to Malaysia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's one way of looking at it in terms of how many people care. But the other flip, the flip side of it is that we've always there is a point of view, a very strong point of view that if you really adopt the E and the S and the G, it makes you a better business. We actually save quite a bit of money. Yes.
We save 30% operating costs, actually. Because when we started from day one, 17 years ago, we started basic with 25 ways to save. Now we are over 200 ways. There is saving in terms of SDG practice.
Yeah. I think it's true. I think if you can, a lot of businesses would approach this from a compliance standpoint to start with. They have to comply with something. But hopefully over time, you realize that this makes great business sense. You save energy, you're able to attract great people to work with you, to retain the talent, and the environment that you are protecting is going to make people come back to enjoy it. So I think it makes you a better business overall. We've got about 5 minutes, and I want to. Okay, we've got a question there, please. Oh, 2. We've got 2. Okay, but go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Ravin, and I'm from the Companies Commission of Malaysia. Thank you, panelists, for your insightful sharing. I'm going to go back to what Jeff have started off, where you said that the element of G sort of being neglected, and if you tackle the element of G, you will sort it out the element of E and S as well. And I just want to share, if let's say we see the UNODC's recent report on environmental crime, and it is clearly mentioned in that report billions of dollars being actually laundered through the activities of environmental crime. When I mention environmental crime, basically I'm referring to crimes related to illegal mining, illegal trafficking, illegal timber, wildlife trading, and also modern slavery. So much of attention is being actually given to the element of E at this point of time, where what I see is we see sometimes regulator probably have actually neglected the G part, when the G part is the main cause of the problem. So I pretty much agree with what Jeff you said, that because the G element is again related to the corruption. So if you don't tackle the issues of this, so it's gonna come back. And when we look at the SMEs, and if you go back to look at the UNODC report, large amount of SMEs who are actually involved in these activities, but nobody is looking into that. Even the environmental authorities, they are not looking into this because they consider this as a petty crime. So I think this should be as well tackled as well, and should not be neglected. Thank you.
So thank you for that comment. I think yesterday this was one of the point of topic as well, that it's not enough just to have policies, but you need to make sure that policies are adhered to and so on. Is there a reaction?
Yes,
perhaps,
yes.
Jeff?
Can I just comment on that?
Yeah.
I have, for the longest time, been trying to engage with SSM and other regulators on this issue of governance. The real touch point for governance for SMEs is their annual audited accounts. That's basically it, and then their company secretary does their various annual returns and this sort of thing. You have to do it every year, otherwise you get fined. So where are the ESG components there? The simplest way of finding out the carbon footprint of an SME is to get the auditor to say, how much did you spend on electricity? What was your kilowatt hours in electricity? How much did you spend on petrol? What was your number of liters of petrol that you did? How much waste have you been producing? The auditor knows this because the auditor has the bills in front of them. And they could produce a very simple, straightforward ESG statement for every single company in the entire country. Every one of the 1.5 million companies, if you change the SSM auditing rules. Tell me what was your kilowatt hours. Tell me what was your petrol use. Tell me what is your wastage. Tell me if you are paying the minimum wage or not. Tell me if you're involved in foreign workers. How many? Tell me if there's any illegality there. It's the auditors that are the touch point. But they will only do what SSM asks them to do, or require them to do. So if SSM require them to audit, the auditors will do it, you will cut it out, a lot of it. And for the longest time, we have been trying to push on this.
Sven, I'm going to step in.
I just want to add on to this, also kind of related to Jeff's earlier comment. I think it's crucial to understand that the EU legislation will affect exactly that point. If you look at sustainability reporting and the component of due diligence, there will be exactly this requirement, and it will be pushed down from the top to the bottom. So also look, if we're looking at preferred vendor and all that, I wanted to add on to this earlier, there will be that pressure automatically on the MNC to look into it, because the reporting requirement will be there, because there will be penalties, and the legislation will have teeth, as we always like to say. We know our friends in the US occasionally stop something at port. Well, guess what? That's going to happen in Europe soon too. That's the next step. Now, hospitality, that is not really coming to you now, obviously, but I'm trying to say this pressure is translating down to the last component of the supply chain. I'm not saying tomorrow, not today, obviously, but it will, and thereby the SMEs have to act. Thereby, it would be great if SSM is starting to look into what Jeff is saying, because we will need that data very soon. We need to measure the carbon footprint. We have to measure social components, governance components. And this requirement will come probably through pressure like this. And I'm sure in the US we will see very similar things very soon. So I think it's something we rather should implement sooner, because SMEs and auditors are prepared then. When the legislation is actually in place. So that's an important one.
Excellent point. Siobhan, just a quick one from you, and then I want to take one last question, and then we have to close.
I just want to add, this is the number one question is, where do I start? And the SMEs don't know where to start. They can start with exactly Jeff's point, their own billing. They don't have to wait for a metric. They don't have to. They can look into their own billing. They can measure how many of my employees did I have to give them travel allowance? How many miles did I just pay for? Rack them up, measure them, go into those reporting miles and say, okay, I actually paid for this much petrol.
Yeah. So
Why?
start by understanding
your
where
own
you
billing.
are.
Yeah, your own bills, and I think that's the exactly, and that's where you start the journey for any, whether you're micro or not. And this is where I agree. The journey has to start with anybody who decides to go into business at the smallest stage until the largest stage. And if every SME can do that, we are starting the journey.
Great advice, Siobhan. Know where you are today. So yeah, one last one there, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jenifer. I agree very much with what Professor Williams said much earlier about the role, about SMEs. And I'd like to emphasize here micro and small. there is a huge difference between micro, small, and medium enterprises. As a former entrepreneur, I had a company which I ran about 15 years, with staff of 15 at the most at one time. And we had to, depending on our revenue source and stages of business, we fluctuated between 3 and 15. Not easy, extremely challenging in an environment where we went into situations of COVID and henceforth, everyone knows the situation. Now, so what Professor Williams said about please do not overburden ESG requirements on SME must be taken on board. Because as SMEs, and my area of work is in ocean governance and policy, so I worked a lot with micro businesses in Malaysia, in the ocean space or in the coastal zone space. We have, you're familiar with keropok, fish crackers, and voodoo and that sort of things from the ocean, products from the ocean. These are micro enterprises, highly, they're everywhere, scattered all around the peninsula particularly. Not very educated people, mostly traditional ways, so they will not understand what ESG is. It will be very hard. We had situations where we were just talking to fishermen saying, this was 20 years ago, mind you, that you need to not take everything from the ocean because it's for sustainability of your own fishing industry and for your family. And most of them said, why would we care about the future generation? They'll take care of themselves. We need to feed ourselves now and our children. Why? How would you think they would, how can they even accept or understand the concept of ESG? Hence, what we have said in the past, yesterday and today, about education awareness, that is extremely important in this journey of this country going through ESG implementation. We are nowhere near there, really, with SMEs. Small and micro, I'm talking about that. That's one. Because I'm in the marine sector, I also have worked in the marine tourism sector. And what Mr. Anthony Wong said, as well as Professor Williams said, about people not caring, that is absolutely true. We have worked about how do we sustain the marine environment for tourism, just for the conservation's sake, for fishing. It's not easy, and there is a lot of work to be done. And I'm all about sustainability, an advocate, I would say, because of the work that we do. And there is a lot for us to actually think about how we would like this journey for Malaysians, SMEs, to take on. So the idea what you have on the board, the SME competitiveness in the global market, SMEs don't generally think about being competitive in the global market. They just want to survive. So there is a lot of education that we need to do with this, this group of businesses. Thank you.
Thank you for raising the points, Juwita. I think this is the reason why we are all here. This is why, a lot of resources have been put into education, right? And it's going to be a journey. And I think the bus has left the station in terms of, the changes are coming in, the green wave per se is here, right? So the question is, how are we going to bring all of our MSMEs along with us? So it is going to be a challenge. If it's easy, it would have already been done yesterday, Juwita. So I appreciate the challenge that you've put on the table. I also appreciate this panel very much. You know, I love the differing points of views, and also we could go on, I think, for the next hour, but we just ran out of time. Yeah, Siobhan. Yeah.
I just want to, I mean, I think the work that you're doing is great because we have to address it. But it's not about not burdening the MSMEs. They need to create the awareness, which is what you're doing with your work. But there is a huge section of activity in Malaysia that involves SMEs that are plugged into global value chains. And that, I think, is where we need to really, really, really push the boundaries, because it is an engine of growth and is an engine of growth for the country. We can't just let them off the hook. Yeah. We need to encourage them to be part of that compliance, to encourage them to take on a new ethos. In the meantime, advocates like you working on the MSMEs and educating them and explaining to them why it's important to understand the world that they are living in. If not, you're going to end up, and if you talk about the fisheries, you'll end up with the big issues that the WTO is handling today on overfishing. Yeah. You know, and so everything trickles. If you don't educate the person today, you don't know where that person is going to end up being a massive conglomerate tomorrow and saying, well, I'm just going to apply the same principles that when I fished at my local beach to the rest of the ocean. So it has to be education at your level, but the SMEs that are here and plugging into our ecosystem that drives a huge section of Malaysia's economy also need to be to take on that responsibility.
I think the narrative has really got to be beyond just compliance. The narrative has got to be about, will this make you a better business person? Will this help you to create a better business in the end? Yeah. So with that, we want to close the session. I really want to thank the panel. Let's give them a round of applause. And with that, I'm going to pass it back to Russ.
Thank you, Jenifer. Thank you to all our panelists. Wow, that was a very interesting discussion. I appreciate everyone coming together, asking questions. Now I'd like to ask for you to just take a quick photo. And we were supposed to have a break, but I'm afraid we have to compress it, so we will not have a break. We'll have a break during lunch. Let's take a group photo now, please. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Siobhan, Sven, Professor Geoffrey, and also Jenifer. Big hand. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will be going on after this with a subject on harnessing data and analytics, Decarbonising the SME by Michael Salvatico. He's the head of Asia, Pacific, Middle East and Africa ESG Solutions, S&P Global Sustainable. But before we do that, I'd like to kindly ask to remind all of you to scan the QR code. It will be flashed on the screen in a moment. This will contribute to our impact report and also a survey on WOVA. Our Wi-Fi today is sponsored by Celcom DG, and the password is by the entrance. So kindly scan the code. And I'd like to invite on stage Michael Salvatico. Let's give him a big hand.
Thank you. Is that working? Great. Had to walk all the way across the stage. I could come up this way. It would have been quicker.
Good exercise in the morning.
Thank you. Yeah. And you thought you were getting a break, but you're not. You've got to listen to me. So I hope you're all okay with that. The plans have changed. I'm going to make this entertaining for you as well, so hopefully you don't need the break, and you'll get the break a bit later on. How many times was the word start used in the last presentation? Does anybody know? Did anybody count the word start? We're talking about SME reporting, and they need to start reporting. Right, it was at least 3 times I heard. It's a perfect segue to my presentation, because the same goes for SME in the climate change and decarbonising space. They need to start. In this presentation, I'm going to start by giving you the perspective of why it's important. We need to remember why it's important for SMEs to be reporting, right? It's not just you need to report. There's good reason for companies to be reporting, all companies to be reporting. It's a transparency factor. It's, as an investor, as a stakeholder, it's information that's becoming increasingly important to our decisions to invest or to buy or to lend to. Right, so these are critical. And then I'm going to show you some of the data that companies are using, SMEs are using. Can I ask how many people in the audience are, I'm going to start with financial institutions. Who's banking? Who's in banking? Put up your hands if you're from the banking industry. Yes, no, one very small hand, okay. Usually bankers put their hands up very high. What about investing, from investment management, asset owner space? Hands up. Okay, got some slides. I'm not seeing anybody in that space, maybe one or two. What about from the SME space? Put up your hands if you're in the SME space. Yeah, okay, we've got a couple. Right, okay, well, this presentation is for all of you guys. What are the rest of you doing in the room? Hopefully you're in service industries or related industries, and this is important to you as well. I need a clicker to go through this, or do we have somebody else doing the clicking for me? Next slide. Yep, you're going to do next slide. I'll just ask for next slide and you'll change. Is that the way it's going to work? Okay? Yep, we can do that. Fantastic. It's important that you know where I come from and what I do and my relevance to this role. So I'm with S&P Global Sustainable One, and Sustainable One is a function that sits across the 5 different divisions at S&P Global. Some of you will already be clients of one of those divisions, and I thank you for that. The other divisions you might not be aware of. So let me just give you some perspective on what those divisions are. It's market intelligence, which is data analytics and services. We're going to be speaking a lot about data. That's why I start with them. That data is used in indices. S&P Global has a big index business. Hopefully you know about that as well. The credit ratings business. We work with a lot of financial institutions and rate corporates on credit. We have a commodity insights business. Very important in this part of the world because you have a lot of commodities that we analyse and create future pricing benchmarks for. And mobility. In terms of sustainability, sustainability is important to all of those divisions. Each one of those divisions has a sustainability offering and solution. Each one of the solutions that we have works with organisations around the world. So what I bring to you today is the views of S&P Global, but the views of S&P Global through the lens of all the organisations that we participate in. Some of these you'll be familiar with. TCFD, we're going to talk about more today. TNFD, I won't mention today, but it's definitely a big part of what we do. Contributing to IFRS, who has been focused on ISSB and what IFRS work's been doing. I'm sure a lot of you have been in that space. I said is one of the most important initiatives that we have had in 2023, and a number of the organisations we partner with. Let's jump into why data is important. If we go to the next slide, please. Sustainability data. I wanted to give you a perspective on sustainability, maybe from a different lens from what you don't normally think about. Okay, so if you think about sustainability as anticipating and managing current and future environmental, social, governance, economics, opportunities and risks. That's definitely the risk side of sustainability. But there is also the quality, innovation and competitive advantages and long-term value. These are just as important to SMEs as they are to the largest global listed companies. ESG is giving you the opportunity to differentiate yourself, to attract better staff or more engaged staff, to create a competitive advantage and long-term value. Next slide, please. These are the pain points that companies tell us about. If you're focused on sustainability, I'm sure these are some of the issues that you see and are concerned about. This is what the companies we work with tell us. It tends to be the larger listed companies, but you'll see that each of these is potentially as relevant to SMEs. Improved long-term returns, managing investment risk, attraction of talent, board pressure, external stakeholder requirements. these are the problems that reporting helps to address. Next slide, please. Many of you will know some of these aspects of sustainability. What this slide aims to bring to you is an evolution, an increasing importance of sustainability to an organisation. Of course, brand reputation, showcasing your sustainable operations and initiatives has always been important. Employee relations, talent and stakeholder relations. These are still important today. But what we see more and more when we work with organisations are investor visibility, social licence to operate, risk management, regulatory compliance, competitive advantage and new opportunities. Just as relevant to SMEs. In fact, what we see is an evolution from an innovation around sustainability. It was the innovators driving the reporting, driving the initiatives, pushing the boundaries for greater sustainability. That was the innovation. We've seen that move from innovation to compliance. A greater focus on reporting driven by regulators. We heard today in the previous panel that the regulation we're seeing happening internationally is likely to affect companies in Malaysia. Companies that are in the supply chain of European companies or companies that are in portfolios of European companies captured by their regulatory reporting. So a shifting focus from brand and reputation to value creation. What organisation does not want to create value? Next slide, please. Thinking about it from the investor perspective, because this is what's important to SMEs. They're getting their capital from somewhere, often, depending on the size, coming through debt, maybe they have equity issuance. Investors focus on materiality, market demand and regulation. We'll see some commonality between these themes as we go through these slides, and why investors integrate ESG. I focus on the bottom three: lowering investment risk, giving investment professionals the tools and data they need. Just as important for large listed companies as it is for small companies. Greater transparency, greater consistency of the data being reported by SMEs. So the question is, how do we achieve that? Next slide, please. Finally, to put the perspective on the importance of ESG data for SMEs, I've spoken about investors, but it's relevant to a broad range of stakeholders. And this slide gives you a summary of the stakeholders that are focused on greater sustainability, greater transparency of reporting. Shareholders and asset managers, but as much debt holders. The banks that we work with are incorporating ESG data into their analysis. They're operationalizing the measure of sustainability in their debt calculations. And that captures SMEs. You think about a bank's portfolio, a loan book, it's the same as that 80-20 rule. You know, the 80-20 rule, 80% of your exposure is in probably 20% of companies, the largest 20% of companies. But what about the other 80% of companies? The tail end of a loan book is very long, and trying to analyse that tail end is a big challenge, because that's the SME side that's not reporting as consistently. Customers, employees and regulators. Next slide, please. So what are the solutions available to these SMEs? The reason I harped on the word start, and start, how many times start was mentioned, is because there is a starting point for SMEs. And that starting point is, by nature, a starter pack. It makes sense. I created the starter pack to help SMEs to easily calculate and report on their metrics. And so the first step is understanding your baseline ESG performance through a materiality assessment. And again, because we're a global organisation, when we look at these organisations, we apply a global lens. So we're looking at SASB and GRI, standards that are recognised by large companies. That helps financial institutions, because when they look at the SME reported data, they know that there's consistency between what the SME data is being calculated on, the standards and protocols, and what their larger companies are reporting on. Collecting the data, calculating the data if it's not available, Scope 1, Scope 2 emissions, creating a disclosure report. Disclosure reports which are probably going to be used internally for these SMEs. Think about it, they'll probably look at it and use it as their baseline metrics. They'll be giving those reports to their bankers, maybe not publishing them on their websites, but the point there is it's not necessarily for small companies to be disclosing everything publicly, but to be disclosing it to the people who need to know. One of the interesting points that was made in the earlier panel by Dr. Williams, don't know if he's in the audience, when he was mentioning auditors doing the reporting. I mean, I think that's definitely an option, and all options are on the table. My first thought was, the future that I see for auditors is providing assurance around the numbers. And if you've got auditors doing the calculation and providing assurance, there might be a conflict of interest there. This is where it's helpful to have third-party organisations that are experts in calculating these emissions. On to the next slide, please. So once you've gone into the starter pack and understood the high level ESG materiality and the carbon footprint, you might wonder where the first starting point is. Well, from a decarbonisation perspective, it's the carbon emissions. So in that starter pack, one of the areas that we focus on is calculating Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. Now, for those of you who are new to the scopes of emissions, your Scope 1 emissions are your direct emissions. It's what you're burning in-house yourself, the fuels that you're using in your organisation. Scope 2 are those indirect emissions that you generally buy in through electricity. And so these are both important, and reducing these are both part of the decarbonisation pathway. Decarbonisation means reducing these, reducing the carbon intensity. Carbon intensity is the calculation of your total emissions, your actual emissions divided by a metric like revenue. And it's a measure of efficiency. So you can see here the units being used to calculate the emissions for, in this example, stationary fuel use. It's tonnes or gallons of fuel used, whereas for Scope 2, it's megawatt hours. The more detail you have, the more granular the calculation. What's important here is to be using protocols that are widely accepted, like the Greenhouse Gas Protocol. Would you be surprised if I said that of the 17,000 companies that we calculate carbon emissions for, large listed companies, we find that 1 in 3 of those companies reports a metric incorrectly? It's kind of a surprise, right? It's not necessarily that they're aiming to mislead, it's that they don't have the necessary expertise and knowledge to be calculating using a standard like GHG protocol, or that they understand that these metrics need to capture the full scopes of their business, the full business, the operations of the business. Next slide, please. What's increasingly important in this space are the emissions in your value chain. So once you've calculated the emissions in your operations, Scope 1 and Scope 2, it then becomes important to understand the emissions in your value chain. Upstream, what happens from when the minerals are dug out of the ground, produced into doors or glass, come into your factory, get bolted onto your car. The car leaves your factory, gets sold, goes to a user, driver, drives it around for 10 years, drives it to hopefully a recycling station, and that, what are the emissions of that total lifespan? And the reason it's important is that you can see here, this chart is sorted on the left-hand side by those sectors that have the highest Scope 3 as a proportion of their business. That's why I gave the example of automobiles. A large part of automobiles is the downstream Scope 3. Capital goods, insurance, banks, a large part of a bank's exposure sits in their loan book. Calculating the emissions of the loan book is an important part. It also comes into science-based targets initiatives. I'll talk a bit more about that. All the way through to some of the areas like commercial and professional services, which have a lower Scope 3. Next slide, please. Calculating that Scope 3 is an important part of TCFD disclosure. So TCFD is a standard. It's been set since June 2017. It captured the attention of the entire world because it gave the world a standardized way to think about measuring climate change. And that's especially important for an organisation that's looking to apply a global lens to their calculations to create comparable and consistent metrics, data that you can use across all of your investments. Emissions baseline, Scope 1, Scope 2, potentially Scope 3, very important starting point, but it's backward looking. It's looking over here. This is what we did. These are the emissions that our operations created. What's becoming increasingly important is what's happening on this side, the future. What are you doing to reduce those emissions? What are your plans? What are your procedures? What are your targets? What are your goals? Are those targets science-based? We'll come back to science-based in a sec. Got some slide interaction going. That's the physical risk analysis. Sorry, that's the transition risk analysis, is what you're doing in the future to reduce those emissions, to align, to decarbonise, to align to Paris, net zero alignment, 2030 reduction. Used to be 50% emissions. We used to have a 300 gigaton target. We've got less than that now. Physical risk analysis is the impact of storms, intensities, floods, heat waves, impacting on the assets that form part of the business. For SMEs, we have tools that they can enter in the asset, where their locations are, and it will calculate the financial impact of climate change or on the physical risks on that asset. And soon we'll have the same for biodiversity as well. And then the TCFD aligned report gives that organisation the report they need to give to their banks, to give to their investors, to give to their customers, to hand over to their customers in Europe, for instance. And these are real examples, right? So there's a great example. I spent a lot of time in New Zealand because they've got mandatory reporting, which is just released, mandatory climate change reporting. And there's a great example that hit the papers where Fonterra, a milk producer, received a phone call from Nestle, one of their big customers. And Nestle asked them for more information on their climate resilience. They asked them for their Scope 3 emissions. When a big customer comes asking for sustainability data, it's nice to have it already and not have to be producing it at the last minute, right? Next slide, please. Great. I've mentioned science-based targets a couple of times. Equally as important to, let's say, the M rather than the S maybe, depending on how big the S is, different definitions of what the S size is. But having your targets and commitments approved, verified through an organisation that's internationally recognised, like the SBTI, the Science Based Targets Initiative, provides that credibility of your commitments. And for those organisations like S&P Global, we're very proud to say we have a science-based target. We have a commitment to reduce our emissions by 2030. In fact, we're going to reduce our emissions earlier than 2030. We have targets for 2025 to reduce our emissions. If you're not calculating your emissions, or if you're not verifying your targets using a science-based target, then it'll get modelled. It'll get calculated. Somebody else will do the calculation for you without you necessarily being involved, which means you lose control of the story. You lose control of your own climate change decarbonisation story. And that can, you know, that leads to challenges within the organisation around what you will achieve in the future. If we go to the next slide, I bring this in more from an understanding. Next slide. I talk about losing control and having your metrics modelled. So this is an example for the SMEs in the room to understand what a financial institution does when you don't disclose, right? So the financial institution sits there and says, right, I need to have some measure of the metrics. I need to be able to compare. I need a footprint. I need a footprint, carbon footprint. I need to be able to calculate where my exposure is. So what happens is in step one, the financial institution will use data that's available, that's been calculated and disclosed, or modelled by an organisation like S&P Global. But if that data is not available, then the financial institution will model it themselves. They'll estimate it. Now, there are good ways to estimate it, don't get me wrong. It's not like guessing, it's not throwing a dart at the board. There are metrics that you can use, and there are ways that you can ensure that your estimation is a close approximation of what it's going to be, but it's not going to be as good as if the company discloses itself. And I think this is the most compelling thing for SMEs, is take the time to calculate your own metrics, because if you don't, it'll be done in an estimation for you. And you totally lose control over the message and the calculation of your operations. Next slide, please. As we think about decarbonisation, decarbonisation is one part of the sustainability profile of a company. It's a very important part, and we capture that under the climate strategy section of the corporate sustainability assessment. Some of you will know the corporate sustainability assessment more as the Dow Jones Sustainability Index Survey. It's the assessment that we acquired from Robeco Sam in 2019. And what you'll notice is, since we acquired it in 2019, over here on the right-hand side, we've gone from having 1,166 participants in the survey, and I'll explain what that means, to 3,000. This survey is provided to large and medium-sized companies. It's a survey that they participate in actively to provide information on their sustainability profile. The survey not only asks questions, but informs the participants of the relevance of the question, and it helps them resource their own efforts internally to be more aware of what's important from a global investor's perspective. Where companies don't participate in the survey, we do calculate the modelling ourselves. So while there's 3,000 companies actively completing the CSA, we actually analyse, well, that says 11,000, but it's closer to 13,000 now. This survey asks our companies that are participating, it asks them around 130 questions, which collects 1,000 data points. Okay. I said 1,000 data points, and none of you even blinked an eye. So I'm just wondering, on the SME side, you're either very, you've got a good poker face, or that didn't shock you. From my perspective, I don't think any SME is going to have 1,000 data points to report. So what does that mean? It means that this might not be as relevant to them at that stage until they grow. Maybe they'll be a unicorn and be a billion-dollar company. But at the point where they're still an SME, they need a different solution. And so we did provide a different solution. We provided a solution that's fundamentals, CSA fundamentals. So instead of asking 1,000 data points through 130 questions, it's asking 40 questions. And then, still, if that's still too many questions for the company, there's a great example of work we did with a private debt provider. And that private debt provider said, look, 40 questions is still too many. We're going to reduce it to 20 questions. And we worked with them to create 20 questions that were relevant to their business, to their exposures, that they then sent out to their clients. And the feedback they got was really positive, that the clients felt and could see why those metrics were important. And again, coming back to the slide where we connect sustainability to materiality, that these metrics are important to an organisation. On the last slide, if we go to the last one, I thought to share this with you out of the 3,000 clients that participate in the CSA. And remember, the CSA, Corporate Sustainability Assessment, is linked to the Dow Jones Sustainability Index. And there are over 30 companies in Malaysia that actively participate in the CSA. In fact, one of these quotes could very well be from a Malaysian company. We work with those companies to help complete that survey. But here what we see is that even in Malaysia, it's important. And that's shown through companies' participation in the CSA. We actually cover more companies in Malaysia, around 140 companies, as I say, through public data. This is the full CSA for large companies. We look forward to working with smaller companies on the fundamentals version of the CSA or on a starter pack. Hopefully that's helped you connect data to decarbonisation, to ways that SMEs can act today to be part of that global decarbonisation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your very quick presentation. I'm sure everyone here appreciates it. So let's give him a big hand once again, ladies and gentlemen, for that. And with that, I'd like to give everyone the break that they needed. Some of them wanted to go to the loo. Thanks so much. So you can take a 10-minute break. 10 minutes. Go to the toilet. Oh, you want to ask a question? Hang on. There's one person. Okay, okay. I am not going to let you go just yet. Yes, right. Please.
Hello. Gee. Can only just hear you. It's not turned on. Yeah.
Just grab the microphone for a while, please. Thank you.
Yeah, your latest slide, we use the CSA to communicate with sustainability-focused investors in a convincing and credible way. Yes, I'm sure there's value in it. But could you please, Mr. Michael, elaborate in the context of the latest news? I read from Bloomberg. S&P drops ESG scores from debt rating after investor confusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I do appreciate having the opportunity to discuss this. It was also discussed this morning in an earlier session. Firstly, we have not dropped our sustainability scoring. The sustainability scoring, if we go back to the slide that has. Oh, we've got this other slide on, don't we? The slide that showed 11,000 companies coverage and 3,000 companies participating, yep. That slide represents our ESG scores. The ESG scores are informed by the CSA. In fact, we take the CSA, which is data rich, and we apply a model, a data-driven model, to calculate transparently an ESG score. That's the ESG score that S&P Global produces. It's actually a sustainable one ESG score, if you like, right? Because it's part of the Sustainable One team. It's what we acquired from Robeco Sam. Now, we had other scores as well. And if you can imagine, having too many scores creates confusion. Because we can't say, oh, our ratings team have a score over here, and S1 has a score over here, and market intelligence uses that score, right? So we actually consolidated our view and to have an S&P global view. The score that's referred to in the article was a rating score. It was used as part of the standard credit ratings assessment of a company. So S&P Global Ratings rate about 6,000 companies globally in a thorough credit rating and provide that AAA assessment down. Every credit rating assessment takes into account the relevant sustainability, ESG, exposures. Every credit rating. Standard credit ratings take into account ESG exposures where they are relevant. That is still the case today. That does not change. What changes was, at one stage, the ratings team wanted to try and provide greater transparency around the ESG indicator by providing a score from 1 to 5 that represented that ESG analysis. And as you can imagine, a score from 1 to 5 already is different from a score from 1 to 100, which is our ESG score. It's very focused on one particular part. And there was some confusion in terms of our audience. So we dropped the score. But I just want to be really clear that the credit ratings team still take into account ESG. It's still written up in the credit rating, still qualitatively discussed. It's just not quantitatively measured. And the ESG score that S&P Global carry going forward is the ESG score that you saw here, which is informed by the CSA. And that's the same score that goes into the Dow Jones Sustainability Index, the score, that CSA informed ESG score. Hopefully that helps.
Thank you, Michael. Is there any more questions? Since he's here, we might as well just make full use of him.
Right. Okay.
Into problem because even in US and European conditions, already this is happening. There is a lot of confusion. People go and get scoring from one rating agency to get a different score, and there's so much shopping around. And this is because of that linkage has already emerged with the problems of greenwashing and carbon washing. Can I hear your response to this, please? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the question. I do see them as two different questions, though. One's a greenwashing question, and one is a methodology and approach to ESG scoring. And you're right, ESG scoring across different providers varies substantially. And that's an evolution of the industry. As I mentioned, sustainability was driven by innovation, right? It was, if you went back 40 years, nobody was talking about sustainability except for a very few number of people, probably more activists. Even 30 years ago, it wasn't that well discussed. You have to go back to 1999 when Dow Jones Sustainability Index was launched and when organisations started to measure ESG scores. And it was innovation, it was entrepreneurial, it was working with organisations to develop ways to understand the exposures of companies. There weren't standards, there weren't regulations, there was no organisation between the different providers. So providers went off and assessed a company's profile in different ways. And so where we are today is, firstly, it's important to understand what the ESG score that you're using comprises of. It's important that it's transparent and that it's data-driven, which is not always the case. It's important it takes into account both factors that are risks and opportunities. The second part to that question, or second part to the evolution, is that we move from innovation to compliance, like I said. We are moving from innovation to compliance in ESG scoring as well. And you'll see from Europe, from ESMA, that there's a focus on codes of conduct for providers. And those codes of conduct already began in Asia. So Asia actually was one of the first regions in the world to put forward a code of conduct for ESG scoring, and that was in Japan. And S&P Global responded to that. You go to our website, right at the bottom of our homepage, you'll see our code of conduct. At the bottom of the home page. That's how important it is. It's on our home page, our code of conduct for ESG scoring. And so we'll see that natural evolution of ESG scoring going forward. So my main theme there is make sure you understand the scoring of the provider and that you understand all aspects of it. The second point was around greenwashing. Greenwashing is more an issue around misrepresenting what you do. And if you think about it, it's not actually it's not a new issue. It's the same issue that we've been dealing with about conduct and behaviour and misrepresentation for many years across different aspects. And again, for me, it's a maturity of the industry. If you like, it's a pendulum swinging. We had no sustainability 40 years ago. 2 years ago, everybody wanted to demonstrate their sustainability, the pendulum swung too far. Now we have a focus on greenwashing, greater focus on what represents sustainability. It's bringing the pendulum back to the benefit of those companies and investors that have truly implemented sustainability practices and that represent their sustainability products accurately. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Michael. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. And I'm happy to answer any more questions outside. Please come up and ask. It would be nice to meet you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Terima kasih once again. Terima kasih. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, as I mentioned, we're giving you a 10 minutes break to go to the washroom for a bit, and please come back and join us. Later we'll be speaking about talking about financing for SMEs, brown to multiple shades of green. Okay, guys, I just want to say, if you notice on the 4th row to the top, there is a vent near your seats. So those vents on the ground, actually, the aircon comes up, so it's going to be very cold. I noticed a lot of people are, standing and going in and out of the auditorium because it's way too cold. So I'd like to invite all of you to perhaps come down. The first 3 rows, are warmer. Dekat atas tu, up there, it's cooler. Cooler. You have actually aircons underneath, underneath your butt, so it's cold. So I'd like to invite you to please come further down. If it gets too cold and uncomfortable, just move around. If you have to stand up, no problem. We're just here to learn, to absorb, and to exchange ideas. So once again, it's cooler, the 4th row above, because those are the aircon vents underneath your seats. So if you like to be warmer, please come down, or you can just move about. It's okay. Okay. I just want to inform you that food is not allowed in the auditorium except for me, because it's so difficult for me to move out, to go up there. So I'm just sitting down here quietly, sipping my drink or munching something. But for the rest of you, I am so sorry, it's not allowed. You can always rush in and out. Okay, for the rest of our participants outside, if you can hear me, saya nak jemput masuk. I'd like to invite you to kindly join us, because in a while we are going to be going ahead with our event for this morning, or rather it's going to be 12 already. We are going to be speaking and discussing on financing for SMEs, brown to multiple shades of green. And we would like to invite up on stage our panelists, Encik Fazlan Abu Bakar, the Vice President, Head of Marketing and Business Advisory MIDF. Silakan, apa khabar? And Encik Amran Sofyan, the General Manager, Technical Consultancy and New Energy Checkup Technical Services. And our session pagi ni will be moderated by Encik Muhammad Ritauddin Makib, the Deputy CEO, Policy and Coordination, SME Corp Malaysia. Gentlemen, Assalamualaikum, and thank you very much for joining us. Sihat? Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
The floor is yours. Dipersilakan.
Thank you so much, Dato'. Thank you so much for inviting us to Ruas Azibah. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for staying with us. I think this session is very interesting. We are talking about brown to green financing. Yeah, so sometimes you also need to really understand what brown financing is all about as compared to green financing. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Selamat sejahtera, selamat petang. Salam Malaysia Madani. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to session on financing for MSMEs, brown to multiple shade of green financing. So this session will specifically explore the demand and the supply side of green financing. So the main objective of this session is very much for us to learn from the reputable speakers about their respective experiences, viewpoint, assessments, challenges and relevant information regarding the implementation of green financing. So on one hand, kita akan dengar from the financial institution on what green financing is all about, how they basically perform their due diligence, their evaluation, their credit scoring. And on the other hand, we are going to have one player from the industry to talk about their experiences with regards to their implementation on this ESG from brown to green or climate kind of perspective. So, and we also would like to hear the suggestion and recommendation to the government and the private sector from these respective speakers, as well as from the audience on perhaps on some policy intervention, on perhaps on suggestion, on the incentive for us to drive the implementation of ESG among the MSME, the medium, small and size kind of SMEs. So without further ado, allow me to introduce to you our respected and distinguished panel of speakers representing their renowned organization. On my right, we have Mr. Fazlan Abu Bakar, Senior Vice President MIDF Berhad. And on his right will be Encik Amran, the General Manager, Cekap Technical Services Sdn Bhd. So Encik Fazlan very much graduated from the University of Bridgeport, USA, majoring in finance and started his banking career at Banhi Lee Bank in 1999. Similar like me, but I started my career in Bank Bumiputra. For some of you basically understand where where CIMB come from. Trade finance and a credit specialist. He has gained vast experience from working in various financial institutions, including Bank Islam, Deutsche Bank, and Exim Bank Malaysia. Cik Amran Sofian, on the other hand, has more than 20 years experience in the oil and gas industry, starting his career in the exploration and production of oil and gas. Currently, he heads his team at Cekap Technical Services Sdn Bhd in technical consultancy and new energy, focusing their effort on greening their own company practices and offering services to their clients in the field of sustainability and new energy. One thing I like about Cik Amran, basically his philosophy about this ESG, he believes that many impactful steps can be taken at no to low cost. The important step is for us to start. So for this session, we will have around 40 minutes. The sequence of this panel session will start with us hearing from each speaker on their experiences and best practices. We will then do the follow-up question from my side, and maybe if time permits, we will open up the floor for question and answer. But before I invited the speakers, allow me to touch base about the brown and green financing. All right, to my mind, as an ex-banker, when we talk about financing, we always talk about debt equity as well. About debt financing as well as equity financing. But nowadays, when you talk about climate change and everything, we have a new term. We have the brown financing. We also have the green financing. So what does this terminology stand for? In a nutshell, when you talk about this green financing, is the established term to define good finance, meaning money flowing for the mitigation of and adaptation in the effects of climate change. So that's what the green financing is all about. So when you talk to UNFCCC Standing Committee on their definition of green financing, their aims are at reducing emission, enhancing sinks of the greenhouse gases, and at reducing vulnerability and maintaining and increasing the resilience of humans and ecological system to negative climate change impact. And definitely there's no one single agreed kind of definition with regards this to green financing. When you talk to G20, the finance study group, on the other hand, they basically understand green finance as providing any environmental benefit. So in the Malaysian context, basically we also aim to assist SME in implementing impactful long-term change to green their operation and remain competitive as part of global supply chain. It's all about ethical decision-making in business and investment. It pivots on environmental, social, and governance standards. For example, in their asset management and in their corporate strategy that customers, workers, and investors demand of companies. So, as an ex-banker, I don't believe we do have bad finance. But when you talk about brown finance, a lot of terminology used, for example, like UN also, they use like polluting finance or dirty finance. So all this kind of terminology. But at the end of the day, from my perspective, whatever finance is very good for the MSME for their development in their business operation. But of course, green financing is much better. So in simple words, brown finance in turn describes domestic and international finance flow that support carbon-intensive projects or activities and pathways that do not sufficiently consider future climate risks. So that's what green financing and brown financing is all about. I hope we are very clear about these two terminology. So what do we mean by green financing in the Malaysian context? Do banks provide a differentiated approach in terms of their credit and risk kind of assessment? For example, like factoring climate-related risks into their creditworthiness assessment, or requiring companies to include sustainable aspects in their financial reporting and disclosure. This is very important, as mentioned by Mr. Michael just now, because at the end of the day, we also have to equip and educate our SMEs with regards to their ESG disclosure, and that definitely will help the banks in terms of their assessments. And furthermore, do they provide this priority lending and below market rate finance? So definitely when we want to talk about green financing, we want to have something different. We want to maybe have a better market interest rate. We also maybe want to have a better or flexible kind of credit assessment. So, and on the other hand also, we also need to learn on how do companies basically shape their transition from brown to green operation in terms of their operation, in terms of their social, in terms of their environmental impact, in terms of the use of the machinery and equipment, and so forth. So this is very important. So I'm not going to talk much longer. Let's hear from the speaker themselves. Allow me to invite Mr. Fazlan to deliver his presentation, followed by Mr. Amran. Mr. Fazlan, please.
Okay, thank you, Encik Taudin, the moderator for this session, as well as the participant in today's session, particularly SMEs that are looking for the right financing in order to go or to get yourself to be green. Okay, next slide. Okay, from MIDF being development finance, we carry the mandate in terms of developing the industries since 1960s. At the same time, there are the mandate given based on the government agenda that MIDF have to carry. Now, since we are more getting the SMEs towards greener, in a way, greener, so that you won't miss the big opportunities given by some of big, I would say, MNCs. Okay, we do have our green, financing that we are offering to the SMEs. But before we tell the SMEs you need to go green, internally, MIDF, we also have our guideline or policies, how we get ourselves towards greener status. For example, to provide sustainable financing, as well as in sustainable operation among the staff, as well as to have sustainable culture within the organization. From there on, then only we can go to the SMEs that required some financing for us to provide the required financing for investment towards ESG. The first one that I may want to share is on our sustainable and green business financing. More for SMEs to start, at least start somewhere, using technology or even some initiative within the company to start to adopt green initiative. Second one is on ESG financing for sustainable mobility, the one that currently we are working with one of the government agencies. The work still in progress, but hopefully, inshallah, by the next 1 or 2 months, we were able to declare it, announce it to the public, to the SME especially. And I think the most critical part for SMEs now is on the advisory services, because most of the SMEs that we went to discuss, we talked with them, they just want to know where to start, how to start, and then if they have that kind of initiative to start, how to get a proper financing. So this is where we do have our so-called ESG advisory services. We built the team from our own experience, our own discussion with a lot of parties. So occasionally, or sometimes by quarterly, we try to organize so-called the awareness as well as training for the SMEs, how to start the green journey. Of course, this green journey, we try to start with our own existing client first, because we want our client to be ready to start exporting, to start serving the GLCs. Okay, next slide. Okay, internally, we try to educate SMEs that we need to start with digital. At least we start somewhere, with something, with the digital agenda within MIDF, so that our SME no need to print a lot of hard copy document. It's all online. All applications you submit online, all document information is all via our online or our website. So at the same time, in order to support the SME to start its digital journey, we also have our financing called soft financing scheme for digital technology, where we support SMEs in terms of their new technology and digital journey. And at the same time, we do have our automation and modernization, where for a bigger company to start reducing the usage of manpower, start using a proper machine in order to coming up with the product that they are producing. Okay, and then in terms of a loan application form, we do loan application process. We do have our online application financing. We started way back in 2022 with a simple customer onboarding, and then after that we went to phase 2, credit application evaluation. Now we are at the point of finalizing the phase 3, where it covers from end to end, from the day that you apply until you can get your money by right within the 30 days. We try to achieve that. Okay, next. Okay, overall, our financing, we cover a lot, quite broad. We do have our machinery equipment financing. We do have so-called project financing. We do have working capital. Our financing start from, or the rate start from 2%, especially for green so-called adoption or anything towards green initiative. We'll start at 2%. And then it can go up to 4% for SMEs. But this type of rate, I believe we are reviewing. We are trying to review. We try to reduce it as much as we could. Hopefully, we able to get the approval to reduce it maybe sometime early next year or end of the year. Okay, and then in our margin of financing, we can go up to 100% depending on our the type of financing. For working capital, 100%, but for asset financing, we can go up to 90%. In terms of sectoral coverage, we cover all sector except for primary agriculture. And then we do have a few grants, especially those that financing not able to, we cannot do the financing to finance the expenses. So some we can do under our grants. Next. So this is the dedicated sustainable and green financing that we are currently offer at 2%. And then if let's say we are financing the green building, we can go up to 25 years, but maximum only up to 5 million. But sometimes if the expenses quite big or investment quite big, then we have to blend it with other type of scheme. Maybe, but the rate will be different. For green, 2%, but other rate, other scheme is up to 4%. Okay. Next. This is the digital technology financing. Again, why this type of financing also, I would say, could support your green initiative, because it will, you will be less dependent on human. You will be less dependent on paper, because you are using technology. So in this financing, our rate is only at 4%, but the financing amount only up to 1 million, because mostly the SMEs use this type of scheme for software or hardware. Yeah. Okay. Next. This is one scheme that we manage on behalf of SME Corp. We support whatever angle SMEs would like to use. It cover broad range of asset financing, even working capital. The rate is only up to only 4%, with margin of financing is now at 90%. Next. We work closely with SJPP so that if SMEs having difficulty to, or even in terms of getting the right risk grading, in getting the financing, so we work with SJPP in order to so-called to get the better, I would say, credit rating. So we work closely with SJPP. We cover quite a lot of, I would say, guaranteed by SJPP. Under SJPP, there's a lot of so-called type of guarantee. Some automation, some digital. We also have on ESG. And then next, in terms of coverage, we have about 6 regional officers that would support SMEs throughout Malaysia. In terms of approval, now since we are using online application, online loan application as well as approval, so our coverage is wider. The president of our regional office just mainly as to support in terms of state presence. In terms of outreach, I think even those cities that are not covered by our branch, they can also apply because they just log into our website. Yeah. Okay. Next. Yeah. Just like I mentioned, just a click away. Even if you're not sure whether you qualify, just log into our website, or even just contact our 1300 number. We do have our dedicated team that able to answer your question. Sometimes maybe the SIB is not sure whether is it brown or is it green, but of course our people will be able to assist in terms of how to qualify whether your financing is can be considered as green or brown. But in terms of our evaluation, yeah, in the past, banks or all FI, we look at the normal 5 C's of credit, but now we have to add one more in terms of ESG compliance. But of course, in our being a DFI, we try to make it simple as possible. We try to promote it that ESG is not that tough for you to qualify, but that's why we do have our internal guideline, our people to provide the advisory in how to get the necessary financing from MIDF. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Cik Fazlan. Let us move to Cik Amran. Perhaps Cik Amran can deliver his presentation before we follow up with the follow-up questions and perhaps a question and answer from the floor.
Hold on. Okay. Very good morning, everyone. Sorry, we're just past noon, so good afternoon. My name is Amran. I'm from Trickup Technical Services, Berhad. I'm the General Manager for Technical Consultancy and New Energy, and it's my pleasure to be here this afternoon to be presenting to you a little bit about our experience with regards to moving a little bit as we go through it, dealing with this new monster called ESG, right? Well, maybe it's not a monster, but yeah, to some of us might seem like monster, something that we don't understand, and so on and so forth. Okay, just like to apologize first if, let's say, I forget certain things or anything like that. I'm really apologize for that because I am just less than a year from a brain aneurysm operation. All right, so I'll do my best. Okay, let's go. So from brown to green, our experience is what I'm going to cover today for this session today. And of course, like brown to multiple shades of green. I was thinking maybe you should have changed it to grey to green rather than brown to green, because since color psychology, brown is good, grey is not. But anyway, we'll stick to this to the theme. So next slide, please. So a little bit about the agenda today that I'm going to cover. I'm going to go and cover a brief of what Jakarta Technical Services is about, so give you guys an idea where I'm coming from. Our deal journey, the case for change, what we started with, and then the next steps we're going to take, and then some of the challenges of how we deal with each one of them, inshallah. Next, please. So who we are. So Jakarta Technical Services in Berhad is primarily an oil and gas services and equipment company, right? We've been involved since 1984 and primarily service the oil and gas industry, servicing in terms of integrated project management, where there's a whole long list of services that we provide on the right side of the screen, or right, integrated project management, project services, project technical services, digital solutions, health, safety, environment, maintenance services, asset integrity management, technical consultancy, and new energy. Where I'm coming from technical consultancy and new energy side, so that's why I'm dealing with the ESG, decarbonization, so on and so forth. Okay. And we've been operating in different places around the world, right? Primarily here in Malaysia, in the ASEAN region. We've also got things going on in Turkmenistan, Middle East, Iraq and UAE, North Africa, Sudan, and now in Mexico. Basically, because oil and gas is like that, where everywhere there's oil, you'll find oil and gas parties there. So, and since we service the oil and gas industry in terms of things like manpower supply, so we're always going to be there where oil and gas is. Okay, so putting it that way, we're not so green after all, even though our logo is green, right? But we're working in a very, very, very brown industry in a sense where in the past it wasn't even called brown, it was called black gold, right? Some of you know the word for petroleum in the past was called black gold, right? Now we're changing it into something maybe green gold. Okay, so next slide, please. Our journey, case for change. First of all, we see here, one of the things that we see is that, funnily enough, after COVID-19, everything changed. COVID-19 was like one big main event which caused the whole world to realize that, hey, wait a minute, we're all in this together, right? And we're starting to realize that all the impacts that human beings are doing on the earth, and how that is starting to impact us from every level of society. Okay, and we started to have changes in perspectives, because sustainability is not new, right? Like the previous speaker during the previous session mentioned, since 1987 we had something like this, if I'm not mistaken, right? With the Brundtland report, so on and so forth, where sustainability was first coined, right? And before that, even the green movement, I think there's about now 50 years already since the green movement started in the US. So it's not new. Nothing not new, just that now we see that, hey, wait a minute, something's happening. We've got to do something about this. Okay? Next one. Well, effects, not next slide, sorry. I haven't finished the slide, thank you. Sorry. Effects of climate change are more prominent than they used to be, so we see a lot more landslides now, we see a lot more floods happening, right? Fires, resources, security, so forth. These kind of conversations are happening more and more today, right? Hawaii, the Maui, the fires. Floods, we've seen floods happening everywhere. Probably some of you have seen the viral videos going around, like there was a huge storm in Mecca a few weeks ago, or maybe this last week. There's a typhoon going on in the Hong Kong side, if I'm mistaken, where people are just being swept off the feet, swept off the street, being pushed by winds, strong winds. And of course, resources security. If I'm not mistaken, probably 2 weeks ago, the Star issued one of the new pullouts, or maybe new newspaper itself, the Star Biz 7, right? They were talking a lot about food security, right? Especially since countries now are stopping regards to what they're going to export, what they're going to import, right? Malaysia did that as well with regards to chicken to Singapore. Next up, not slide change, shifts in view for sustainability. Okay, so we started to see major shifts in how we view sustainability. Majors meaning major companies making commitments for climate change and net zero. Right, for us in the SME sector, so we're also been affected because we're all the way down the value chain. Regions are imposing sustainability requirements, we can see, right? Europe has their carbon border mechanism, right? And US as well, and even other places as well, they're going to start having these kind of things in place. shifting perceptions of society towards sustainability, supporting companies that are going green and boycotting companies that are staying brown. Thankfully, in Malaysia, we don't have that yet. We don't have people going up to wonderful paintings and throwing baked beans on them that we have in Europe. We don't have klima plaguers or people who go and put glue on their hands and stick it to the road. We don't have that yet. We don't have people standing up in front of Petronas and saying, Petronas, stop what they're doing. But even if we don't have that, we're living in a globalized world, right? And this kind of narrative will slowly pass down bit by bit, right? We just wait, maybe just waiting for something to see. So either we wait and see, or we do something about it now. That's it. Next, please. Thank you. Excuse me, ma'am. Thanks. Okay. Don't know who's taking care of the slides. Okay. All right. So what do we do? We start with the basics. Okay. First of all, we've got to figure out where are we at. Okay, because we want to start something, we've got to figure out where we are. So I went into this, to different discussions going on all over, wherever there was available here in Malaysia, learning about what is ESG, what is sustainability, and so on and so forth, right? And looking at different guidelines that were available. There was GRI, the Green Global Resources Standards. There was World Resource Institute, so on and so forth. And there's also stuff that comes from Bursa. Before I had the Bursa's third edition of the Sustainability Reporting Guidelines. They had the second one, which was also clear. Now the third one is like much thicker than the second one, right? So we had very different things, and I had to figure out where we at. Okay, so by focusing on the most widely used guidelines, so we decided, okay, let's go for Bursa then. And before Bursa's one even, I found a document which was called Working 9 to 5 on Climate Change. Working 9 to 5 on Climate Change, and Office Guide, published by the World Resources Institute. Guess when? 2002. 2002, these documents were already available. And we're now in 2022 or 2023. When I found this in 2021. I was like, what happened? 19 years, I didn't know this thing was available. Okay, 2002, we have a document already online, even though it was meant for US, right? But this document, Working 9 to 5 on Climate Change and Office Guide. And then I found yesterday, I just found out SSM has something called Toolkit to Implement Green Business. This was published, well, according to the document, published in 2015. Okay, anyway, yeah. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that documents are available, there's so many things available, and we just got to start doing something, okay? Then after that, once we decided what we want to do, okay, prioritize an areas based on easiness to do, easiest to do to most difficult to do, okay? Because in the Bursa system, from what I understood, there are 11 common indicators that any company would have to report, okay, measure and then report. 11 indicators. And these 11 indicators are common to any company. Even though Bursa's sustainability reporting guideline is for PLCs, I'm just an SME, but still, my clients are PLCs. Right? And since these 11 common indicators are common to any company, whether you're big or small, I said, let's do it. Let's go ahead and find out. Because once I look into these common indicators, then I'll know where I can find the data. How difficult is it to find the data? How challenging is it to find the data? If I don't start, I wouldn't even know where the data is available. And this is how I went up into this. And then, of course, starting with the easiness, establish a team. So let's select and prioritize on the areas to focus on. So we focus on the easy ones first. Energy management, HSSE, another one probably was waste management. Things that are easy for us to control, easy for us to manage, easy for us to measure. Start with those ones first. It's not difficult, but you have to start, right? And then find out the processes. How do we find out, how do we measure the processes with regards to waste? So let's say we choose paper waste, okay? I ask my team, okay, how are we going to measure paper waste? How are we going to collect paper waste? We have like, it's not like one office, right? We have many different floors. So how are we going to collect the paper waste from different floors, right? How are we going to collect that? How are we going to measure it, like weigh it? How are we going to send it? Where are we going to send it to? So to make sure that we're not greenwashing, that we actually send it to a place where we actually do recycling, not just to a big tong sampah at the side of the building. No, we're going to send it to a place where we can prove that, okay, look, we're going to use it for this. If, let's say, somebody decides to take the paper to give to someplace else which doesn't do recycling, then I told my team, take it off. We can't take that kilogram. Otherwise, we are not being transparent. We're not being honest. Another word for transparency is being honest. Much simpler word to use, right? Okay. Then we take the PDCA approach to the initiatives. Right? What is PDCA approach? Okay, I guess most of you know what's PDCA, but just for the sake of this discussion, PDCA means Plan, Do, Check, Act. Okay, Plan, Do, Check, Act is the continual improvement cycle that you'll find in ISO 9001, 2015, right? And it's a very good tool to be used. Some people use PDCA, some people use the mic, okay, for Six Sigma, so on and so forth. Engineering background. Okay, let's start with the easy ones. Establish a baseline for footprint. Energy usage, that's easy. Just take a look at your bills. Don't just look at the RM, but look at the kilowatt hour. How much kilowatt are you using? Then go around the office. Go around the office and count how many light bulbs are you using? How many ACs are you using? Air conditioners. How much does your fridge use for cooling whatever that's inside the fridge? Do an audit. Then you'll find out, okay, where is it that the energy is being used the most? Then we can do something about it. If we don't have a baseline, then of course we can't move forward. Okay, fuel consumption, another one. Okay, fuel consumption, it's a bit tricky because usually we have a bill. Well, the bill says how many ringgit. So we have to find a conversion then. That's what we did. Okay, we asked finance team, give me what are the expenses for fuel. We took the ringgit, converted it based on the year, based on the date, whenever the price of fuel was like, and then we converted it, then we got our fuel. At least we can then develop our baseline carbon footprint. Then we see, oh wow, net zero is not easy. Okay, to give you an indication, my team started the paper recycling project last year. And we were able to collect about, up to this point, about 1,000 kilograms of, not 1,000 kilograms, but it means we were able to save 1,000 kilograms of CO2 equivalent, okay, about a ton. That's just from paper recycling. Our fuel consumption, carbon footprint is 18,000 kilograms. Okay, so you got 18,000 kilograms of CO2 equivalent and 1,000 kilograms of carbon being saved. So I need to still meet 17,000 just to become net zero. So net zero is not easy. Okay.
Amran, maybe let's see if you can conclude within 1 minute of your presentation.
Can.
Yeah,
is it almost 20 minutes, is it?
Yes.
Wow, okay. So start with no-cost and low-cost initiatives, such as waste paper recycling, energy management practices, developing awareness, and organizing tree planting programs. So many things you can do. Right? There's so many organizations that are giving these opportunities for you to do something about it. Just a measure of how we're going to calculate it and put it into our system. Right? Next slide. I think it's the next steps. Okay, next steps, simple things, at least for checkup, establish company commitments and targets. Okay? That's something important to be done. So first we start off with some initiatives, simple initiatives, so that the management sees, oh, that's nice, when something's happening. Then we get into the real stuff, the policies and commitments and targets. Next step, review the Bursa sustainability reporting guidelines, establish metrics, so look more into it, right? See the common indicators, see the specific sector indicators, which one applies to us, and continue with awareness programs and internal training programs. That's a very, very important part of the whole thing to get the buy-in from the whole organization. And then develop organization sustainability report, something where I can send around the whole organization to the management team, so on and so forth, so they can see, hey, something's happening. We have these things available. Next, please. All right, last slide. Challenges and dealing with them. So I just put in 2 challenges here. Uncertainties and my business needs are different from others. All right. So uncertainties in that sense, I mean, is that uncertainties is how companies in this sector will have to contribute towards the commitments of the country and the sector. So where do we see ourselves in the whole ecosystem? Do we see ourselves alone, or do we see ourselves part of an ecosystem? Right? There are many different methodologies out there. Many of us have already heard here from the different speakers, right? And which one will be applied to SMEs? Or could it be that we have a base guideline and then we move on towards every SME can be innovative and unclear about implementation, right? So probably some people will say, okay, what do I need to do implementation-wise? Next thing, my business needs are different from others. Yes, that's true. Everybody's business is different, but there are common indicators. And anti-bribery, quality, human resources, oh, sorry for the typo, energy management, waste management. These are all common things that we can see ourselves having. Every business has to think about its own sustainability at the end of the day. Right? Not just sustainability in terms of the whole environment or the planet, but also for our own sustainability, for the business sustainability moving forward. So dealing with them, paradigm shift is required. Okay, why the sustainability should be part of our business, part of our vision and mission. Choose a methodology that's simple and local and aligned with the prevalent international methodologies. So we have that already, so use that. And then that's how we can then work on improving that current system or that methodology. Empower yourself by taking proactive action rather than wait to react. And that's it for me, I think.
Thank you so much,
thank you, right?
Yep. Thank you so much.
Cik Rita Din, just hang on a second. Cik Amran, I just want to say thank you. But for someone who's just went through a brain aneurysm, you move and speak faster than the speed of light. So good on you. Let's give him a big hand.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dato'. Okay, we have basically hear from Cik Fazlan on the green financing offered by MIDF. And we also have listened to Mr. Amran in terms of his experience of converting his team and his operation from brown to green kind of operation. I have a few follow-up questions, but I think it's not fair, Dato', if I don't basically give the opportunity to the floor, since we are almost running out of time. So, guys, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any question for the speakers? Yes, Ms. Chin, right? Thank you, Ms. Chin. Good afternoon. Hang on, yeah, maybe one or two questions, and then after that maybe we can wrap up. Cik Fazlan, yeah, okay.
Okay. Cik Fazlan, I know of a business is a firm, it's a firm which provides services, engineering services. They basically in the green business. So they do import equipment from Europe, and then the firm provide engineering skills, basically audit energy of the client. So in that context, they don't have much assets to get bank loans, so it's a bit of a challenge. But they are in green business, yeah. So is there opportunity to get better financing from MIDF? Because, yeah.
Okay, it depends on what the company really wants lah. Whether it's for the purpose of working capital, yeah, we provide working capital. If let's say, and again the rate could be between 2 to 4% depending on the type of expenses. So yeah, opportunity is there. Of course, this type of company we would want to support them. Yeah, I think doable, provided that I mean when we doing the assessment again with the loan, they're able to pay lah. Okay.
Thank you, Cik Fazlan. Any other questions?
What about the equipment that they import, where they use for testing purposes?
So it become their own asset, right? Yeah. Okay. So we do have our equipment financing or asset financing. Some way that we, in order for the company to do their business, is they need to have this machine, right? So yeah, we do have that kind of financing where we finance up to 90% the cost. Again, the rate depending from 2% up to 4%. It depends, yeah, the type of project. Yeah.
All right. I have been receiving so many signals from the organizer.
I haven't signaled.
No worries. Any other questions, guys? Oh yeah, one more, please.
Hi. Fauzan here from Coffee Star. So my question to Cik Fazlan, there was one scheme that you mentioned about the EV for the company, but in our local market, there are not many options for commercial vehicles, right? So I just want to know, is it cover for what kind of vehicles?
Okay, all right, sorry. How to, yeah, because actually we do provide commercial vehicle financing. But in order to achieve a level of EV, we will work together with SIRIM in order to assess the efficiency of, or whether they can achieve the EV standard that the manufacturer claim. If so, then SIRIM need to do the testing, or even they will visit the so-called the manufacturer, or even they will read through the brochure, and also they will do the assessment. If we able to get that technical assessment, yeah, it qualify under our so-called green financing. Then they can get that 2% rate lah. Yeah. But if let's say not enough justification to qualify under our green, if still SME, we do have our 4%, but the difference would be the rate lah.
Okay, we are coming towards the end, but I don't think it's fair for me if not I throw any question to Cik Amran. So maybe Cik Amran, in half a minute, how do you motivate your management and your people actually for them to converge from your brown to green kind of operation? Half a minute je Cik Amran. Diorang semua nak pergi lunch dah.
Hello. Yes. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
So, how I convince people?
Yeah. How do you convince your management and your team?
Okay.
Basically?
I subscribe to a model called ADKAR. Okay. Awareness, desire, knowledge, ability, and reinforce. It's a methodology that's developed by process science, right? Particularly for change management. So, looking at this, I start off with awareness. I build up the desire. At the same time, I share input or snippets to them in terms of knowledge of what they can do, so that then they can move into its ability, and then we keep it going to reinforce the system, right? Because at the end of the day, their buy-in, I cannot force them to buy in, because they'll say, what's this guy, man, another thing that they're adding to me. So I just do that first, do it slowly, bit by bit, and then eventually they'll come to see that, hey, oh wow, we have this already. All of a sudden, hey, we got data. Yeah, we got data because I did it slowly. But that's the way to start. Start with something like awareness, create a desire, teach people how to do it so that they can do it, and then create the ability, then reinforce.
All right.
Right, okay. That's it.
Thank you so much, Cik Amran. Thank you so much to our panel speakers for sharing their valuable perspective in this session. I hope that all participants have obtained vital insights, information and takeaways from the perspective of various reputable kind of institution. Thank you so much. A round of applause to our panel speakers, please. Thank you. Dato', back to you.
Terima kasih, Encik Ipaudin. Thank you very much, Encik Fazlan and also Encik Amran. Assalamualaikum. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we have two more speakers who's going to come up and share with us their thoughts and also their aspirations. Our next keynote address, we will invite in a moment. Let's have them take a picture for a bit. Wonderful. Thank you. So, speaking on strong and functioning institutions for a smooth and just transition, I'd like to invite on stage our presenter, who is the Secretary General of Treasury, Ministry of Finance, Datuk Johan Mahmud Merican. Silakan, Datuk. Okay, Datuk Johan will be with us online from the MOF.
Hello. It gives me great pleasure to speak to you at the inaugural National Climate Governance Summit, which I understand features over 100 speakers and 18 workshops. Big congratulations to Climate Governance Malaysia for organizing this event, with Bank Negara as the venue host. We certainly acknowledge the contributions of Climate Governance Malaysia towards public discourse on climate ambition and also advocacy work through a series of roundtable sessions in collaboration with the CEO Action Network. As Yang Amat Prime Minister has often said, and this was particularly emphasized during the Friday's launch of the new Industrial Master Plan, we certainly are ambitious in our goals, and the climate crisis is really a key reason for us to design and execute such goals. We know that climate crisis and climate change is a reality. Looking around us and seeing how the El Nino cycle, for example, is affecting us. Specifically, the World Meteorological Organization has warned that there is a 66% chance of the planet's temperature climbing above the 1.5 degrees of warming in the next few years. Thus, the government looks forward to working together with all stakeholders in Malaysia, focusing on three areas broadly. First, in terms of mitigation, or cutting down and removing greenhouse gases, that we know that such commitments today are insufficient to prevent unmanageable climate impacts. Second, we obviously need to invest heavily in adaptation in order to build our resilience to climate change. And third, we need to ensure the integrity and accountability in terms of implementation and support. Action addressing climate change and disasters can be achieved through a comprehensive risk management approach, which in turn would require financial and technical support. Our efforts certainly must address social and economic consequences, measures that avert, minimize, and address the unavoidable loss and damage associated with the impacts of climate change. However, to date, we still note there's a significant imbalance in the allocation of funds, with far more supporting mitigation than adaptation, which should be all the emphasis for us here in Malaysia. In the summary report following the third meeting of technical dialogue with the first Global Stocktake Paris Agreement, just issued mid-August, almost all inputs stated a lack of sufficient climate finance. Its accessibility is a major barrier for climate adaptation and mitigation actions. I would like to take this opportunity to remind all of us, and including us in government, that we are also facing an opportunity to find new and creative ways to maximize potential development outcomes across various industries and across the geographical areas. On behalf of government, I would like to invite private sector to certainly step up in terms of taking advantage of this narrow window of opportunity to generate significant value whilst facilitating a smooth and just transition. We realize there's a substantial need for financial, technical, and human resource to support such adaptation initiatives. We certainly know that we need to also create decent work and quality jobs in line with what's been articulated in Economy Madani and the National Industrial Master Plan, especially to protect and support workers that may face job losses due to the phasing out of carbon-intensive industries. But we are also confident, as set out in the National Industrial Master Plan, that there will be new job opportunities arising from what we would call green growth areas, which we believe Malaysia is well positioned to reap the benefits of. The government will certainly incorporate principles of just transition to ensure inclusiveness and social protection, so that the costs and benefits which arise are distributed in a way across the various stakeholders, particularly communities most affected. We're certainly quite committed in the Ministry of Finance to look into designing and implementing policies to incentivize greater investments, particularly in terms of scaling up climate finance transforming the financial system and also exploring the potential synergies there is to be had between Islamic finance and ESG finance. And we believe these are synergies that we in Malaysia are well placed to exploit, addressing inequities that are currently faced in accessing such climate change financing. Capacity building is certainly also an area that's critical for implementation, as there's still gaps in terms of ability and the modalities for delivery. We in the Ministry of Finance and also my colleagues, whether in the Central Bank and Securities Commission, certainly are quite focused in seeing how we can further expand finance modalities to support mitigation and adaptation measures on climate change. The budget 2024, which will be duly announced in mid-October, we certainly hope and we'll be able to incorporate some of these measures and new financing facilities to support the private sector efforts. CGM was invited to launch, and I'm pleased to announce that consultation for Budget 2024 will touch certainly on environmental, social, and governance matters, and certainly will be held with MOF, in collaboration with various stakeholders. I'd like to, apologize again. I'm not able to make it to Sasana Kijang to be with all of you physically, but you certainly are a priority for us in government, especially in the lead up to our budget 2024. And my many congratulations on achieving this inaugural National Climate Governance Summit, and hope it will be one piece of the jigsaw to make a change for a better future for all of us. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. That was Dato' Johan American. Okay, to share with you, yesterday there was about 350 people joined us online in the morning, and then towards the afternoon there's about 500 people. So that is wonderful. Everybody's coming together to do the best that we can. All right, moving on, I'd like to conclude our session for the first half of the day. Please welcome Dr. Gary Theseira, the Council Member, Climate Governance Malaysia, to present us with his speech, his talk. And then later on after lunch, lunch will be at the atrium. You'll have 50 minutes, and then please check on your WOVA app to know where you'll be moving about for the workshop. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Dato'. Very good afternoon, everyone. One of the things that we talk about a lot in climate is about managing risk. And I realize that I'm in a very, very exposed and risky position because I'm standing between you and lunch. But the organizers have helped me out by giving me a way out. Instead of the 15 minutes I was originally allocated, I'm down to 5, and I'll restrict that to 5 individual points. And I think I see some calls for 3. Maybe I can compress that a little bit. Right. It's an impossible task to try to summarize everything that we've heard, but one of the first things that we've heard about is essentially the scope. It's really huge, it has to span across environment, social, and governance, and then for their own part, SMEs. I mean, it's small and medium is already a huge void. You go from medium to micro, and I would even go to pico and nano. I mean, you buy your nasi lemak from the vendor who's running a little stall in the industrial park. You know, what are you going to do? Have her place her report online and give her a QR code that you can scan to prove that she's using only, certified serum oil, cooking oil, rather than some recycled cooking oil. All these things. So scope, and all the way from supplier, all the way to your consumers. So scope is really, really important. We cannot leave anything out. I think that's come across many times. Second thing, we need to be concerned about upstream and downstream as well, really, because while we're we've been conditioned almost to think about supply chains, we almost forget about the importance and the role of downstream. When you go to your nasi lemak vendor, you could actually help them out and make them green by bringing your own container. And in the process, you'd educate them as well. So once again, it's not always education has to happen in an air-conditioned hall. Education happens across the board. And everyone, it helps everyone to pull in the same direction. Ultimately, you know, we were all going for net zero. We're going for net zero waste at the same time. So all of these things matter. It brings me to my third point, the needs. And this is where it goes really 360, and it goes into three dimensions even. Yes, the individual businesses, SMEs, whether they're micro, nano, whatever it is, do need training. But at the same time, they're going to rely on a whole slew of enablers. And these might include you as customers, but they will certainly include all the way up to from policymakers, regulators, enforcers, and as we heard earlier, very importantly, auditors. All right. So one of the questions is do you really need a degree to audit an SME, or is this something that someone with possibly an SPM can do? All right. So we need to think about what our end goal is, what the deliverable is, and then try and match that to the best possible tool that we can use. So auditing doesn't have to cost an arm and a leg, and it shouldn't have to cost an arm and a leg, or should it take huge amounts of time. All right, so I think we've heard a lot of very, very important points made in this direction to guide us in the way forward. That was number 3. Number 4, what Professor Dean Sanjay said yesterday evening, coupled with what Professor Geoffrey said this morning, really, really, really important. Sloganeering and oversimplification can be our enemies. Yes, on the one hand, we don't need to know everything to act, because that's the big call, right? NASA uses pi to 15 digits, 15 decimal places, to travel 1 billion miles with less than 15 centimeters of error, right? So we don't need to know exactly what the facts are when we begin. But we also need to ensure that we do not oversimplify by throwing out slogans out there that say, oh, yeah, you know, SMEs provide 70% of the GDP, without breaking it down and actually understanding where we need to push for things to work the quickest, so we can simplify. And then finally, the 5th point, and it's been repeated many, many times, and I think it's a huge lesson that comes out from these 2 days, that everything and everyone does matter. The whole of government, all of society approach is key, and the biggest part of that is actually the learning part. Us, the government, all the stakeholders listening to each other. And in that vein, I would like to strongly recommend that you take advantage of this afternoon's workshops. Choose one that interests you, one that is material to your business, to your SME, to you as a trainer maybe, to you as a financier, and attend them. And we go until 5 p.m. and you can bounce around between rooms if you like. It's not a problem. But in essence, I think to gain the wealth of information we've already heard, I think we need to hear back from you to know where, to know what level of detail we need to get to get this job done as quickly as possible, to possibly even make Malaysia net zero by 2035, 2040. All right, that's all I have. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you, Dr. Gary. So we'll see you later, guys, in about 15 minutes. Bon appetit. Appreciate it. Thank you. That was a good session. Tahu lah, yang pasal pagi tadi tu terlalu panjang. Jangan tak perasan seronok kan? Alright, see you. Assalamualaikum.
Daniel, shall we start? Ah, Daniel outside. All right. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So, house lunch, 15 minutes lunch. Can you manage to digest? Or you need some more time to digest? Okay, shall we start? So, first of all, welcome to the afternoon session. This is the first breakout session for workshop. So, let me briefly introduce myself. I'm Lieutenant Colonel of Civil Defense, Muhammad Shukri. I'm from the Civil Defense Department, APM. Does anybody know APM? JPAM? Who doesn't know? Everybody know? I'm shocked. Are you sure? You know? Seriously? Means if you know APM or JPAM, means that you are previously experienced of floods or either snake attacks or bee stings or any other occasions like accidents, road accidents. Have you experienced? No? Floods? No? Then you can sleep well, because we are working while you sleep. Alright? So hopefully we try to gain some knowledge during our workshop this afternoon. I'm not to try to talk lots, alright? That's why I'm be here, not be on the stage, because I would like to gain a lot of consensus among us, right? So I'm currently attached to the Civil Defense Headquarters. Formerly, I was the director for Negeri Sembilan Civil Defense. And currently I'm doing my PhD in climate change and also converging it with the disaster risk reduction, mostly on governance aspects. And as you can see, everybody has downloaded the WOVA, and I would like to get your participation to go for the agenda parallel workshop 1, to the agenda and then parallel workshop 1, and then click it on the preparing for a warmer world, and there's Q&A sessions, right? The Q&A sessions. So I've deployed, I've deployed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 questions with additional from Mr. Justin Nga. Right, so he added more. So perhaps you could answer or respond based on my questions. I've developed into 6 questions. The first thing is how to build network among disaster risk reduction and climate change actors, especially during for the government, private NGOs, academia. And also the second one is what sort of activities should be done for climate risk governance, be emphasized to the grassroots level. And the third is what is the key challenges in disaster risk management and climate change management, and how can your organization, because you are representing your organization, right, contributes towards better sustainability in facing the threat of disaster and climate change. And finally, as an individual, this is your own. As a community, as a Malaysians, how would you do in terms of adapting to climate change and facing the imminent threat of disaster? You can answer any of it freely. Don't treat me as a government officer. Right now, I'm not. All right. Right now, please treat me as your business partner. Okay. I'm your partner. I'm your friends. Okay. So please throw any ideas into the questions. From that I can have a more sincere opinions, more sincere directive, so that I can share these values to the government themselves. All right. So this is part of myself. I'm the first civil defense officer. I've in charge formally a lot of flood operations in Malaysia, even in the COVID-19, namely what kind of operations have been there, EMCO, MCO, home quarantine. Everybody had been quarantined in the hotels previously? You don't travel from during COVID? No? Oh, you're safe. Whether you're safe from the COVID or you're safe from spending your money. All right. So currently I'm pursuing my PhD in governance of disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptations, and I'm also NGO myself as the most likely on strategic planning for the community development, and I've been the trainer for disaster risk management. This is the first time I jumped into the climate change adaptation. Why? As for now, there is no single, not actually single, I mean, there is no specific initiatives to combine the CCA and also the climate change with the disaster risk reduction efforts in Malaysia. Next slide, please. Next slide. All right, as you can see the impact of climate change. We have mainly, you all know that we have the hydrological like floods, landslide, wave action, climatological like droughts and wildfires, and also meteorological like extreme weather and storm. And it's like a karma. What we do here nowadays will be impacted to us recently and to the future generations. We are planting, how to say, landmines to the next generations. So mostly climate change is due to natural influences and also anthropogenic activities, which is human activities. This is everybody could know. So most people asking, okay, the impact of water availability, the people themselves, even in Malaysia, we could see people displaced, about 340,000 people displaced for every yearly flood event. Next. This is the, how to say, the risk for the floods and also for the landslides happens in Malaysia. You could see it's been widely spreaded. And previously, this is not new actually. There's a research done by Professor Dr. Soleha. 2,000 years back, Malaysia is a part of the Malay archipelago. Okay, eventually, most of the lands, about 80% of the lands, was covered by sea. Okay, but suddenly they got evolved on the Malaysian earth. Okay, so we have our own bounties for each regions. So that is why previously the most people mostly live at the hilliest area, especially at the Banjaran Titiwangsa. But now you can see there's a change on the maps. After 2,000 years, we are here, but they are they're provising. They're trying to find there's a changes in the sea levels and also the rainfall intensity, okay, that cause more floods and also landslides. Next. This is the National Coastal Vulnerability Index. You can see this area has been severely impacted with the sea level rise. Okay, and this is a research on the land to be projected below annual floods. You can see Kuala Lumpur also mostly affected. Right, even Kuala Lumpur was previously mines, Lombong, and we can see a lot of sinkholes nowadays. Okay, Ampang, who lives in Ampang? Bukit Antarabangsa? No. Where do you live? All right. So Ampang has severely been impacted with landslides, and the most critical land in Malaysia is Cameron Highland. Who like to go to Cameron Highland? Okay. You can see landslides every quarter. Every quarter there's landslide in Cameron Highland. Right. Next, please. Okay. You can see there's changes in the average annual in the annual mean temperature. Before our temperature is quite around 18 degrees, okay, 20 degrees, and now we are achieving about 30 degrees, 35 degrees, right? Okay, and there's a increment of key natural hazards since 1980 to 2020, right? And most likely we impacted by floods and landslides. Next. And the highest point that been critically measured is in Bandar Penawa. You can see there's changes, especially at the sea area. The level of temperature slightly increased. All right, slightly increased. And the highest point is Bandar Penawa Johor, which is 0.6 degree of Celsius, and the lowest is in Sabah, 0.086. So maybe if you want to save, please stay in Sabah, but they also have earthquake there. All right. Okay, next. So Malaysia Risk Index, currently we are at 3.4, and in the prediction in 2050, there will be 3.5, slightly higher, and 2080 there will be much more slightly higher. Yes, of course, we are currently ranked 90 out of 191 countries, which is a good or bad? What do you think? Good or bad? Don't know. Okay. Number one means you are the most riskier one. Okay, so we are, maybe we feel safe because we are a low risk country. Okay, the impact, mostly floods kills only 1 to 2 people only per year. Okay, the most highest killing floods is in 2014, right? 21 people killed, right? And the reason one is landslide, just kill about 30 people, right? The reason Batang Kali. So maybe you can feel safe, right? Is it? Are you sure? You feel safe right now? Okay, next. So why I'm coming here is because there are two different entities right now who are managing the climate change and also disaster risk reduction. Why I'm saying this? Because globally, the UN itself monitored by, for the disaster risk reduction is monitored by the UNDRR, United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction Office, whilst the climate change is under the UNFCCC. So they have two different entities. But similarly, they have one goal, which is the SDG, to reduce the vulnerability, enhancing resilience, and promote sustainable development. That is why I try to gain the to gain the idea how we can converge this climate change and also disaster risk reduction. So please help me to answer this kind of questions, because next please. We can see there's gaps integrating the CCA. I just call it CCA, climate change adaptation, with the DRR, or disaster risk reduction, whereby mostly, like government, there are most global governments, they are managing this kind of initiatives for DRR and also CCA in silo approach, and they have different kind of actors. They have poor governance, lack of resources management, lack of financial investments, and finally, the most I think practically on disaster management or climate change action is they are more to responsive rather than proactive. Okay, once they're struck, then we respond. Struck and response. We never care to bring out a future to be ahead, to be part ahead as a planning. All right, next. So that's why we try to engage local stakeholders. Who are the local stakeholders? We are. Because we have a different sets of governance, starting from the federal until the community. There are several layers. There are bureaucracy in managing this kind of DRI and also CCA. Next. In terms of that, we have a vertical governance. We also have the horizontal governance. We have these actors, the government actors, private sector, NGOs, academia, regulatory bodies, which should be combined together to solve this kind of issue. Why? Next. Everybody have different goals, different set of goals, different set of objectives, different set of tasks. All right. So the big why here we are coming for this workshop is to gain how we can contribute together to find the linkage among these 5 sectors. Okay. Next. Next slide, please. Okay, this is just a research on how we can collaborate together. There are terms of multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and also transdisciplinary. This is just a term, just forget it. But we try to gain within this workshop, maybe you can have a good idea how we can contribute together. Because next, to find the linkage, all right, to find the linkage for climate change actors and also the disaster risk reduction actors. I'm not sure where you are right now. Okay, where are we right now? Because we need to have a good governance on both DRR and also CCA. We need to have a collaboration among actors. We need to have a proper decision-making processes. And lastly, we need to advocate policy and administratively conducted through multi-level of governance and through the horizontal parts of governance. Okay. Next. This is my last slide. So we should involve multiple actors, bridging knowledge among DRR and CCA, and we have to have a common sets of governance, collaboration cross-sectoral and layers, and public participation. For that, I conclude my presentations. Maybe last slide. Next slide, please. All right, this is a word cloud of my research. I'm doing research to gain everybody ideas. So please treat me as a researcher, not a government officer. I'm not a soldier. I'm a soldier of fortune, actually. All right, I'm a soldier of fortune to protect our future generations. We are actually soldiers. So I couldn't fight by myself. My organization couldn't fight by ourselves. We need your contributions on this. And please answer all the questions in WOVA, the WOVA apps, please. So in the terms, you can increase your points in WOVA as well. All right. So, so perhaps that we can adapt the climate change factor into disaster risk reduction. There are, or maybe we can have a chit chat. Everybody have microphones in their seats. So maybe you can share ideas about key challenges, how can contribute, and as individually, how you can contribute. Okay, what sort of activities and what sort of resources. Oh, okay, great. Somebody did question. What are the resources, financial material that we need to prepare in the effects of climate change through adaptation and resilience? Yeah. Right now, when we talk about disaster response, people are talking about preparing the resources, right? People are talking about preparing the resources. And the first thing that come into mind is boats to prepare rescue for floods, foods, and also shelters like beds, tents, okay, these kind of things. Because we are tends to prepare only for the response phase. Please do remember that actually in terms of disaster, we have 4 types of periods. Okay, disaster, we have 4 types of periods. The first thing is the preparedness type, the preparedness phase, and the second phase is the response phase. Once the disaster struck, then you respond, and then after the disaster struck, okay, you need to be recovered. And the final one, this final phase, is on the mitigations. So we need to cover the whole area. So in terms of assets, please do think what you need during the peacetime, which is without the, disaster. So that's the asset that we need during the disaster. For example, previously, people don't care about Wi-Fi in the shelters, right? But now, if you put people in shelters without Wi-Fi, they're like killing themselves. No entertainment, right? These sort of things. Okay. Any idea? Can you share? Please state your name, organizations. Maybe you need to push the button.
Right. Thank you, Colonel Shukri. I don't know whether this is a comment or a question. No, when I think about climate adaptation and risk reduction, and so we are thinking along resources, just land use, and then fisheries and rivers. And for me, those are under state. And we talk about the National Adaptation Plan that comes under federal. And right from a policy perspective, if federal and state can't reconcile, like federal comes out with policies, but the adaptation plans, you know, everything that needs to happen is happening at the state level, right? And yesterday we heard YB Liu was telling, you know, how the state uses their resources as a source of income, right? So how do you see this going forward? Because we are talking about the different players that needs to come in to make sure that the risk reduction and adaptation works hand in hand. So I'm not sure how federal and state is going to come together to work in managing the climate adaptation process.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree with you. Actually, this is based on my experience because I've been working with the HQ, within the HQ, and also within the states, and working with the district level. What happens is, for each states, they have their own regulations. They have their own regulations. The thing is, HQ, they have their own visions, but states, they have their own self-visions that sometimes they don't oblige to the HQ regulation, right? To the federal regulations. So in terms of that, we might find actually there are two major problems. The first thing is we don't have any reconcile or we don't have any synergized objectives together, right? And the second thing is they have their own political wills. And the most major effect during my studies is on the political wills. All right? Because everybody wants to show hero during disaster strike. Climate change. Everybody wants to be a hero. Everybody wants to be, how to say, popularity, to seek popularity during this kind of events. So that is why it's quite, how to say, challenging to have a similar goals, to have a similar objectives, to have similar initiatives to be conducted, but yet, like you said, MINEP, which should be done or established previous years, right? Should be established in 2017, I've heard. But due to bureaucracy, it's been, how to say, lack. This is something we should be trying to avoid, right? We should try to avoid because we are, I'm not sure whether we are politically divided or we are ideologically divided, right? That is why I try to, yeah, maybe me myself, I couldn't sell the idea of bridging the interconnectedness among us, right? So this is how we try to connect everybody through the MINEP. It's a very good initiative, but yet a policy which is created couldn't be successfully executed if we don't have supports from bottom up. That's why we're trying for disaster risk reduction ourselves. The most common term we are trying to sell is the community-based disaster risk management, which is truthfully comes from the rakyat themselves rather than from the government. But it is quite hard compared to Japan. Compared to Japan, you can see in some region, we can see, oh, Japan is very good, or very imminent to disaster, so everybody could save themselves. But once the 2011 Tohoku earthquake happens, right? Tohoku earthquake, the tsunami happens, still a lot of people dies. Why? There's a big why. Okay? They promote their Bokomi system. Bokomi is something comes from the community. Bokomi is the I forget the term. What is Bo, what is Ko, what is Me. Right? It's the Japanese term for community-based disaster risk management, which people like the JPKK, MPKK right now, they themselves create their own disaster risk management team so that whenever the disaster struck, they themselves respond. They are taking the experience based on the previous Kobe earthquake in 1994, I forget. All right? Because why? During that time, 70% of response coming from the public, only 30% coming from the government officials. Because the earthquake struck whole nations. Okay? That's why we try to gain this idea. We try to have also the climate bottom-up players, okay? Climate change actors from the community, from the NGOs, from the private sectors. Right? Together we can, how to say, to be a hero among ourselves. Right? Thank you, Nisa. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I think the points that you make very, very clear. Also, some of the feedback from the audience is very, very timely. Just speaking from my previous experience in the ministry, where I served for many years before I retired, I think the idea of the National Adaptation Plan is not to craft something above and separate from any existing flood mitigation or any existing planning exercises to reduce exposure to floods or reduce the impact of floods. Rather, it's an exercise to compile and integrate all the existing flood management plans in such a way that we can actually begin economizing. If we treat all these plans separately, then individual costs are actually very high. And in fact, flood control is one of the largest components of the budget, if you've checked it out. But through this kind of integration, we actually avoid two things. One, we actually avoid making mistakes where when we have things in silos, you implement a flood protection measure for a given area, you simply divert the water to other areas, right? The lessons from China in 2021 and this year serve as huge lessons about river basin scale water management, right? Where in trying to prevent or reduce damage to key infrastructure in Beijing, the water was diverted to other parts of the city and other people end up getting flooded out. So, of course, the political system in China is very, very different. It's very centralized, but it's perhaps something that we don't or may not necessarily be able to do here to control a river in a centralized manner. But I think the idea is actually to avoid needing or to avoid having to deal with loss and damage in the first place, which means if an area is vulnerable to floods, don't build anything there or build things there that can withstand inundation. Build a stadium there, build something where the ground floor the first floor is parking lots. All kinds of infrastructure can handle those things. But the local response is very important because many times what is cut off is the transportation infrastructure. You can't bring help from outside even if you wanted to, right, for very severe events. But I think with the feedback I hope the group will provide, we can prepare some feedback to the relevant bodies that are in charge, which is what CGM has been doing, bringing together stakeholders to get this range of views so that we can compile them and produce a report we can curate and then make available to all the policy making, planning and implementing agencies so that they can approach this in the most integrated way possible. And when we do that, we can reduce the cost. So certainly very much welcome your feedback. Thank you. Like I said, I've retired from the civil service, so I'm not privy to what's precisely going on in the ministry itself. Of course, that would be a good question to pose to YB Nick Dasby next time you see. But he has mentioned that they are working on the NAP, and it is something that's a fairly high priority. The first impact of loss and damage is more emissions, right? It's first impact. You need to expend more emissions to clean up the mess. Then the second impact is more emissions because you have to rebuild and restock all the things that, preventing loss and damage in the first place should be an overriding priority. So when you ensure that that's done, hopefully in the process you'll also avoid loss of life. But that really takes foresight planning, and that takes an understanding of historic events from the past. Because like I said, 50-year floods are now going to become 20-year floods, 100-year floods now going to become 40-year floods, these sorts of things. And the severities.
Thank you.
I just want to give the benefit of my experience. We had the worst floods in Malaysia in 1971. Floods is a perennial problem, monsoonal problem for the east coast of Malaysia in time of Malaysia. But the first time that Malaysia declared emergency was 1971 because Kuala Lumpur was flooded. I was involved in the response and the rescue mission based in Kuantan. It was bad. For the East Coast people, they used to it. It's a perennial problem. Sometimes they celebrate, like Songkram. They enjoy themselves during floods. Ladies would come out, nice dresses, lift up above their knees, the men enjoy themselves. But 71 was quite bad because it caused. It was quite bad because it caused a lot of damage, property damage, asset losses, and life loss. So 2 years after that, I was involved in the committee. We suggested to the government then, to the Pahang state government, Kelantan, Terengganu. They have to relocate the people. They live in an area will bound to be affected by floods every year, without fail, every year. But they claim heritage problem, they refuse to relocate. I counted then, we calculated, it was cheaper for the government to actually build new villages, relocate them, and it's cheaper than flood response and mitigation. Until today, they have not done it. And this climate change will make it worse. And we have the other problem with development, especially in Klang Valley. All the flood mitigation ponds, they reclassified and development. The good case was the Moda in Shala. There was a flood mitigation pond. But lo and behold, the political masters, this is where the G parts comes in, corruption. They approved development. Lo and behold, they had the floods, I think 2 years ago. They were inundated. And DID blamed the pumps not working. So I told DID, you should check the pumps before the crisis, not after the crisis, the pump not working. And
Good afternoon, welcome and thank you for joining us in this forum on climate risk and governance in Malaysia, broadening our horizon. This is a special forum on broader climate issues that are significant for our national context in Malaysia. This forum is held in conjunction with the National Climate Governance Summit 2023, organised by Climate Governance Malaysia from 5th to 7th September, and is also jointly organised by the University Malaya Sustainability and Development Centre and the University Malaya Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences Climate Change Network. I am Dr. Helena Varki from the Department of International and Strategic Studies, UM, and I will be your moderator for today. So first of all, our first agenda is a welcoming remark from Associate Professor Dr. Zida Fatima Muhammad, the Director of the UM Sustainability and Development Centre. I would like to invite Dr. Zida to please give her remarks.
Right, thank you so much, Dr. Helena. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and greetings of peace to everyone. A very warm welcome to the special forum on climate risk and governance in Malaysia, broadening our horizon, organized by University Malaya and Climate Governance Malaysia. This forum also receives invaluable support from distinguished speakers from National Antarctic Research Centre, Climate Action Malaysia and UNITAR International University. This forum stands as a satellite event to the currently running National Climate Governance Summit 2023, a pivotal event at the national level organized by Climate Governance Malaysia, which started yesterday and will end tomorrow with its significant mission to help shape and improve the climate governance landscape of the country. In this satellite forum, we will try to complement the summit by exploring broader facets of climate risk and governance that hold immense relevance for Malaysia, beyond the summit's main focus in looking into government and business policy and strategies. Basically, the aim of this forum is to broaden our horizons on climate risk and governance as a way to provide ideas on more innovative solutions and foster collaboration in this important topic of climate governance. The effort, I feel, is timely as we anticipate Malaysia's active participation in the upcoming 2023 United Nations Climate Change Conference, or COP28, to be held in Dubai at the end of this year. In fact, University Malaya, with other universities and stakeholders, have recently been invited to be a member of the National COP28 Climate Change Advisory Committee, recently set up under the Ministry of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change. Hence, in this collective spirit, UM was more than happy to support CGM in co-organizing this forum in conjunction with the summit when we were invited to do so. Thank you so much to Datin Sri Sunita, the Director of CGM, and her team for graciously extending the invitation to University Malaya. Indeed, climate governance is a very, very important topic for University Malaya itself. Existentially, actually, if I may say so, the risk of climate change is particularly pressing for UM because we are a city campus located at the heart of the capital city of Kuala Lumpur, where the high rate of urban development, which increases carbon emission, and the loss of green spaces, which reduces carbon absorption, has always been a significant issue for the campus and is growing day by day as the city advances. In addition, there is a significant issue of urban heat island as well. Hence, the challenge of urban sustainability development is very real to us in UM's own backyard. As a response, UM currently has a campus sustainability policy and eco-campus blueprint, in which achieving a carbon neutral or net zero campus earlier than 2050 is very much within our mission. Practically on the ground, in line with these policies, we are putting in place various programs and initiatives. In the past, it was more on education, research, innovation, and campus infrastructure, what universities are usually known for. But more recently, we are trying our best to synergize these conventional programs to help enhance a culture of low carbon and sustainable lifestyle by the campus community and their engagement with broader stakeholders and society. Indeed, we all know that a change in a community, including in a campus, can't happen without consistent collective change in terms of day-to-day behavior. Our sustainability motto in University Malaya is Inspire, Be Inspired. So the dream is for the campus community, especially our students, to be inspired in playing a proactive role on climate action, starting with their everyday life on campus, and then to continue this proactiveness when they graduate from the university, and if possible, to inspire others as well as they play their respective roles in society. In this hopeful spirit, we thank you for your presence here today and for your dedication to this important cause. Together, let us explore, discuss, and chart a more sustainable path towards a low-carbon Malaysia. Before I end, on behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who is involved in making this forum a success, particularly our esteemed moderator and speakers. Special gratitude as well to the organizing team led by Climate Governance Malaysia, Sustainability and Development Center, and Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences Climate Change Network, with support from the Department of Information Technology and Center for Civilizational Dialogue. And last but not least, to our online participants, thank you for your wonderful support. Your presence today signifies your dedication and passion towards our common goal. With Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, let's begin this exciting forum. Back to you, Dr. Helena.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zida, for that excellent opening remarks. And as we commence the forum, what I'll first do is I'll introduce our esteemed and very inspiring speakers. We have 4 speakers with us today, covering 4 topics that are quite distinct but all have important links to each other. So first of all, our first panelist is Prof. Dr. Azizan Haji Abu Sama from the National Antarctic Research Center and the Institute of Ocean and Earth Sciences of IOES and he will be sharing with us about the importance of polar regions on climate and weather patterns in Malaysia. Following this, we have our second panelist, Dr. Renard Siu from the Center for Governance and Political Studies, UNITA, who will be talking about climate-related risks and adaptation strategies in Malaysia. Our third panelist is Prof. Dato' Azizan Baharuddin, who will be talking about the importance of spiritual and ethnic approaches to drive climate action. And last but not least, our panelist number 4 is Ms. Aro Arjoni, who is from Climate Action Malaysia and is also a student here at talking about the need to incorporate the youth perspective for inclusive climate decision making. So each of the speakers will speak for about 15 minutes, and then we will have a few rounds of Q&A. So all of you who are online, please feel free to put your questions into the chat at any time throughout this period, and we will be sharing your questions with the panelists later. So now we can commence our forum. So I will start with the first professor, Dr. Azizan. Allow me to just read out a brief profile of yourself. Hopefully it's not too long. Professor Dr. Azizan Abu Sama is an honorary professor in the field of meteorology in the Department of Geography at the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences in He is the director of the National Antarctic Research Center and the deputy director of the Institute of Earth and Ocean Sciences at He served as Vice President of the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research, or SCAR, and he's also a member of the Sultan Mizan Antarctic Research Foundation Board of Trustees and a Senior Research Fellow at IOES. His research focuses on air-sea interactions in the South China Sea, winter monsoon cold surges, severe Antarctic weather, tropical polar connections, and climate change in the tropics as well as the polar regions. And he has done extensive fieldwork in the Antarctic as well as the South China Sea and the Malacca Straits. So we are very looking forward to hearing what you have to say today, Professor. Please.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Basically, when you are talking about global warming, you are talking about what is known as fossil fuel addiction. And fossil fuel addiction is something that started off using coal during the Industrial Revolution until now. And the main problem when you burn fossil fuel is that you get carbon dioxide. So carbon dioxide is the major what you call greenhouse gas. So when you see greenhouse gas, you are talking about warming of the globe itself. So this fossil fuel addiction resulted in, if you think about, when I was very young, the part per million carbon dioxide in the air is about 280, and now it has gone to 421, which is nearly double. And this fossil fuel addiction is something that is very, that's why you call it addiction, is something that's very difficult for the globe or human civilization, as it were, to wean out from fossil fuel. Even the other aspect is carbon dioxide, is that the moment it's no longer absorbed by either the ocean or the land and is in the atmosphere, it will be there for maybe about 200 years. So even as now, we don't emit carbon dioxide at all, the 421 part per million will still be around maybe 200 or 300 years from now. So the warming, what I'm trying to say is that the warming is basically locked in. So the question that you want to ask is, how warm do you want the world to be? In the Paris, what you call Accord, we are trying and limit it to 1.5, and we calculated if we want to emit to 1.5 this of what you call temperature rise. And I would tend to think that quite a lot of people are now skeptical whether we can meet the 1.5. So the next target is 2 that we are trying to achieve. So it's something that is, for the developed country, you have the Kyoto, you have the Paris Accord. None of them were able to meet what was agreed upon. I know in UMFCC you have the developing country, which I think now is coming up, especially India and China, which in a way are being asked to cut down their use of fossil fuel. But what about the rest of the other developing countries? Because as the country develops, you'll find that its use of fossil fuel will go up. So fossil fuel addiction and global warming is an intergenerational heritage that we are going to inherit it to the younger set, and we are going to inherit it even to our, for another maybe 20 to 30 years, or well, not 30, 100 years down the road. So now the question is, what do we do? What can we do to mitigate, and what can we do to adapt? So these are the two choices that we have. Quite a lot of what you call academics and armchair researcher are talking about even a colossal geoengineering procedure, which means that one way to cut down the sun ray and cool the earth is maybe to pump a lot of aerosol into the stratosphere. And this has been in quite a serious journal have been talked about. But the main problem with any climate change is that some bits of the region of the world will benefit, some won't. So as much as climate change has an urgency to the globe, but how climate change will impact regionally is different. So for Malaysia, the first thing that we need to ask is that what is the future climate that we are going to face, and in some sense, are we going to benefit from this future climate? Because some parts of the region of the world will benefit. Not everything is negative. Some parts will benefit. And for us, when we talk about, some people are talking that we will be more El Nino-like in terms of the future. If we are El Nino-like, then it's quite good news in the sense, because flooding will go down. Because when we have flood, 2021, 2020 is during La Nina. And when La Nina comes, we have 10 to 20% more rain, then we're going to have huge problem. So our issue in Malaysia is not the issue of less water, it's the issue of more water. So in some sense, when we have less water, we have less flooding. And our main, so what I'm trying to say is that the perspective of who will benefit and who won't, we need to study it carefully. Now, the first thing that I want to say, if we can put in what I have, is that this region is a direct consequence of deglaciation. That means 40,000 years ago, when the last glacial age, we have the Sunda continent. But when deglaciation begin, we lost about, the sea level rise by about 130 meter, and we are left with what we have now. And so you can see the whole paleobiology, the whole biology of Southeast Asia is a result of climate change. But that is 40,000 years ago. So we are the inheritors of climate change. Big way, not a small way. Because what we are now is because of deglaciation, is because of sea level rise. So if the next sea level rise is, say, 7 meter, and we are maritime continent, we have lots and lots of islands. So the impact will be more on our maritime region. Now, why are we interested in what's happening in the polar? Is that when you look at the driver of our weather, it comes from the mid-latitude. The northeast monsoon is controlled by the Siberian high, and the southwest monsoon is controlled by the subtropical high over Australia. Both of these subtropical high react quite directly to what happened in the polar region, both in the Arctic and also in the Antarctic. And this is one area that we ourselves, in our own contribution to the global science, that Malaysia is putting in effort in studying the polar tropical connection. So this is our contribution to the international global community that we are championing. Now, how many more minutes? So now, what I would like to say in the sense is that one thing about climate change, first, it is intergenerational. That means, you're not talking about 5 years down the road. You're talking about 100 years down the road. So you are going to inherit it to your grandson and maybe grandson is going to inherit it to their grandson, because you said carbon dioxide is 400 years ago. So one of the issue that we need to look at, what level of rise are we acceptable? What is the tipping point that we, as a civilization, can take? Because if we miscalculated, and we have already miscalculated, okay, because we could have done it in 1990s, which we did not. We could have done it in 2000, which we did not. We could have done it in the 21st century, which we did not. So in a sense, we are still thinking about business as usual with the crisis looming. So the next thing that we are now thinking about, and I see Petronas going into that line, I see Tenaga going to the line, is this huge push to decarbonize, huge push to change from fossil fuel to hydrogen or to renewable energy. And the thing that we can see is that it may be too late. It may be that we need now to think about how to take the carbon dioxide directly from the atmosphere and carbon capture it and then put it somewhere in the ground. And this is quite a serious thing, because what I see is that Petronas is going to that direction. Quite a lot of big companies are going to that direction. And that, I think, is another route. That means industrial scale carbon sequestration all around the globe. And that will be another industry. But for Malaysia, directly, we are trying to promote what you call natural-based solution, in which we are saying that we are going to have net zero by having more forests. That our forest is the one that's going to be the carbon sink for Malaysia. And so we are in a way going into what you call REDD, or carbon trading. And that also takes a lot, has a lot of minefield that we have to be careful, because carbon trading using the forest as a sink involve quite a lot of, you can see even at the local level, the issue between Kedah and Penang surfacing. And so you can imagine how it is if you take it into Malaysia, Indonesia, Brazil, and the whole global world. It's going to be even messier. But it is something that we need to think about, because in some way we can monetize carbon trading, we can monetize carbon sequestration, involve a lot of auditing and how they audit it. And this is where the policy makers need to move into, because I think finally the last stage is trying to sequester carbon out, because we have so far failed to curb the fossil fuel addiction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. I think that was a really good start to our forum. We talked about how we are in this situation because of our fossil fuel addiction, and what was really interesting was how you brought in our own region here, which is a result of historical climate change, and how this all connects to the polar weather patterns and larger atmospheric phenomena. So we are going to move on now to our second speaker, which is Dr. Renard Siu, and he is an adjunct professor at the Center for Governance and Political Studies in UNITAR, and he's also the sustainability head of sustainability for Il-Ehzan, an energy infrastructure company here in Malaysia. and he was a co-chair of the Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management Working Committee at UNEP's FI Collective Commitment on Climate Action. He was also appointed in 2020 as an SDG champion for climate action by the World Economic Forum. He's a member of the World Economic Forum's expert network group and serves on the WEF's Global Future Council on SDG investment. So we are going to hear from Dr. Renat on climate-related risks and adaptation strategies here in Malaysia. Please.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction and for having me. I would probably anchor my reflections really on three big questions. The first is, must we change? Second question, can we change? And last but not least, are we willing to change? Starting with the first question, must we change? I think the science is very clear, as what Prof. Azizan had alluded to. Scientists globally, they've produced, like the IPCC Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report. And if there was one thing that was consistent, it's the fact that climate change is anthropogenic, it's man-made. We need to change, we need to act. And the window for us to act is obviously closing down every second as we speak. We only have less than a dozen, maybe even less than a decade now, right, to cap temperatures from increasing by 1.5 degrees Celsius, beyond which I think the warning signs is very clear. We will be experiencing extreme weather events, floods, droughts, forest fires, and all of these catastrophic events that we hear a lot in the news will continue to intensify. These extreme weather events used to only cover about 0.1% of the entire Earth's surface in the 1950s. But progressively, as we move into the 2000s, we can see that that number has increased by about 13 to 14%. It's now about 13 times more likely for us to be confronting such catastrophes compared to where we were before. And of course, this is scary, right? When you start thinking about the actual impacts of the climate crisis in itself, it affects the entire system. It affects our food supply. So every 1 degree Celsius of increase in temperature, right, would actually lead to about 6 to 7% of decline in terms of crop yields. You're talking about wheat, maize, corn. And even though this percentage of 6 to 7% look small, but we're talking about a global basis, it's huge. And you couple that with the fact that we have an exponential increase in population growth, naturally the next question is, where are we going to be finding the next solutions to feed this ever-growing population? This might not be questions that we think about every day, but in the next 20, 30, 40 years to come, these are going to be very real issues that we need to find solutions for. Otherwise, mankind in itself, right, in terms of survivability is being threatened. Having said so, I think food supply is one thing. Even in our own backyard, in both northern and southern regions, the agriculture industry has already been hard hit. Climate change obviously doesn't just cause floods, it brings about droughts as well. And there's almost this double whammy effect that's happening. You get prolonged droughts immediately, and then followed immediately by prolonged, floods. So what are farmers, those in the agriculture sector, going to do? What about their livelihoods? And this is only one example, right, in the food ecosystem. When you talk about water security, this is the 21st century. We're turning on our taps and we're finding that there's no water. And one reason that has come up to the fore is that climate change causes intervariability of rainfall. So areas that used to get more rainfall no longer get as much rainfall as they used to. So we can see that, in terms of the water levels in our dams, they're drying up fast, right? And we also have issues around urbanization, like people moving into cities, right, for work, right, to improve their livelihoods. And obviously water is going to be in huge demand, right? We know that water is such an important commodity. But at the same time, you see that interrelationship between climate and water. What was seen previously, right, as an infinite resource now becomes so much more precious. So in many ways, climate change is what we call a crisis or a threat multiplier already to the existing issues that we face. Of course, needless to say, I think from even the medical or healthcare industry, they too are starting to acknowledge that the climate crisis is causing, like more severe impacts. One case in point, there was a study that was done on dengue mosquitoes, which is very common, right, in the tropical area. So what they find is that dengue typically goes through this metamorphosis process, right? It goes from an egg to a larvae to a full-blown mosquito. It's always ingested Zika virus as part of its diet. But typically before the Zika virus would be able to incubate successfully in this mosquito, it would have actually died out. But under warmer conditions, what scientists are finding is that this Zika virus tends to incubate a lot faster. So what we see now as a harmless mosquito now becomes a vector of disease. And mind you, in Malaysia, like we are home, right, we're actually one of the 12 most mega diverse countries in the world. We have thousands of mega flora and fauna. Can you imagine just an increase of 1 degree Celsius in temperature, right, can affect just one mosquito which seems so harmless? What more, right, with the other species that we have here in our own backyard? And what is even scarier is that we're merely scraping, right, sort of the tip of the iceberg in terms of understanding the complexities of what's really happening with our whole ecosystem. So I go back to the question, like, must we change? I hope, the response to that first question is a resounding yes. Now, the second question, can we change? So I was asked to talk about climate adaptation. When you think about climate adaptation as a whole, there are certain countries, certain folks, certain underprivileged communities, marginalized communities that are disproportionately affected as a result of the climate crisis. If you were rich and you were experiencing floods or droughts, you can easily say, oh, let's relocate to another area. Let's rebuild our livelihoods just like this. But if you were poor, sometimes you don't really have a choice. You're really stuck at the area in which you were born with, right? And there's nothing much that you can do. If you were to face a severe floods, you lose your homes, your assets. How are you going to rebuild, like with everything that you have lost? So this is what, I think conversations have been anchored on, right? That we need to start looking at climate justice, to look at which stakeholder is disproportionately affected. Are we being fair, just, equitable, right, to them? Of course, needless to say, I think there's also groups of indigenous communities, right, whose forests are actually their homes. What happens when there's rampant deforestation that happens? What would happen to them? They'll lose their homes. The forest is basically their means of actually generating livelihoods. They don't just lose their homes, they lose their main source of income as a result of that. Hence, like there needs to build this lens, right, where we don't just also focus on climate, but also talk about biodiversity, right, as two sides of the same coin, which is very important. I am, however, still optimistic. Even though, the window is closing, people say that, it's very likely that we're probably not going to be able to hit the 1.5 degrees Celsius. But I think that, we must carry on, like on this trajectory. On a global basis, we are starting to see the energy transition taking place. There is a lot of focus, I have to say, on climate mitigation primarily. How are we cutting down on emissions? How we are transitioning, moving away from fossil fuels to renewables. And we have seen successes in other countries, like in Mexico, for example. They came up saying that they wanted to increase the amount of renewable energy by 16 times by 2020. In actual fact, they surpassed that by 75 times the capacity. Like you have stories that we've heard in the UK, they have successfully ran on a full day on renewable energy without fossil fuels. These are examples that we can learn that we can take note of and be inspired of, to know that it is possible for us to still continue to change, to make a difference in, you know, whatever fields that we are in. So I go back to my second question, like, can we change? And I hope the response to that is also a resounding yes. But now comes to, I guess, my third question on the willingness to change. I think this is where it gets really tricky, because as much as we acknowledge the science, as much as we know that we can take action, the third bit around willingness is really a stumbling block to many. For some people, it's really about having the entire solution laid out very clearly on paper, on a roadmap, before one is actually willing to take the first step. And I think that's problematic to a certain extent, because the more we wait, the lesser time we have, right, to actually take action. So I think a philosophy that perhaps need to be championed here is to really focus on progress over perfection. I don't think there will ever be a perfect solution, but I do feel that we have to do whatever that we can within our means, right, to make sure that we continue to make progress in the right direction. This, of course, requires a lot of collaboration, a lot of partnerships. I know Climate Governance Malaysia loves using this phrase of how we need to adopt a whole of government, all of society approach. Easier said than done. Because when you think about it, a whole of government, all of society approach, right, truly represents a perfect solution, right? You have to move a lot of stakeholders. Like, you have to collaborate with universities, with NGOs, with the private sector, in fact, to actually mobilize action. And I think it's challenging because it's resource intensive. You need time, you need money, you need capabilities, competency. You know, I know Prof. Azim spoke earlier about how we have a climate change addiction, right? But how do we move away from this, right? One of the solutions is also thinking about how we are securing, right, jobs for people who have already been in this industry for the longest time. How are we helping them to transition out of, you know, like the fossil fuel industry as what has been alluded earlier? There are a lot of questions, a lot of policies that need to be in place, but I think more importantly, implementation. As I've mentioned earlier, we do focus a lot on climate mitigation, not so much on climate adaptation. But the harsh reality is that, you know, we cannot adapt to lost cultures, right? We cannot adapt to loss of lives. I mean, once someone is dead, there's fatalities, that's the end of it. So we need to strike a balance. Like, we have to think about how we're designing our work. We need to make sure that we don't just focus on, you know, climate change, but really systems change, to really get everyone on the same page, to mobilize action and do whatever that we can. Because, you know, as our famous activist Greta Thunberg says, you know, time is running out. Our house is on fire. We have to start taking action now, or there will be, you know, no tomorrow, no bright future for our next generation. And I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Renat. Yeah, so I think that was a really good setting of the scene again, talking about while it's really urgent for us to act, we also have to really focus on being optimistic and moving forward, progress over perfection. So whatever we have now, our capabilities now, should be harnessed for us to really act and do what we can. So before I move on to the third speaker, I would like to also remind everyone who's viewing to put in your questions into the chat so that we can take them later in our discussion section. And now we will move on to our third speaker, Prof. Dato' Dr. Azizan binti Baharudin. And she is from the Center for Civilizational Dialogue here. And Prof. Azizan specializes in areas such as environmental ethics, religion and sustainable development, Islam and science, bioethics, and interfaith and intercivilizational dialogue. Prof. Azizan is the current chairholder of the UKM YSD Chair for Sustainability. She's also a member of the National Council for Islamic Affairs. She's an honorary fellow of the Institute of Future Malaysia, a member of the Academy of Professors Malaysia, and also a fellow of Academy of Sciences Malaysia, just like Prof. Azizan, who spoke earlier. And Prof has also won the Langkawi Award from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment for her work in environmental education and activism in 2016, and also the Federal Territory Ma'al Hijrah Award in 2016, and the National Ma'al Hijrah Award in 2022. So Prof. Azizan Baharuddin will speak to us today about importance of spiritual and ethical approaches to drive climate action. Prof, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon. May peace be with everyone. And I really mean that. P-A-P-E-A-C-E, right? Because that's what we need to be at the moment. Because we've heard from our two speakers the seriousness of the situation. But I think I'd like to draw attention to one very interesting fact. We know our house is on fire. How come we're still sitting there? So what does it take for us to actually stand up, go away, put the fire out, or do something? Yeah. So this is where I think the inner dimension of the human being comes into the picture. So I loathe to use the word religion in the context of our audience today, in the context of our forum today, because we don't want to draw attention to negative perceptions of religion per se, and these abound. There's phobia towards Islam, there's phobia towards religion as a whole in many parts of the world, and we can understand why. And the reason is that the narratives, the discourse about the principles of spirituality or religious belief, if you like, seems to be alien, quote unquote, to the scientific, so-called rational way of explaining things. Yeah. So by the way, it's a rare opportunity to be, to be, I wouldn't use such a big word as educated, for example. It's a rare opportunity to have been exposed to the so-called purely scientific, empirical way of thinking and doing, yeah, and the so-called religious way of doing and thinking and acting. But can I sort of share with you one secret, which I think needs to be shared? It's doable. The two can be harmonized because your akal and your heart are inside all of us. It's just that we are not trained most times to link the two together. And right now, what is called for between spirituality and science is this middle hybrid way of thinking, if you like. I'm not too cultured in terms of English literature or whatever, but being the scientist that I am still at heart, we need to be very practical about this, because oftentimes when the two groups meet, they sort of look at each other in an uncomfortable manner. What do you know about faith? You have abandoned God. You have abused nature, which is not of your creation. How dare you? And so on and so on and so on and so on, right? And on the other side, what do you so-called religious leaders and teachers know about science? What do you know about polar science? What do you know about the weather? What do you know about atoms? What do you know about anything that is scientific? So this is the wrong way of approaching it. So in 1968, Syed Hussein Nas, a geologist who resides in America, originally was from Iran. As you can imagine, he is a Muslim scientist. He wrote a book, Man and Nature, Spiritual Crisis of Modern Man. So please don't misunderstand, jump to the conclusion that this is one labai, one religious guy trying to save the world by inculcating people's minds with religious virtues. No. He spoke very, very, rationally about what's happening. The Anthropocene, maybe that time people were not talking so much, not using the word so much, yeah. So the Anthropocene is real, And who came up with the term is geologists themselves, scientists themselves. So beginning from the end of the Second World War, it is noted by everyone, accepted by everyone. Nobody is denying it anymore. We have been to one verse in the Quran. Sorry, I'm a Muslim. Not that I don't want to, use other scriptures as an example here. In one of the surah in the Quran, it says, now we are seeing the effects of man's hands, on land and on sea, the negative effects. So we the Creator, is allowing us to feel what it's like to have the effect of all these misdoings, miscalculations, so that we'll go back to the right way. If you're a scientist, purely agnostic or atheist, you say, oh, what is this? But for me, just think about it for a while. Does that sentence, does that surah say anything to us in respect of what we are going through today? Right? And this is what, very interestingly, in a very important journal, Sustainability Science, in 2023, just 1 month ago, a very interesting article by very, very objective people came up with the idea that spirituality, in the context of climate change, is something that's very neglected. So what the authors are trying to say through their research is that all this while, the perspectives given, the solutions handed out are from the, sorry to say, from a certain group. I wouldn't say Western anymore, because West is here. East is in the West, right? North and South, there can be many meanings to it. So how about indigenous? We talk about indigenous people all the time, right? Have we ever wondered what their worldview is like? So to use a neutral term, let's use worldview. Worldview is a paradigm. How you see yourself. I mean, who is the human being? What is the human being? How is the human being? What is the meaning of the human being the whole scheme of things? Did you just came here by accident? Or did you come here? I'm looking at the doctor's reaction here. So this is the difficulty lah. But I wish we have 3 or 4 hours to, with our cigars and all that to explain about this. But I have to do this in 10 minutes. The point is that the powers that be, whether at COP28 or elsewhere, you have to now, due to the research done by people who are very responsible about this, you have to be looking at worldviews other than the so-called dominant one at the moment. And what are some of the elements of the dominant worldview today? Very, very materialistic. Man is the center of the universe, in a sense, most important creature. He knows everything. He can solve everything through science and technology and engineering. Everything around him has utilitarian value only. If you run out of gas or whatever, fossil fuel can go to Mars or other planets. So it's a very utilitarian way of seeing things. The other worldview is the life-centered worldview. Not necessarily religious, but life-centered. Looking at nature as something that deserves its own, that deserves respect from human beings. Okay? So the other worldview contends that man is part of nature. He is not apart from nature. He is part of nature. So close your eyes, think about it. Even your false teeth at the moment, it comes from, if you have false teeth, that is, it comes from somewhere on the planet. And through your fantastic science, you know that there are limitations, right? You can't take too much sugar, then you get diabetes. You can't take too much of that, then too much cholesterol. So what happens then? You, with your cleverness, okay, of course you don't care where that cleverness, that akal, that reason comes from. You may not care, it's okay, right? You can now know that you should be pursuing certain ways of doing things. And this, very simply put, is the root of what's wrong with the world. We overconsume when we know that we shouldn't. We even are so honest to say we are carbon addicted. What was it? We are addicted to fossil fuel, right? Pandai cakap addiction. So what do we do when we were with addicts? Give them cold shower and all this and all that, right? It's an ugly situation, right? But this is, as Doctor said just now, we're willing to do that. So my answer is, you should be willing Otherwise, I think you're a moron. You're more moronic than the most stupid thing on earth. I think. I say this with the greatest of respect. Yeah? Because how else do you say it? So then, you go back to the other worldview, right? And the life-centered worldview, this is where the connectivity is to the so-called religious or traditional worldview. It's not just religious as in the major religions of the world. Indigenous people have this worldview as well. They learn things about that nature, including first to begin with your own body, is an amanah. It's a trust that you must take care of, you know. When I was at a meeting in the Academy of Science, Malaysia recently, I was saying this is not just what Muslims or Christians say. This indigenous people say. Everybody is saying this, that the world, nature, nature is an amanah. It's a trust, and with that trust comes responsibility. And you know what? If you just want to run away from all this religious talk, you just go to philosophy. I'm so happy Doctor mentioned philosophy at long last. Philosophia, love of wisdom. What is wisdom? What is wisdom? It's about justice. It's about knowing what to do when you have to do it. It's because if you don't do that, then you're abandoning your humanness. So this is a problem today. What does it mean to be human? To be human is, first of all, to understand what justice is. Prof. Azizan speaks about intergenerational justice. You be handing this down to your children, to your grandchildren, and all that. Why does he care? Why should he care? Because he has this sense of love and care and compassion and mercy to a certain degree, yeah, and justice. And as a philosopher, I don't have time to mention, because I've got lots of notes here to say to you that, I'm not speaking from the top of my head or something. Justice is very critical because it is, to the philosopher, this one famous philosopher here who speaks about this, and his writings that you can look up. Three things you have to embrace in what he says is called virtues ethics. And the climate problem is a moral problem. It's a problem of morals, and morality means knowing what is just, what is permitted, what is not permitted. We all know this in a sense. So it says three important things. You need justice, you need to be truthful, and you need to be hopeful. Right? So justice first of all. We are not doing justice to the earth. We're not doing justice to ourselves. Right? Secondly, truthful. Are we being truthful? Yeah, I think we are all being truthful, because we don't hide anything, right? But hopeful. We have to think that tomorrow will be better. It can be better if we act on it. But the point is, why aren't you acting on it? Right? So this is where religion, okay, where the secret comes now, okay? Religion also gives you the methods for making you from being lazy, right? Inability to move to that point where you can move. And you will move with positivity, with hope. Yeah? That's what religion gives you. If you look at the rituals of religion, okay, and I'm just looking at my own religion's ways, okay, we do good work with our Buddhist friends, with our non-Muslim friends, yeah, and you can read in between the lines when they explain their principles, that the same kind of thinking is operational, or is operating. So this is why you need to close the gap between the so-called spiritual, traditional. I hate this word traditional, because sometimes it gives you the wrong impression, right? And you should look at how religion is being taught in schools or elsewhere, that they embrace some of these issues of climate change, of what's happening around us. There has to be some STEM literacy. There has to be scientific literacy. You come from school of politics, school of whatever, but you do understand the science. And it's not rocket science, isn't it? It's not rocket science. We are not what do you call it, specialists like Prof. Azizan, but we understood. We understood basically what he was talking about. So this is not what's happening now. Religion is still being taught in a manner that is not suitable to this age. And if I may say so, science is being taught with the philosophy of reductionism, which means what? Only the scientific, materialistic worldview is true, and it can handle everything. No, science cannot afford to think like that anymore, because we speak about social coordination, we speak about apa lagi ya? People working together. And how do people work together? Because they have something else inside them, right? It's not just like you said. When you see people dying, okay, why do you feel sad? Why do you feel sad? Why should you feel sad? Because there's some people. One more minute. There are some people who actually don't care, and you have to understand what makes them move to that level where they don't care. And the worst, and I think most critical thing now is the gap between rich and poor, which increases every second as we speak. I think you alluded to this, and you are a corporate person, which is very interesting. Okay, why does the gap between rich and poor? Why do we allow this to happen all the time? How do we overcome that? People used to speak about CSRs. Right, people used to speak about philanthropy, and by the way, there is a group of people in the world today, the philanthropists, who are trying to make a movement out of their belief to help mitigate, to help these issues of climate justice and whatnot. So all I'm trying to say is, let's stop looking down at other people's specialties. And when you say let's work together, and there's a lot of things that we can work together with, especially the so-called spiritual group and the non-spiritual group, because we didn't have time to actually look at practically what they've been doing on the ground, and there's plenty of case studies there as well. This happens at the local, also international level. And Malaysia, okay, I'm not a political aspirant or anything, but the Malaysia Madani, okay, Madani M Mampan, that's sustainability, and Il-Ehzan at the end. Il-Ehzan is about integrity, it's about respect, it's about doing your best and being truthful and all that. So I'll stop there because I have to stop there. So I'll see you guys again. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you so much, Prof. So this talking about how the climate problem is actually a moral problem, and we have to think about our and not only think about but actually put into action our inner dimension when we are thinking about this, and also acting upon it, thinking about our different worldviews and how that can all contribute to our moving forward and making ourselves want to move forward on this problem, and most importantly be remaining hopeful in all of this. So we will now move on to our fourth last but not least speaker, Miss Aro Ajoni, and she is a student of University Malaya, so we're very proud of her. She actively speaks out about the climate crisis in Malaysia, and she has been organising direct actions on the streets of Kuala Lumpur since 2019 and perhaps even before that. And she's a communications director at Climate Action Malaysia, also known as CAMI, where she focuses on the production of media content in the formation of a people-based discourse on the climate. She's also a grassroots organizer and has worked collaboratively with young indigenous Jakun women through CAMI's Weaving Hopes for the Future program. Aro is now an Asia-Pacific Youth Advisor on Environmental and Climate Justice under the UN Human Rights, the UNFCCC, and also the UNDP, anchored in the Youth Empowerment in Climate Action platform. So Aro will be talking to us today about the need to incorporate the youth perspective for inclusive climate decision making. So please, go ahead.
Thank you so much for having me. It's quite overwhelming today, the panel, because we have a bunch of experts here. And I did not start as an environmental student at all, actually. The first thing I did when I was aware about climate change was protest on the streets. I was protesting from my university at that time without knowing much. But, after, learning more about climate change, understanding the dynamics on international level, I started getting more into advocacy, and that's how I basically formed Climate Action Malaysia. So I think that's relatable to other young people as well. Many of us, started protesting on the street or even go on social media first, before really diving deep into climate issues and climate justice issues. And I think now when we talk about young people and being included in decision-making spaces, I think it's important to highlight that we are also rights holder, and that young people deserve to be in any spaces where decisions are made about climate change, because it involves our current environment right now that we're living in, and also the future. And right now, there's a global push for just transition. Malaysia is focusing on energy transition, but I think it's important to ask the question, where will young people be in this? Because even with the existing framework, we don't get jobs. There's still low wage. Where will be young people in this whole just transition plan? Are we even prepared for future jobs? Because even right now, we don't have the enough capacity, enough support to be in professional job forces. So, when we talk about greener jobs, are young people right now ready to transition into that? We have all of these policies, economic policies ready, everything, but how are young people ready? So I think we need to address that. And even with the pandemic as well, right, we were like set way back off in terms of our skills and experience. Young people didn't get to go on the ground and actually experience, do things on hands. And I think that's why it's more important than ever in terms of the conversation around just transition, energy transition, to include young people and actually hear what are the problems that they are facing, what are the challenges, and what kind of jobs will fit young people for the future. And we talked a lot just now about how, adapting to deaths about climate, adapting to all of the news about climate issues in Malaysia. Climate Action Malaysia actually released some findings about climate journalism in Malaysia, how climate and energy transition is being reported in Malaysian media. So we reach out and talk to a lot of news media, we talk to a lot of journalists, we ask them, why are you covering or not covering about climate change in Malaysia? I think climate communication is so important. This is what we have been neglecting for decades. That is why climate change has not been communicated properly on the ground, and there's lack of actions. And that is why even the IPCC has a specific report for policies makers, because the way that scientists communicate it and then you have to communicate it to policymakers, it's a totally different thing because it's quite technical, right? So the way that young people perceive climate change is also now very basic, because our climate coverage, climate news in Malaysia also doesn't go in depth about this issue. A lot of the news media that we sample, many of them are very just reactionary and based on one event. For example, the Sungai Kim Kim pollution issue, that lasted for only 2 weeks on the media. The floods in Baling and Kedah, the floods in Johor, that lasted maximum for around 2 weeks and 3 weeks on the media. But nobody really went into the root causes of these issues and asked the important people or even asked scientists. Many of the news that we sampled, that we saw, many of them, the sources were only from one source, from governments or certain agencies, but not many journalists reach out to scientists to actually ask, like, what's happening? What is the data behind this? So young people are not informed in terms of the climate science. They're not informed about what's happening in their own backyard. But a lot of young people in Malaysia know about melting icebergs and everything, but not really in our own backyard. So in terms of diversity as well, when we talk about young people, right, we're not just one group. Geographically, young people in the city and rural areas, we have like totally completely different ideas about what it means to adapt to climate change, what sustainability even means. So, different mindset, different young people. And in terms of gender as well, in terms of climate adaptation, a lot of our focus is on hard policies, building infrastructures, and contohnya project tebatan banjir and all of that stuff. But when we talk about climate adaptation, adaptation is a very social process. You have to actually go on the ground and talk to people, and you have to inform them how can we increase the people's resiliency, and actually check in what's happening on the ground before you can actually make those policies. And in terms of gender as well, we see that statistically, women and children are 14 times more likely to die in climate disasters, but yet we see not a lot of women in climate decision spaces. And I work with a lot of orang asli youth on the ground, especially with the Jakun people in Pahang, in terms of climate adaptation. And for example, when climate disasters happen, like reaching out to ask for aid from outside the kampung, right? There's a lot of issues in terms of data. There's not enough data telling agencies how many people are actually in these rural areas. And I've seen so many orang asli young women, not only they are aware about climate issues, but they are also very tech savvy now. They are adapting to these changing times because they actually have to use social media. They have to use technology to ask outside help to get help and aid for their villages. So the young indigenous women are actively working, but we don't see them in this international platforms at COP. We don't see them on panels like this, which I think is such a shame, because they have actually so much knowledge that we can learn from them. And also, when aids do come into the kampong, many of my orang asli friends inform me that the quality of not only the quantity is not enough, but the quality is also not enough, especially for women who are breastfeeding, for children. These are the things that are neglected. And on an international level, I think it's really important that we address historical responsibility as well, because Malaysia is not emitting as much as the global north, but the whole narrative, even in this just transition, we are pushing for climate mitigation, funding and all of this. But I think climate justice is really important that you acknowledge that this is something historical. The Industrial Revolution did not just happen yesterday. Malaysia has not been emitting as much as these other countries. So when we were at COP26 2 years ago, when we were at the UNFCCC panel with the fossil fuel treaty, we did address about this fossil fuel addiction, and we did mention about Petronas as well. We did call them out, which caused a lot of feedbacks. But I think it's important that we address that when we want to make sure young people are in this decision-making spaces, and we want to be a peer stronger with other like-minded developing countries at international platforms like COP. So I'm going to stop there.
Thank you so much, Aro. And I think it's a good reminder that we are all rights holders in this problem in different ways. So the youth, it's similar to the CBDR principle. We are all rights holders in different ways. And I think you focus a lot on climate justice, which I think is something that is applicable not only from the youth perspective or even from the religious perspective, but I think even from science in various ways. So just to pick up on that very strong climate justice message here, I wanted to extend the question to Prof. Azizan Abu Sama as well as Dr. Renat. Like, from your own angle, coming from Prof. Azizan, who's an expert in polar science, any reflections on how climate justice plays out in the actual scientific undertakings? We'll start there, please.
Geopolitics is something that is prevalent throughout. So, when you think about what is happening now, because I work in the South China Sea, there's some problems when we, let's say, fish stocks in the South China Sea. If you want to know the fish stock in the South China Sea, you have to know all the catch from all the ports around the South China Sea. And also you want to know where the fishermen are fishing and all that sort of thing. You can't do that in the South China Sea because of overlapping claim by everybody. And on top of that, you have the issue of the competition between US and China, in which the hotspot is South China Sea. So, same with the Antarctic. Antarctic, to me, is a post-colonial heritage. It's the last heritage of post-colonialism. It's where 7 countries decided to put claims on it. No doubt the Antarctic Treaty put their claim aside. But at the moment, one of the issues that Malaysia brought in 1982 was, why is the Antarctic not under in the United Nations? Why is it exclusive to those who are members of the ETCM? When you go to the Arctic, then you have the issue of UNCLOS, which basically I think 80% of the Arctic is under UNCLOS. And then you have, coming back to geopolitics, the present competition between US and Russia in the Arctic is not going to help in the management of the Arctic. So geopolitics or real politics is always there. And so it's something that we as a small country needs to maneuver around. But we cannot disregard.
Thank
So, that's real politics. And real politics, there's no justice.
Right. So even in science, we cannot escape from politics. So that's really important for scientists to also understand that as they progress in these areas.
Yeah.
So for Dr. Renat, perhaps in terms of mitigation and adaptation, if you can reflect a bit on climate justice.
Yeah, sure. I think it's very important to use this term a lot more, because when you talk about justice, right, it's really about thinking about who are you fighting for this sense of justice. It's typically the invisible people who don't typically have a voice, right, or a sit on the table to raise their concerns. And one example I think that has been quite prevalent, right, is this concept of climate refugees, right? So given all of the signs that we've been painting, saying that, there are floods, droughts, people are migrating, from one place to another to rebuild their livelihoods. And studies have shown that, by estimation, by the time we hit 2050, we probably have about 100 million refugees, climate refugees, forced to migrate, right, out of a simple fact that they cannot remain at their place, right, to sustain themselves with. But at the same time, if you think about Malaysia, like, we don't even recognize the Refugee Convention, 1974. Refugees cannot work legally here. What more, climate refugees? I think these are the types of dialogue, right, that I think scientists, regardless of whether you're in social science and environmental science, these are questions that, we need to bring forth, right, to policy and decision makers of our country. Because if we don't start having conversations like that, it's the next 20, 30 years, these issues are going to surface. And then we're going to be looking at one another saying, oh, we're having another round of conversation on climate justice because this was a topic that we have discussed previously. But guess what? We didn't take any concrete action on it. So we need to continue pushing for it. And I do feel that science have a huge place in providing decision makers, policy makers with the right facts and figures for them to be able to make sound policies that's inclusive for all.
Thank you. And Prof. Azizan Baharudin, do you have anything to add in terms of how climate justice can also contribute to fairness?
I'm besotted by the fact that there's this irony, in spiritual lingo. You're supposed to do the maximum of good or goodness in your life to earn paradise or whatever it is. But simple things like wasting, water, start with water, food, anything else, waste is a big deal in religious literature. But yet sometimes you see so-called very religious people being ignorant of this, and they take the literal meaning of the religious principles in their so-called religious life. So this, I think, must stop, and there has to be communication with the so-called religious authorities. And just to share, Jakim actually had a huge project on aligning the SDG with the so-called objectives of the Sharia, and it was quite successful for a while, but it fizzled into the background. So perhaps it should make a comeback. And also, there is a place for very important place for interfaith dialogue, intercivilization. Okay, don't use interfaith. It's very sensitive. Intercivilization. There's no civilization if there's no planet to begin with. So then, I don't know what is your denomination. For me, it doesn't matter what your background belief system is, but the fact that we oikos nomos. Oikos is home, nomos is management, economy comes from oikos nomos. Ecology, oikos logos, your home, knowledge about your home. So I think the key word is economics also. You have to bring economics into the picture. There is so much work done on circular economy, for example. Does the religious dimension or religious sphere have anything to do with this circular economy? Yes. Awqaf ventures, for example, wakaf. This big deal in the Islamic tradition and also among the Muslim communities, but it hardly goes to the main table for discussion. So why not? People speak about Islamic banking. What is that? And when you talk about food crisis, you talk about all kinds of things. There is so much wealth actually in religions, and this is cut across because you have the tithe system. Zakat in Christianity. So what happens to all that resource? where is it? Does it have a place in the solution in the seeking of solutions today? How about some of that money, being used to foot the bill for more research or more outreach work and so on and so forth. So I am trying to say that we like doctors are saying, you need to dialogue more the various parties, and I think the ego has to be made smaller. We have to start to respect each discipline's capacity to provide solutions. So, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. And now we will move on to some questions from the people who have been viewing our screening here online. So just to keep Prof. Azizan Baharudin going, there's a question for her here, talking about the role of spiritual leaders and institutions specifically, talking in fostering climate awareness. So leaders in fostering awareness about the climate, please.
Okay. A lot. In 2015, the Muslim group of Muslim scientists, theologians, policymakers got together in Istanbul to draw up what is called the Islamic Declaration for Climate Change. Of course, they also got the inspiration from the Laudato Si from the Christian community, and they invited policymakers from the UN, invited religious leaders from other traditions, and they had dialogue, and then people supported that declaration, and they presented it to United Nations. And in this was 2015, right? In 2022, Stockholm plus 50, there was an interfaith statement, which is very similar to what the IDCC, the Islamic Declaration, was trying to promote. Stop this carbon addiction, all this. It's very scientific. The what do you call it? The statements are very scientific, and the reference to spirituality is something that is very very easy to understand and relate to, no matter who you are, even if you are. Because lately you've heard about the story of Oppenheimer. Sometimes well-meaning scientists, they're just, what do you call it, geniuses that are so fixed to do their work. Fine, right? But right now, such groups of geniuses must understand also that there has to be other inputs. Geopolitics. Why do we let geopoliticians run away with everything? Why? So interfaith dialogue, I would like to expand it to interdisciplinary dialogue. Whatever, but dialogue, speak about, because everybody has the right to be on this planet. We didn't ask. Either you believe evolution theory or whatever. Yeah, God created you. You are here now. You deserve to be here, and you need to be equally responsible. So thank you so much for that question. We need to promote that, but must caution you. Some people are afraid of interfaith dialogue for fear that they might convert each other. So I just want to say, before you go to dialogue, please understand what your faith is all about. And if you think that you're going to be swayed outside, you stay home. I mean that very respectfully. And if you see people doing dialogue, have faith in them. If you hear something like I say today, for example, which is against your principles, talk to me. Don't go on social media. Don't go to the newspapers and attack me, which is something that happens. So please be more civilized. So we want to be modernized. We claim to be modernized because we want to be civilized, right? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And moving on from the interfaith, maybe perhaps about intergroup communications now. So a question has come in about how youth networks can collaborate with the government. So I guess it's about, is it very challenging for people like certain groups like the youth to really engage with the governments in a meaningful manner? What has your experience been on that?
I think now more than ever, young people are connected. So when we go back to climate justice, right, it's really understanding, acknowledging that climate change, the climate crisis, is not just an environmental issue, but it's also social, economic, political and also human rights issue. So I don't think it's right if young people move by themselves, create their own groups. We should also work with intergenerational or the otai-otai that have been working on environmental issues for a long time. You know, young people cannot move solo. We have to work with other, not only environmental groups, but human rights group, feminist groups, you know, working together, interfaith groups as well. And yeah, I mean, the experience has been, in Malaysia has been okay, but I feel like we could improve more, including young people, especially people from the disabled communities, indigenous communities. We still lack that representation in these spaces. And young people not only need these spaces to join, but we also need funding. Actually, we need the money to actually move, because young people are now lacking in capacity, lacking in funding. We have a bunch of ideas and solutions in terms of policies or like solutions on the ground, but the problem is we don't have that money. We don't have the funding and support, and also there's a lot of stakeholders that tend to cherry pick young people when they consult them. So a lot of corporations, even government, I would say, they pick the youth who seem agreeable to them, that can say okay to their ideas. And this is what we call youth washing, right? You just want to elevate your platform and say, we are a progressive corporation, we are progressive, but actually you don't really listen to the young people. So I think young people are starting to recognize this, and we are really careful when we are engaging. I think young people also need to remember that consultation cannot just happen one time. It has to happen continuously, just like any other consultation, such as FPIC principles. So yeah.
Youth washing is another term we need to look out for now
New
as well.
thing.
Yeah. Okay, so and a question perhaps for Dr. Renat here on sort of the state-federal divide in Malaysia and how that might be a bit challenging when it comes to thinking about moving forward on climate action. So the question is about what is adaptation strategies should state governments take, especially in the forestry sector, since it's often a source of income for some state governments.
Yeah, I to be honest, I love this question. I think, as all of us know, forestry land use has always been more of a state matter rather than a federal level jurisdiction. And that actually poses, to a certain extent, challenges as well. Like, I remember in one of our conversations here, we spoke about nature-based solutions, payment for ecosystem services, but it's really not so easy. In order to even be able to generate carbon credits that come from nature-based solutions, there's a lot of preconditions that need to be met. The project that you're working on needs to be permanent. You have to avoid double counting. You have to make sure that there's this concept of additionality. How are you adding value to the area that you're trying to reforest on top of what has already existed? Apart from meeting all of this, ensuring that there's transparency, integrity, and there's a whole integrity council on voluntary carbon markets that have been set up, right, laying out all these principles, we still have to negotiate with state governments to allow them to actually get permission in order to develop such areas or to preserve such areas for nature-based purposes. The issue, I think, here is that trying to prove the return on investment. Why should I provide my land, right, to, say, the private sector to reforest, and then you claim that you're able to generate carbon credits, versus logging, where you can sell off trees, right, logs, and gain income almost immediately? If you look at the cost-benefit analysis, I think it tends to favor logging more at this point in time. Whereas carbon credits, on the other hand, in terms of pricing, they're low. Especially in recent times, when there was a Guardian article that came out really highlighting issues with carbon credit generation. You see prices started plummeting, like from 12 USD to about 2 USD. But for me, and this is just my opinion, I always feel like progress over perfection, right? We have to start somewhere. If we carry on with the trajectory of saying that, oh, you know what, carbon credits is not the way to go, then it goes back to the whole chicken and egg question around where are we going to find alternative sources of funding in order to support reforestation efforts, in order to help build, some of the livelihoods or enhance livelihoods of indigenous communities. It's a very tough question, but that's really where we are in terms of trying to navigate the complexities. The positive side of this is that I think from a ministerial perspective, I think we were promised that we will be seeing some sort of carbon ordinance, right, at a federal level. So we are waiting to see what that would pan out.
Okay, so we'll have to wait and see with a lot of other things we're waiting for as well. But we have a question now for our first speaker, Prof. Azim, relating to inaccurate calculations and how that can actually play into the difficulties in understanding what's going on with our climate. So what is your opinion on how we can improve the accuracy and precision of climate models to provide more accurate predictions for the climate?
Well, climate model has evolved. When you think about the first climate model in the 1980s, and then it become more and more complex, takes into more feedbacks, and then it's also computer intensive. So resolution is an issue. The first one is 1 degree by 1 degree, which is 100 kilometers by 100 kilometers. So you can imagine the whole of Malaysia just being represented by 3 or 4, what you call a grid. But as time goes by, the climate model becomes more what you call complex, and more feedbacks are being input. Climate model basically is the scaled down version of a numerical analysis and of weather. I mean, the numerical weather. When you talk about predicting Malaysian weather, it is only for 2 days. After that, the Malaysian weather prediction goes down in terms of scale. So what you're doing is that you're trying to put in a more what you call robust climate model that is actually a guideline. You must take it as a guideline, because it is wrong for us to say that this is the temperature tomorrow in Kuala Lumpur that's going to be in 2024 or even 2024. In August the 1st, temperature in Kuala Lumpur is going to be this. I mean, more likely you're going to be wrong. But when you take it into a regional scale, how much it impact on a more regional scale, the climate model is a very good guideline for us to put in our policy. So I think climate model has use, but you must know how, you must learn how to take it with all the caveats. Thank you.
And do we have enough expertise in Malaysia?
Oh yeah. There's no problem, because one of the what you call benefit of IPCC is that at this moment all the 36 climate model that runs, all of them are available in the public domain, and all observation is put under what you call Era 5. This is observational, that means from 1940s to now. And all this data are all public domain. And so there is an empowerment to the local people, somebody in Java, or somebody in Malaysia, or somebody in Africa, to really look into their weather. And one of the things that I always stress is that do not ask the British to come and tell you what is going to happen. You should learn what is going to happen in your own area. And the nice thing about that, all the data, plus your own observational data, plus the public domain Era 5 data, plus the CMIP 6 data, are now all available. So I think there's a great empowerment to the different state. And the issue of climate change is different for different region. And I think that is the most important thing.
So sort of the ownership of the data have to come through as well, using that data for your own region.
Yes.
Yeah.
And nobody is going to solve your problem. You have to solve it yourself.
All right. Understood. So a question has come in which I think might reveal some interesting differences of perspective from all of our panels, I think. So I would like to invite our panels to think about this from your own understanding of what is important in current climate policies and regulations in Malaysia. So from your own angle, what do you think is the biggest gap that we need to address in Malaysia? So perhaps we'll start from Prof. Azizan.
Well, when I teach geography, when people talk about health or something like, the first thing I ask, if you want to know whether the government is serious or not, you look at the funding. Otherwise, it's just talk. Okay, so is there seriousness in the government in funding climate change work? None, so far, to be honest. Okay, so what are you talking about?
So that's the gap, the fundamental gap there, lah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'll just probably add that, we spoke about wanting to enact a Climate Change Act since 2018. It's 2023 now, almost coming to the end of the year. Where is it, right? And I think this was something that, it initially got a lot of people excited. Like different stakeholder groups got together and said, hey, perhaps this is the direction that we need to have an overarching climate act, right? Covering multi-sectoral, multi-agencies within the government sector, bringing both private and public together to create synergies. We have not seen that end product yet, first and foremost. Another area that I am personally very interested in is planetary health. Bringing together not just, what's the health of our planet, but also the impacts that has, right, on communities. And I think that's where, when we spoke about climate justice, fighting for, the health of indigenous communities, women, children, underprivileged people, I think it would really surface to the fore if we're able to bring in, right, this perspective together. And I don't think we do enough in that space. We are starting to have dialogues. There are some councils that are being set up, but I've not seen a solid policy yet bring, both of this very important areas together.
Thank you. Prof. Azizan?
Yeah, I think the issue is lack of communication still and very low literacy vis-a-vis climate as well as science. If you say to people, the fish catch is decreasing, you say, oh, I went to the market this morning, the sotong is still there, the fish is still there. You know what I'm trying to say? So it doesn't trickle down. So how do we change this? And I think can't blame the so-called experts and the scientists because they're too busy doing their science. So I always go for that group of people, you alluded to them just now, the science communicators. University of Malaya, we have the one and only Science Technology Studies department in the whole of Malaysia, which I think can high profile itself better at this point in time because Professor Nku Aziz, or a professor who initiated this course about 30 years ago, is of the belief that the scientist should be one who understands how his science is connected to everything else around him and vice versa. So it might even overcome the problem that Prof. Azizan Abu Sama was talking about. Why is there lack of attention from the authorities vis-a-vis funding, for example? Don't talk about that. Just talk about science education at the moment. We hear that people now in schools learn about science without having a proper laboratory. When we were in primary school, I won't mention how many years ago, we have this little table at the end of the classroom. It's called nature study. So, teachers, students put things there so that you learn more about nature. So this nature-based view, learning about nature, which people say is about science, but I don't limit it to that because you can learn about nature in many ways. You've heard of the Tagal system in Sabah, right? That's indigenous people living harmoniously with their environment, and and this happens not just in Sabah, also in Sarawak and in many other places, Sumatra, to mention a few. So very quickly, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We don't have to say from A to Z. We have to start from A. No. With the technology, with everything, with all these expertises, with nice corporate people like Dr. Rena here, we can do so many things. Seriously. SDC Center, University Malaya, just take University Malaya Center, University Malaya itself, for example, and there's so many other universities. There's so much we can do, but the willingness, and this is the other thing, the apathy is just so deadening. And very humbly I say, how do you overcome that? That's why your faith comes into the picture, because as proven by POSAS in 2007, Paula POSAS, she did this study. Religion has this impact on people, has this impact on people in that they make people change. And this is the problem today, behavioral change. You know what to do, you have so much knowledge on what to do, right? But you don't want to do it, you don't want to start. Because we blame everything, because everything is blamable. But I'm just going back to religion again, the Buddhist people, they have things at their temple, the Muslims, they have this alqaf, wakaf, you're talking about billions. So why can't you be creative and say for funding next time, dear, whatever, who holds the zakat money, can we have some to do this fantastic research that will help the nation? So transboundary, cut across, be creative, kan? That's why I'm referring to the Bandani, because I'm not trying to be politically aspiring person. But if you look at the MADA and all that, creativity and respect and all that, it just asks us to empower ourselves. Because who are you waiting for? It has been said just now, you take care of your backyard. What's wrong with your backyard, with your country? You have to be. Kita jaga kita, kan? Do you remember that during the COVID? Kenapa sekarang kita tak nak jaga kita? So who wants to jaga kita? Seriously. And you keep pointing fingers to the West, this and that. But believe you me, the people in other countries are in just as bad a shape as we are if we think like that. There are countries where, rich countries, where people find it difficult to put food on the table, right? We know this, right? So share the information, the media, we should have more media friends lah, I think, media savvy people. So STS department, they can play this communication role and putting the puzzle together for many people, and like it's not difficult, you can find out just about anything, but the willingness, the ability. But what you're so sad about is the lack of interest lah, the proper interest. And I again, because you give me the topic spirituality, kan, I put a lot of what do you call it, hope lah. Because this group, because they possess the wealth, they possess the drive to go to heaven, and seriously, heaven begins here. You go to heaven by what you do here. See, I'm trying to be an ustaz also here, right? So, but these are some of the things in religious studies that has to be that has to be added, I think. Otherwise, the young people especially will look at religion as something that is fossilized. You're talking about religion in a very rigid manner, as if it bears no real solutions to real life problems in the here and in the now. So I think I'll stop there.
I think that's really important in how to really apply religious knowledge and all types of knowledge, actually, right? That's really important. And this connects to this idea about the problem of climate change awareness in Malaysia, which is, like Aro said, is really very low. So Prof, you mentioned about how religion can be a behavioral change maker. So I was curious for the other panelists, is there any other things that you can sort of pinpoint in your observation as educators or as students in the community? What other than religion could possibly be also, or rather together with religion perhaps, a really strong behavioral change maker? Perhaps Aro first?
I think I want to highlight back again to climate communications, because this is what caused us to be where we are today. A lot of social scientists were talking in the earlier days about how climate change needs to be communicated in the media. I think that's why we failed, because we failed to communicate to policymakers about what's important and how to mitigate climate change. And a lot of the journalists that we work with, again, highlighted that there's a lot of international conventions that Malaysia is part of. For example, the Conference of Parties, Corp, and so many other natural conservation conferences on international level. I think it's important that all these international conventions actually trickle down to our policies, but unfortunately we don't have enough people talking about it, or even inform policymakers or raise awareness on local level. We don't have enough articles around when COP26 happened, COP27. Nobody in Malaysia was talking about COP and how it impacted our local policies. We signed the Global Methane Pledge. We signed the Deforestation Pledge in New York 2014 also. But why is no change happening? Because nobody in Malaysia knows about it. And why are journalists not covering about this as well? No money goes into them because they don't see profit. They don't see money into covering about climate for Malaysia because they say there's no demand. But if we want to wait for demand, we won't have a tomorrow already. We will reach 2.0 already. So I think climate communication is a big part of this. And in terms of gender as well, gender disaggregated data is important. 50%, more than 50% of Malaysia's population are women. I think we should also highlight when we talk about climate adaptation, where women are in this. That's that.
Okay, and how about Prof? What are the big change makers that you see to get everybody on the same page on climate?
Oh dear. The first thing is, when you look at Malaysian politics per se, we are, to me, looking basically at our pusat. I mean, we're examining our problem, our race, and whatever, our religiosity, while climate change is outside there. And that climate crisis is going to hurt us like anything. I mean, if the ocean warms up, you may have huge coral bleaching, or you may have huge, let's say, refugees coming in. But our main interest of our politician is still looking into our pusat. So when, and I'm asking the politician, are they going to look beyond that and just looking at, who's more religious, who's more yeah, I mean, what the hell is this politician? They haven't had the vision to look beyond, while the issue of climate change is something that's coming to us. Issue of food security, issue of oil, where are we going to go? So as a small country and as a trading country, all these are going to impact on us. So what the hell are the politicians doing? Looking into their bloody stomach. Sorry.
Navel gazing. I think it's not the leaders are there because of the followers.
Right.
And can we just humbly say that these are not the majority actually. The majority are the silent ones. So I very humbly, I just want to urge each and every one of us to do our maximum in terms of communications. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you reach your destination, sometimes you don't. But it's the effort that matters. Spiritually speaking, it's the effort that matters. We might still reach 2.0 and even beyond or whatever. So being hopeful. The philosopher who said this, being hopeful, he said, I disengage myself from any religion. Fine. But actually, if you, in the religious sense, that is the truth. Never lose hope. Even if you can plant a seed and you know for sure, okay, because you got this call from somewhere, tomorrow is doomsday, plant that seed today. If you can plant a seed today, plant it. It's not your business to say what's going to happen. So I know where that frustration is coming from as far as Prof. Azim is concerned. I was saying just now. But I think this is exactly what we need to overcome. I'm not saying this in a very condescending manner. I know the pain, and you're not the only one. I think lots of people feel this. But what do? Overcome that and do. Today we're having this forum. We're not saying we are the best people to be in this forum, but we said what we said. At least it goes out there, and I think 1 or 2 persons understand and they do their part. And the media, where do we have alternative media, right? So why do we follow the same model? Because if the news doesn't sell, they won't. It's not news. I hear this from news experts themselves. So whose paradigm is that? Whose philosophy is that? So when you say you take care of yourself, you take care of yourself lah. So if you are head of media studies department, if you are head of your dean, whatever, can you not make the change? Is everything being determined by somebody else? I don't think so. If you're a lecturer, your students there are your captive audience. Precisely, right? So you're talking about empowerment. Actually, there's a lot of empowerment that you don't realize that you have. And I feel that if you can talk. If you can write. If you just take plastics. I don't be sad, okay? We are third in the world in terms of plastic pollution. So, and people say no, it's some of us importing this useless plastics from elsewhere. You blame again. But look at your own self. I won't mention anything, but I've just come from somewhere where they use plastics a lot. Food packing and all that. So who's going to put a stop to that? And you know what I can do as a tiny weeny person? Collect all those and put it in the recycle, because that's all I can do here and now. Can't do much more than that. I can't go to Klang River and be with those people who trap all this garbage. But imagine if everybody does a little bit. This is you see, in religion you have this thing called the ghaib, the unseen. So what is ghaib, what is unseen actually? Is the belief that every little bit that you do, it counts at the end of the day. And this is where the hope comes into the picture. So I would want to monopolize the conversation. I'm sure everybody has lots of things to say, but seriously, don't be sad, Prof. Azizan, because this is life. Surah Al-Mulk, you are created to be tested, right? And this is the test for the whole of humanity. And I'm not shoving this belief into everybody's throat. No, not at all. I'm shoving it into my throat. And I'm asking myself, what do I do? What do I do? You think I come here because I think I'm clever at saying things? No, I think if I can say one word that means something to somebody, that's good enough for me. Okay, if that's not good enough for philosophy, I don't know what is, because the greatest philosopher who doesn't believe in God says that, and my traditional books also says that. So something must be right somewhere. Alternatively, what do? Be pessimistic, be hurtful, maybe being hurt and being angry with people. Sudah lah. And if you see all those things, it just don't go through it. Don't listen to it. Yeah. So anyway, thank you so much.
Very good.
Yeah.
And don't be silent. That's the
don't be
important
silent.
part. Yeah. And how about Dr. Renat? What is your change maker?
No, I think this panel had already probably covered a lot of mechanisms, right? But I guess for myself, I would say the power of communication and how we shape stories, because stories are very interpersonal, right? It comes from the heart. When you tell it to someone, you immediately connect.
Correct.
But don't just stop at the connection, right? Build up the progress of your story and end it with a call to action. Like, what is it that you can do today? It might not be something that's big, but just very small, tiny actions, I think, makes a difference. And that's probably where I would start. And I've seen that working through grassroots community. It is the one-on-one personal relationship, right, that a lot of people undermine and say, oh, it's just another round of conversation. But that builds trust over time, and that's powerful.
Yeah, and I think that's something that's been throughout the climate communication idea, that we shouldn't just think about big corporations or the government to move first. We should do what we can, right? Whatever counts. So the next question is a specific one for Prof. Azizan again, Azizan Bersama, about polar regions and talking about global carbon cycling. How does this impact carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere, and how does it affect us in the maritime continents?
Oh, quite something. Well, everything in the world is interconnected, because when you look at the ocean as an example, I mean the Southern Ocean is the whole ocean, which is about 70% of the world, is interconnected. So, but one thing about ocean, it has a very long heat capacity. I mean, it takes a long time to work itself. But most of the time, one thing that you learn is carbon dioxide is stored when the ocean is cool. The moment the ocean starts to warm up, then it will release the gas. So there are tipping points in which the ocean plays an important, function. whether as a carbon store or whether a carbon emitter, and that is a function of temperature. So anyway, the other aspect, of course, is, as I said, in terms of the maritime continent itself, we are very much impacted by sea level rise. And the one that is worrying quite a lot of scientists is the melting of the Western Antarctic Glacier, which is a glacier about, I think, 1 or 2 kilometers deep. That means, it's about as big as Gunung Jerai. This whole ice is sitting in a warm ocean. And this is the one that worries scientists, because that one, if tipping point occur, will add 7 meters to the sea level. So that is worrying. I mean, basically, it's not to say that I would like to say something, cry scary, but it is scary. We are going to face it, and that's why, in the sense, I was a bit, not say annoyed by the politician. Is that you're just thinking about your neighbor, while the whole things are coming out. There's a major thing. I mean, you're not talking about 50 people in Kelantan being impacted. You're talking about millions of people being impacted. That's the seriousness of the situation. It is a serious situation that humanity is facing, in which every person, not only here in Malaysia, but everybody needs to think about and to see how to overcome it. But the other thing is that it is also a problem that we need to solve ourselves. Do not depend on others to solve it for you. You have to solve it, whether you like it or not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have 7 minutes more of our forum, so we are about to wrap up, but I wanted to just give a last opportunity for everyone. A question that I would like to perhaps ask a sentence or two from each of you was about us in Malaysia. What is something unique that we in Malaysia can offer the world or the region in terms of moving forward on global climate governance? So maybe we can start with Aro.
I think now as we move towards COP28 and also the Asia-Pacific Climate Week that's happening before COP, I think Malaysia has an opportunity to really step up if, like what the minister says at the National Energy Transition Roadmap, they always say that Malaysia is leading in this just transition in the Asia-Pacific region. If we really want to step up towards that, I think we should really lead the narrative and work together with like-minded developing countries and really ask the question, what does a just transition mean? Just in different countries means different. I know that we are all chasing towards the reaching the 70% renewable energy capacity by 2050. We really want to reach that, but whose land are we taking and at what price will it be? So I think really questioning what just means and really leading the climate justice and just transition narrative. I think Malaysia has an opportunity towards that. And there's also in Malaysia still a lot of gaps around the gender and climate data, and everyone around the world at COP is talking about the gender aspect of climate crisis, but Malaysia still lacks in that, and we still don't have a focal point in that as well. So I think we should really step up in terms of that.
Okay, thank you. Prof. Azizan,
I think I would like to, beginning with myself, for all of us to start being grateful. I think I remember reading papers, scientific papers, that talks about the effect of being grateful on your health, mental and well-being. Just pause for a moment. I know all the bad stuff is out there, but think of the good stuff that is still with you. Your sanity, your capacity to voice out, your health, and start with that. So I know it's like tu je ke nak cakap, but seriously, if you don't start with that, you can't move. A journey of 1,000 miles start with the first step, and all that. So all the wisdom that all of us have, I think let's try to apply it. Okay, and ASM. Okay, I think it's okay to talk about this. ASM is in the middle of doing a national planetary health action plan for the country. Malaysia is the first country apparently that will have such a plan, and the government is very much working closely with Il-Ehzan, and I think they've got some best minds looking into it, and they're also looking at a training module, because a lot of the times is the is the people in charge, policymakers if you like, but they're not just policymakers who actually responsible for allowing lands to be deforested, either for a good purpose or following the limits. So I think you need to make them understand firstly what is the problem, and it's not easy to design such a module, because first understand what is the problem, and then I like your 3 questions. What can we do? And thirdly, we willing to do it, and we help them, we guide them, and I think everything that we have to begin with in Muslim Layer can assist in that module, and we are hoping that organizations like institutions like Intan can be with us, can help us. Like, again, we say this with a lot of goodwill. In case it doesn't happen, it's okay. We try plan A. If it doesn't, we go to plan B, plan C. But we just have to keep moving, and inshallah, this is where I have to say this. I'm so sorry. If you believe in God, God is in charge. Don't think that God doesn't know. He knows everything. I won't go into that too much, but sometimes we lose we will overlook that part. Those of us who pray every day, 5 times a day, and all that. So what impact does that have? Is not to lose hope. And seriously, you have to. Your words count. So if your words and your suggestions are like negative and pessimistic, what impact do you think that will have on those who are less empowered, people with less influence and all that? So you like it or not, leaders of sorts, right? And leaders must begin the movement towards the change. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably say that in every crisis, there's obviously an opportunity, and we should seize it, because Malaysia is so blessed with an abundance of mega diverse flora and fauna. There's a lot of opportunities for us to step up and lead the way and show the world that, hey, like we are doing a lot of great stuff in terms of preserving our khazanah, something that means so much to us. But also we have homegrown talents as well. Like if you look at the startup scene, there's quite a number of them with very innovative ideas on how to mitigate and help with climate adaptation. But sometimes they're just not given the right opportunities to scale and to showcase. And I think that's where we need to be. I think, going back once again, right, my message is hopeful. I think in order to sort out the climate crisis, we really can start looking at our own backyard, see where the talents are, pull them together, and then, lead the way and showcasing, like the very best of what Malaysians can do.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would go back to the fact that now is the 21st century is an Asian century.
Yeah, correct.
Where it's the first time in which you have China as an example, where the set of values is very different than the Western values. And for Malaysia, it's also, in a way, a time also for us to show to our Muslim brothers how we handle our environment, how we handle climate change. So we can also take leadership, same as Indonesia. Because, by virtue, actually Indonesia is the biggest Muslim population in the world. And so, we can lead in many aspects. And I think the time for us to, let's say, expect some Western person to come and give a solution to us, I think that is time we should not think about it. It's time that we lead in many aspects, and I think we are capable of leading. That's all I want to say.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much to all the panelists today for joining us, for giving us your knowledge and also your hopefulness and your passion in all of these issues. So we've come to the end of the forum, so we hope that everybody took benefit from it and learned something, and perhaps are inspired to do what you can in this sort of quest for climate justice and climate action. And before I end, I want to just have a short note of thanks to everybody who was involved in this forum, especially the Climate Governance Malaysia, the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences Climate Change Network, and the Sustainability and Development Center as well, and everybody else who was involved in all the planning. So we will end here for today. Thank you very much, and we hope to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you.